Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 601, Treatment. It seems you came up with a plan. Why don't you tell us what's on your mind, said Odin. I'll speak freely, nodded Edward. The plan is actually straightforward: train enough powerful fighters to face the upcoming universes and dimensions. In simpler terms, both of you cannot die, and not only can you not die, you must also become more powerful. That is not as easy as it sounds, Odin replied. How so? In most of the futures he saw, this family was long dead, so he did not know much about them. Of course, that does not count the powerful variants he saw in some of the universes that fused with this timeline. Still, given the vastness of the multiverse, he could not count on these variants to provide accurate information. Odin looked at Frigga, and she nodded. I was raised by witches, who believe in following the natural order of the universe, she explained. Many of my abilities originated from that belief, and if I change my fate, I will break that natural order and lose many of my powers. As for me, added Odin, who briefly paused. My body is on the verge of collapsing. It has reached the point that even the Infinity Stones cannot help me. Edward frowned. Can I ask whether your connection to the ideologies of these witches is unmendable? He could not be as direct as he was with the sorcerers back home, so he had to choose his words wisely. I am. Edward frowned. But I'm willing to give them if it means I can say my children. Edward sighed in relief. If the Asgardian queen chose to remain stubborn, he doubted anything he said could change her mind/personal beliefs. Luckily, things have not reached such a state. Good, nodded Edward before projecting a gate of truth. The door opened to show this couple a vast library, unlike anything they'd seen before, including their own. One of my goals in coming to Asgard was exchanging knowledge. I believe this library holds enough information to rebuild a new magic system so you don't have to rely on what you've learned from the witches. Edward granted her access, so Frigga's spirit entered the library directly in the section labeled Illusion. She instinctively took a book called Introduction to Illusion Magic, and flipped through it, her eyes shining in wonder and curiosity. She checked a few books before walking to a few other sections, mainly the one titled Witchcraft and Divination/Clairvoyance. I did not expect Midgard sorcery to evolve to such a level, Frigga commented after returning to her body. They are not, replied Edward, but did not elaborate. His gaze shifted on the Asgardian king. May I examine your body? Odin frowned. The health status of any monarch is vital information as it could cause chaos and destabilization to a nation. He was already taking a major risk by revealing his weakened state. As he was about to object to this request, he sensed his wife squeezing his hand and sighed. As you wish. I'm warning you in advance that I will be intrusive. You should prepare. Odin just nodded. His wife was one of the most intelligent beings he knew, and since she counseled him to do this, he wouldn't regret his decisions. A magic circle appeared before the group, releasing a light that enveloped Odin. An invisible screen containing the data gathered floated before Edward. Wow. This man was not lying when he said his body was collapsing, commented Morgana. The worst part is it's not just his physical body, his soul, energy, life force, genes, and even his soul flame was weak and on the verge of extinguishing, grunted Edward. I told you it was useless, commented Odin, and Frigga's yes, who previously had hoped, flickered. However, Edward did not respond as he was deep in thought. What do you think? Most of our methods, including all attempts to heal his soul or body by cloning him or other forms, won't work, commented Morgana. What kind of energy is this Odin force that the backlash is so severe? At his peak, he might have been on par with an upper demon god, maybe even a king. However, this is the price he paid for such a power, Edward concluded. According to my analysis, the Odin force might be the cause of death of most Asgardian kings. However, the situation might not have been as severe as before. You think Odin upgraded this energy to make it more potent, and that's why he's in such a terrible state? Edward asked. That makes sense. It would also explain why it's named after him now despite being part of their lineage for who knows how long. I think I may have a solution, said the purple-haired elf. I'm listening. We must perform something similar to soul divinity to revive his soul flame. Edward nodded. The Asgardians were not true gods with their own authority like the ones in Fate. Instead, they were a highly evolved race born with enhanced physical capabilities, long lifespans, and natural talent for sensing and controlling energies, and some of them, like Thor, Odin, and Hela, were born with a source of power/energy inside of them. Something similar? I assumed you don't want to reveal such information to anyone yet. That's true. As much as he wanted Odin as an ally, he would not go above and beyond to save him. What's next? According to my calculations, his body cannot bear the process of soul divinity even if we wanted to. even if we take precautions to support it. He had many ways to strengthen the body, including the most basic things like aura. Yes, and the situation might be worse. We don't know much about the Odin force, and from some basic calculations, many of our methods might further aggravate his situation. In that case, we might have to study the Odin sleep since this magic can actually delay his death, suggested Edward. That would be ideal. However, this is not the end. Soul Divinity-esque operation can only prolong his life but not prevent his decline and eventual death. So, what's your solution? He needs to become one with the Odin force. Are you suggesting he rewrite his life code and embed the Odin force into every part of his molecular composition? Yes. He will then become the Odin force and eliminate its negative effect on him. This will also mean Asgard will forever lose access to this power, and Odin will also become a pure energy life form, both things that might affect his decisions. We're only providing him with a viable solution, and it's a choice whether he follows it, Morgana said nonchalantly. Plus, he can still recreate a new force, especially since this one is so dangerous. As for children, he's old, and I doubt he wants any more. Well, he will be immortal if he succeeds, so he might have other ideas. However, you're correct. Edward's eyes finally gained his focus. So, asked Frigga, who had regained hope after seeing how long he was thinking about the situation. I have a solution. He saw her eyes lit, but Odin was calm. But, as you can imagine, it's terribly complicated. Explain it to us then. Edward did so, starting with the soul flame. Despite these people's strengths and accomplishments, this field was not their expertise, so he had to start with the basics. After more than an hour, they understood this treatment's gist and its danger. Odin sighed deeply. This was indeed complicated, involving many risks and efforts on his part, including revealing some of Asgard's greatest secrets. He could not make a decision lightly. Chapter 602, New Trainee. This is not something I can agree on the spot, Odin explained. That's understandable, and you can take your time, but be mindful of a reasonable timeline, Edward nodded. What else do you suggest we do to prepare? Frigga asked. My plan is very simple and straightforward, become powerful. So, you do whatever is necessary to increase Asgard's military prowess, train Thor to truly develop his potential, and increase your allies, Edward explained. However, I do suggest you let me train the second prince. Loki. Yes, he's a talented sorcerer, and I can mold him into a true powerhouse. Edward did not ask to train Thor since the latter was the next heir to the throne, and Odin might be suspicious that he was trying to brainwash the next Asgardian king. However, Loki, who was secretly trained all his life to be Thor's advisor, was another subject. Of course, there is a chance that Odin also did not want anyone interfering with his son's training. It might be a good idea for him to have a change of scenery, Frigga commented, but Odin did not share his thoughts on the matter. Lastly, Edward added. Is there any way to turn Hela into our side? The room immediately quieted down. Frigga had nothing to say since Hela was her stepdaughter and was gone not long after she married Odin. I'm afraid this is not possible, replied the Allfather. She had an unquenchable thirst for power and only cared about the throne. But she also has a deep hidden pride and respect for strength and power, Edward explained. So, we can tempt her. We lure her with the promise of freedom and the throne as long as she can defeat Thor. However, if she loses, she must serve him without complaints or a devious mind. We used a magical contract to ensure everyone abides by the rules. Odin's eyes lit up. If this plan works, his son will have his brother as a tactical advisor and his sister as a mighty general. Then, he will no longer have to worry about Asgard's future. As tempting as this sounds, you saw what she did to him. You also know that Thor has the potential to be victorious, countered Edward. He's guaranteed to win with the right training and preparations. Preparation. I have access to very advanced illusion magic that could perfectly recreate all her strength and abilities. He can train to prepare for the fight against her. Odin's brow furrowed. He had to admit that he was tempted, not just due to the prospect of his son having such a capable companion, but with the idea that this might be the only way for his family to be united, to be whole or complete again. But what if he loses? I'll be blunt, Allfather. If he loses after all those advantages, giving her the throne might not be a bad idea, given what's coming to the world. Odin resisted the urge to denounce these words. His daughter might be a terrible ruler during a time of peace. But in an era of chaos, war, and uncertainty, her ruthlessness and cutthroat views are perfect to rule Asgard. This is a lot to process, so let's stop here for today, Odin declared. I believe you wanted access to our library. Of course. There should be no issue. Edward left shortly afterward, thinking that Odin had indeed gotten old, and this manifested in his indecisive nature, which people might see as wisdom and maturity. What do you think? He asked his wife. I don't see any problem with his plan, Frigga replied. Aren't you worried about leaking the power of the Odin force? You should have noticed that the fact he could create such a complex plan to heal you indicated that his skin resulted in a basic understanding of the Odin force, Frigga explained. How many people in the vast cosmos do you think can do such a thing? Not a lot, Odin replied. The Odin force is his masterpiece, life's work, and his greatest achievement in sorcery and technology. So, he was not bragging when he said that not many people can understand it, let alone replicate it. I say we do it, Frigga continued. And if you're worried about the Odin force, you only need to upgrade it after returning to your peak. This should not be a problem with your experience and knowledge from his library, right? I'm glad you have such confidence in me, but I don't know. Is there a reason for your hesitation? I saw my young self in him, Odin explained. Ambitious, ruthless, powerful, and unrestrained desires. I don't know if it's a good idea to trust him. I understand how you feel, but I also see your other positive characteristics from him, your wisdom, desire for innovation, and protective nature, Frigga stated in her opinion. More importantly, I agree with something he said, we need the kind of person for the upcoming chaos. Are you calling me old and senile? Maybe. She chuckled, revealing her charming and elegant nature. What about the children? We already have a working model for Thor. As for Loki, I'll ask his opinion. Very well. I'll talk to Hela. After entering the library, Edward used a device that scanned and recorded every book before Morgana understood them and instilled them in his mind. The Asgardians' magic followed the same rules as Kamar Taj's sorcerer, except they integrated technology and magic together. No, to Asgardians, technology and magic are one and the same. Their technology tree is based on machines or objects capable of tapping into different energies of the universe for different effects or aspects of life. It was after a sorcerer civilization developed magic technology. Why are the Asgardians considered gods when, by all definitions that I know, they do not meet the criteria? Edward thought as he walked out of the library. The thing did not contain any of Asgard's top secrets, so he did not need to stay for long. I wonder what qualifications that made them gods. The Asgardians were not considered gods because the Scandinavians worshipped them as such when Odin visited once. In the omnipotent city that appeared in Thor 4, they were recognized by other pantheons as gods. Frigga's chamber. Mother, why do you want to see me? Loki asked while walking and locking arms with her. Your father and I have something to ask your opinion. Father. Yes, we were wondering if you were interested in going to Midgard for sorcery training. Midgard. Loki frowned. He was trying to find an excuse to get close to that sorcerer and steal his source of power, and now, success literally fell on his lap, but he could not help but be suspicious. Is this some kind of punishment? Is father exiling me? Did I do something wrong? No, honey. This is just a suggestion. You don't have to go if you don't want to, Frigga swiftly explained before stopping and facing him. What about Thor? Is he going to Midgard, too? Your brother will face his own challenge and training. Training? Did something happen? The trickster god was not stupid and caught onto something. Frigga sighed, something did happen, but nothing to concern you. Mother, you're worrying me. Don't worry about it. Loki knew his mother long enough to know when she would be soft with him and when her decision was final, and unfortunately, this was the latter. As you wish. So, what is your decision? Or do you need some time to think about it? I have no issue with going to Midgard, Loki replied after a brief contemplation. That's good. Frigga could tell when her son was scheming something, which, more often than not, was nefarious. But this time, she could only secretly say to herself, honey, you're going to suffer. Thank you, everyone, for all your patience and support. I'm feeling a lot better now. Chapter 603, To-Do List. Major news spread throughout Asgard. Thor, their favorite prince, and possibly future ruler, was exiled. Apparently, the Allfather tested him through a powerful illusion. Not only did the prince fail the test, but he refused to learn any lessons even though his actions during the test could have caused catastrophic damage to Asgard if it were real. So, the king sealed his power and banished him to Midgard to teach him humility and responsibility. Only once he's learned his lessons can he return home and have a chance to inherit the throne. So, Thor was banished 3 years in advance. Edward thought. I wonder if he would take on the name Donald Blake. In the comics, Thor once spent time on Earth as a surgeon named Donald Blake, and the situation was similar as Odin had also banished him and wiped out his memories. The next day after the banishment, Edward met with Odin. So, have you made a decision? Yes, Odin replied while holding Gungnir in his hand. He slammed the spear on the ground, and a golden gate manifested above the room. The door opened to reveal a bright golden light. So, this is the Odin force, Edward thought as he and Morgana immediately began their analysis. A combination of some sort of combat-based related energy that increases physical stats and deals tremendous damage. It's even better than our combat aura. Or any battle aura we have, Morgana added, and Edward nodded. The second component is a pure destruction energy. That would explain why his body and soul are in such a terrible state. He should have added something to alleviate the problem. Otherwise, given how weak Asgardians' bodies are, he would have died long ago. Are the bodies of Asgardians weak? No, they are gods compared to humans. But they still failed compared to arcanists who used aura and all kinds of potions, spells, training regiments, and ceremonies to train themselves. He did, and he actually the worst possible one, faith, Edward said as his analysis finished. He understood why the Asgardians were considered gods despite their lack of characteristics. It seems in this world that anyone who has the ability or technology to gather faith and actively do so can be considered a god. Faith can indeed sustain his soul and body to bear the power of the Odin force, Morgana analyzed. But the faith poison will also react volatilely with the destruction power, especially since they are so deeply integrated. She shook her head. It was a miracle Odin lasted this long without dying. It seems that the Odin force originally did not contain the power of destruction, so Odin probably upgraded it himself to make it more potent. There are also signs that he noticed the fatal reaction between faith and the destruction energy, so he's been reducing its effect. In just a short period, these two recreated the formula of the Odin force, along with the formula of how Odin evolved from its original state and subsequent edits or improvements. Regardless of the fatal flaw of this thing, it is truly a brilliant work. Odin's power at his prime was definitely on par with upper demon gods, and if he channeled the Odin force through the Destroyer, he was probably on par with those demon god kings. The Destroyer was an automaton or golem made with unique metals, so Odin did not have to worry about its body being corrupted by the Odin force, he only had to bear the strain of the mind/soul. Are you thinking about recreating the Odin force? Morgana asked. I am. We have the technology, but it will take a while to gather the resources to do so, not to mention we may have to find an alternative for that combat energy. You don't like the idea? Edward asked. I think the idea of creating an energy perfectly suited to me is excellent. Obviously, we'll call it the Arcane Force since Bone Force or Edward Force are terrible names. Now that I think about it, Bone Force is not as bad a name. I don't know if you remember, but we have a lot of unfinished work, Morgana reminded. We have to update the arcane rune system, find Netheril, recreate the Speed Force, and integrate it into my system, build Tier 11 EA in the Chains of Heavens, build your ultimate magic body, increase your current strength, achieve soul divinity, create the life formula and acquire mind law, increase your willpower to 10, research a Tier 11 method, and prepare for the time game. So, there is no need for an arcane force research, at least not now. Morgana sighed as she did not even mention things like discovering if this world has primordial runes and learning about it, and began their research on void runes or other projects like building a void portal that can connect two omniverse together to facilitate easier travel or the plan to find a better navigational system by taking the space god artifact from Purple Robe Daoist. All those things are primary research focus, and Morgana did not mention all the second and tertiary research left for him to attend to. You have a point, but put it in the to-do list. Can you show me the Odin sleep chamber? You're done. Odin asked, very surprised. I am. The Allfather glanced at him before leading him to his special sleeping chamber, and Edward started his work. He was quite surprised by the technology of that bed. Is that? Yes. Universe will technology, Morgana stated. He used the universe's will to heal his injuries and preserve his body. The idea is like returning to a mother's embryonic sac and being nurtured like a baby. Edward was surprised as the Empire was still developing this technology. The idea of using the universe and its will like a mother as a form of healing and recuperation was proposed a while ago, but even with their good relationship with Chronai, the progress has been slow to moderate. Although Odin only uses a fraction of power from the universe will, it's still way ahead compared to our research, Edward commented. Look what I found. Runes. Edward was slightly surprised before remembering something. The Asgardians in the MCU do not use runic magic, unlike their counterparts in the comics. However, runes exist, primarily used for enchantments, so the dwarves are the most adept in this form of magic. The dictionary and syntax are the same as the ancient runes back home, she commented. However, magically, they acted more sorcery-like, with each rune connected or resonating with some kind of energy. These two were not surprised, as the primary magic in the MCU was sorcery, which relies more on nature, the environment, or the energy flowing through the fabric of reality. Meanwhile, the magic primarily used back home relies on internal power and one source of energy to influence all the others, mana. If we can upgrade the sleeping chamber to increase its potency, it might be the best way to prevent his body from collapsing during the treatment. Before then, we must suppress the faith poison in his body as much as possible to prevent any severe reactions during the process, Morgana added. Good. Let's get started. They made a complete plan before Edward focused on Odin and Frigga. I have a more detailed and complete treatment plan. Chapter 604, Harsh training, Edward explained the plan to Odin and Frigga, and with their acceptance, he started. The first step was to refine a potion to deal with Odin's faith poison. The poison was already too deep, so it was impossible to remove it completely, so Edward went for the option of gathering most of it in one spot before removing that body part. He did not waste time as he started his work. Odin granted him access to Asgardian resources since he needed to modify the potion formula to fit this world's needs, and he did not want to use his own. After a week, the potion was brewed, and Odin drank it. His right arm turned dark purple before Edward amputated it. The next step was to upgrade the Odin sleep chamber. This process granted access to this highly advanced Asgardian technology, which should greatly benefit him and the Empire. After his success, the chamber could sustain Odin's body as he revived his soul flame. Edward enchanted the room with the sleep chamber for the procedure. He even linked the enchantments to the soul stone to provide enough energy for the procedure. As you know, the last step of this treatment is for you to change your genetic code to become a pure energy life form, Edward explained. Before starting that step, I've left a virtual reality headset for you to practice or simulate the process. Use it wisely. He was very interested in Odin's final transformation. For many reasons, he abandoned the path of turning into a half-energy and half-flesh life form but still created spells to turn him into energy creatures if necessary. As such, he was interested in the data from Odin's transformation. Once again, I cannot thank you for everything you've done for me, my family, and Asgard, Odin said with the utmost sincerity. He had already tried the updated sleeping chamber and the revival of his soul and could already feel the effect. Although he did not know whether this would work, he had hope, and this was more than he could say since Edward arrived in his realm. It's fine. Everything is for the future. Yes, for the future. Where are you up to next? Nidavellir. I wish to meet the dwarves. Then, I will return to take the prince to Earth. I wish you the best in your journey, and I will apologize in advance for whatever my son does. Edward nodded before leaving. He had spent approximately a month in Asgard but only 2 weeks with the dwarves. He met their king, Hydra, drank with them and shared smithing and enchanting skills. Edward realized these dwarves were the real deal as their accomplishments were not below him in some categories, primarily single artifact creations. While the dwarves were not on par with him with complex systems, like Netheril, they surpassed him in making single weapons like swords, spears, or other magical tools. So, he ensured they had a good relationship to better cooperate in the future and maybe even exchange knowledge. However, for now, he worked on establishing a good relationship. After returning to Earth with Loki, he showed him his room. What's this? Asked the Asgardian prince. Your room and the Wi-Fi password. You expect me to sleep in such a cramped place? Edward looked at him. Did you come to learn or experience a luxurious vacation? I just think it's unfair. Look how much effort Asgard put into receiving you and compare it to your treatment of me. What can I say? We, Midgard sorcerers, live a more monastic and minimalist lifestyle. Plus, why are you complaining? I know for a fact you've lived in the worst circumstances during some of your expeditions with Thor and the Warrior 3. Those were different. Unfortunately for you, you can take it or leave it, Edward said before leaving, and Loki snorted coldly to display his dissatisfaction. Edward summoned him early in the morning for their first training session. He ignored the trickster god's unhappiness and immediately got to the point. Do you know about your identity? Identity? What do you mean? You're not Odin and Frigga's biological child. You were an abandoned frost giant that Odin rescued. What nonsense are you talking about? Loki asked, truly wondering whether this man was crazy. But Edward pointed at him, his skin turned blue, and his body released a cold mist. Impossible. What did you do to me? I'm sure your mother and father said something to you before you left. Loki's body paused as he remembered. His father apologized to him before saying he loved him. His mother told him to accept Edward's teaching with an open heart and be a little more forgiven. No, this can't be happening. It's the truth. Ha ha ha, Loki laughed with a mocking and deranged atmosphere. So many things now make sense. The favoritism, the alienation, and his disdain for me. The pain in his voice was palpable, and it was soon replaced by anger and hatred. The worst part is that the coward didn't even have the courage to tell me himself. Do you think your father never loved you? Isn't that obvious? He saw me as nothing but a diplomatic move to pacify the frost giants. I never had a chance at the throne, but he made it look like I did. Loki's eyes were red, and he spoke with gritted teeth. I agree with you that this was indeed a terrible decision on your father's part, but to say he did not love you. Now, this is where you're wrong. If this is how he shows his love, I don't want it. Your mother knew the truth and can be said to be complicit in hiding this lie. Do you think she did not love you? Don't talk about my mother. Loki roared as he conjured 2 daggers to attack. The daggers disintegrated before reaching Edward, and chains materialized from the ground to bind Loki, hindering his magic and movement. I know this is a hard truth to confront, but this is a necessary part of your training. How is this training? Body, mind, and soul are the three main parts needed for a sorcerer to truly reach the pinnacle of their skills. As a frost giant, I'm an Asgardian. Your body and soul have no problem, but your mind, well, describing it as fragile and corrupt is an understatement. Loki looked at him furiously. Let's get back on topic. Do you think your mother loves you? Loki did not answer. Don't make me put a truth spell on you. I promise you don't want to experience what it feels like to reveal your deepest secrets or embarrassing moments. Loki still did not say anything, so Edward raised his hand. Fine, I'll say. I'm listening. I don't know if she loves me after covering up such a lie. Think about all your time together, all the good and bad times. Do you think they were not genuine? Loki did not answer, not out of some sort of rebellion, but because he truly did not know the answer. I will show you your future if I never show up and disturb the timeline. Tell me how you feel after seeing it. Edward pointed at Loki's forehead and had his spirit experience some of the events of Earth 616. Loki looked dazed after experiencing everything, including his death and everyone that he knew and loved. This is not true, right? Tell me none of this will happen. Our timeline has diverged from its original course, but that doesn't mean none of these things will happen. Some events are considered nexus of time and are simply inevitable. What? Don't worry about those. How do you feel now after living another life? Chapter 605, Harsh Training, 2. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to think, Loki replied. All this information was too much for him to process. Tell me your first instinct, your first thought. That, I caused everything. If not for my selfish actions, maybe Mother could have been saved. Father would not have died so early before Thor was prepared for the throne. I'm the reason Thor finally stopped trying to reach out, why Asgard was destroyed. You're giving yourself too much credit. Most of the tragedies that occurred resulted from your father's actions and destiny. However, you are responsible for how terrible your relationship with your family turned out and countless other atrocities, Edward calmly stated. Loki was quiet for a few seconds, so, what should I do? See a therapist. Excuse me. I didn't stutter. Whatever deep psychological issues you have cannot be dealt with in a single day. So, you need a therapist. You're serious? You expect a god like me to see a therapist? Why not? I've done it, and there is nothing embarrassing about it, Edward replied. If you're worried about a mortal being your doctor, I know an artificial intelligence specially programmed to deal with mental health issues. I'll let you use it. Absolutely not. I will do no such thing. Edward shrugged. I wanted to give you the illusion that you had a choice. I guess that's no longer happening. You. Follow me for the next training step, Edward ordered as he opened a portal to the mirror dimension. Loki was shocked at what he saw inside the mirror dimension, a colossal tower that rose to the cloud. The thing was so magnificent that he thought he was momentarily at the palace. However, this was not the main reason for his shock. What's this? My magic tower. It's my laboratory. Unfortunately, it's not up to standard. Are you serious? Loki could feel the crazy amount of energy pumping through this tower. He had only seen this level of energy once in his life, and it was when his father was working on the Odin force and showed it to him and Thor. Edward was not trying to brag. He created the tower to replace his floating city. However, although he had a spare of all his machines in his personal interdimensional ring, the tower could not replicate the energy availability of Netheril without access to the mana grid. He tried different methods by searching many dimensions to siphon energy from, but they all paled compared to the infinite energy from the mana grid. Edward led Loki to an empty room full of magic circles. What are we doing here? I'm going to show you what true power is and that it does not need to be destructive, Edward explained. Morgana, let's begin. The enchantments activated to form a cube at the center of the room. What do you think this is? A cub? A tesseract? A new universe, Edward replied, and before Loki could process the shock, he took him inside. It was, Edward stated, a vast and empty universe. Is this what the universe looked like at the beginning of time? Loki asked. Probably, except the Celestials were present to mold into what it is today. The Celestials are real. He had heard rumors and stories from his father and mother when he was young. Morgana, begin with the next step. Loki watched in shock as matter began appearing in this new universe, rapidly forming a coherent cosmic system of planets, stars, systems, galaxies, and so on. Loki felt his senses elevated beyond anything he had ever achieved, which allowed him to observe with scary acuity the entire process of this universe's formation. How is that possible? He just watched an entire universe form before his eyes in the spawn of what felt like a few minutes. Magic is beautiful and fascinating, isn't it? How is this magic? You just recreated our universe, including the laws of nature and physics. This is the power of a true god, a god of creation. A god is nothing but someone with abilities that the mind cannot comprehend or fathom, Edward replied calmly. Plus, things are not over yet. Loki's senses then detected a hidden layer or dimension of this universe with a pool of white liquid. A phantom suddenly materialized from the pool, and a magic circle above it was activated to turn it into a physical body. Life, you've created life. The body part is easy to create once you've successfully decoded any life form's genetic code. The tricky part is condensing the soul, that takes real skill. Loki watched in horror as batches of individuals were manufactured in that pool before being sent to different planets across this vast universe. Interestingly, they were not all humans but creatures of different varieties, including non-carbon and plant-based life forms. After creating exactly 100 trillion lives, the process stopped. Loki and Edward watched how these ignorant creatures tried to survive in their chosen habitats across the universe. Morgana, don't forget to choose some planets to allow for natural evolution, Edward ordered. He received data about the evolution of Earth from the Fate universe, including the exact conditions of how single-cell organisms evolved into multi-cell organisms to the modern-day humans or Homo sapiens. So, it posed no difficulty in recreating these conditions. At this point, Loki was genuinely speechless. However, Edward was now focused on this experiment. Is everything done? Yes, Morgana replied. No problem, right? We're good. Edward nodded. This experiment was not to show off before Loki. Instead, he had two main objectives. Firstly, it was his way of achieving level 10 willpower, as he felt Chris' method was too slow. Every single individual in this world contains his soul imprint, which they will pass down to their descendants. When the time comes, Edward can relive the life of every single individual in this universe as a way to temper his willpower. The second purpose of this experiment is to determine how to achieve Tier 11 and the study of the universe will. Morgana is currently this universe's will, in charge of controlling or regulating everything. Then, when the time is right, they will branch out and create more universes with time law. In other words, they will create their own mini-multiverse with Morgana as the primary will. This thing is not taking too much of your processing power. Nope, but if you add a few more universes, we will be in trouble. We can wait until the Speed Force is created. Edward finally focused on Loki and took him out. What do you think? What can I think? You sound defeated. Loki did not answer. He thought he could come here to steal the sorcerer's source of power, but now he realized how much of a joke his plan was. All his schemes are laughable before such tremendous power. How would you feel if I said you have the potential to achieve such a level of strength? I would tell you I'm not as gullible as my brother. Then, see for yourself. Edward pointed at Loki's head before sending his spirit on a voyage through the multiverse to experience the powers of many of his most powerful variants. He even saw a variant of himself that used illusion magic to create an entire universe to fool one of his opponents. Are those really me? Yes, with different life experiences and choices, but in essence, they are all you. All his life, he thought and felt inferior to Thor, but now, he realizes his hidden potential. Please teach me, Loki said. No. What? I'm just kidding, Edward chuckled. I will teach you, but you're not ready yet. What do you mean I'm not ready? You crave power but have no respect for it, and that's a dangerous combination. So, you want me to learn how to respect power? That's correct. And how exactly will you do? By making you really work for it. Come, follow me. Chapter 606, Harsh Training, 3. Edward led Loki to an empty room. First, you need to choose a path or expertise. What do you mean? You have a long lifespan, enough time to study many subjects. However, picking a subject as your primary focus is still in your best interest. What's your expertise? Space-time, death, and elemental magic. Can I choose those? Yes, but I recommend you don't, Edward replied. The best suited path for you is illusion and ice magic. Can I choose thunder magic? If you wish. All right, I choose thunder. Loki saw Edward's face and quickly said, all right, I'm just joking. I choose illusion. Are you sure? Edward's face was calm, almost deadpan. As I said, denying a fundamental part of yourself is not the answer. I made it my choice. It seems you need to start your therapy sessions as soon as possible, Edward commented before putting on a wristwatch on Loki before the latter could react. What's this? It will connect you to the virtual therapist I mentioned. And before you do something stupid, it is programmed to punish you if you try removing it or miss any sessions. Punishment. What kind of punishment? Loki instantly felt a sense of regret after those words instinctively came out of his mouth, and he was correct to feel that way. The watch released a potent electrical current that had him convulsing on the ground. Damn it, that was terrible, Loki gasped. The process only lasted 10 seconds, and he was used to electricity because of his brother, but this one was especially terrible. You didn't have to do that. But I did. Otherwise, how would you learn? Edward calmly waved his hand to summon the Gate of Truth. What is this? Loki felt a natural awe at this door for some reason. You'll know later. The gate activated, which in turn changed the environment. They found themselves in a large library that seemed endless. Edward led the shocked Loki to one section. This is the beginner illusion section. You have 3 days. Read as much as you can. Edward walked away, leaving a puzzled Loki. After hesitating momentarily, the trickster god picked a book and started reading. He was immediately lost in the content. Edward was about to continue his work since he was about to be busy with personal research once Loki was settled, but he changed direction after sensing something. You're back. Yes. The Sanctorium in Antarctica is finished, and I'm heading to Lagos. However, I thought of checking things before leaving, the Ancient One replied. No problem. So far, the Ancient One nodded. What about you? How was your trip? Odin is fully on board. That would explain why he sent his sons to Earth. The Ancient One did not doubt Edward's ability to convince Odin, but he thought the old man would have more reservations. What about the other realms? I've made friends with the dwarves, but they don't completely trust me. So, it is still a work in progress. I didn't visit the other realms since I didn't want Odin to mistrust me, thinking I was trying to take his allies from him. That's a good choice. The Ancient One understood how easily it is for people in power to become suspicious of others. What about the other factions in the universe? Have you decided what to do with them? Not yet. I know I'll use the Nova Empire in some ways, but my plan still needs some fine-tuning. Plus, I'll focus on Earth first before spreading out. Well, if you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. The two talked for a while over tea before separating. 3 days later, Edward walked to the room where Loki was reading a book surrounded by a small pile. Obviously, he had not slept for the past 3 days, but this was nothing for someone of his physique. Time's up. The library disappeared, and they returned to the previously empty room. No, I'm almost done reading that. The 3 days are up. I just need another hour to finish that book. Just give me 3 months, and I'll finish this section. I said 3 days, so you only get 3 days. Loki gritted his teeth as he realized the men wouldn't budge. Don't be like this. The Kamartaj sorcerer must pay to access my library. On account of your status, I gave you 3 days free. Pay. How much do you want? I'll pay you as much gold as you want to let me finish. Do you think I'm someone who is lacking in wealth? Edward casually raised his hand to transmute a piece of gold ball before dissipating it. Then, how do I continue my reading? Law of equivalent exchange. You want my knowledge, exchange it for yours, Edward explained. Unfortunately for you, your mother already exchanged Asgard's main library and her personal knowledge for access, so you can't use that. Loki wanted to curse. So, you'll have to act like the other sorcerers and go on dangerous missions to acquire points, which can be exchanged for books or reading time. Loki secretly sighed as he realized how bad his life in Midgard was about to become. Now, let's focus on the task at hand. What did you think of your 3 days of reading? Summarize it succinctly. Organize, clear, and systemic, Loki replied without hesitation. Elaborate. I've read sorcery books from different cultures and regions, but I despise them because most saw magic as a mysterious force instead of science with clear and logical rules, like Asgard. However, your books are even more systematic than ours. It's obvious this is not the work of one person, but countless illusion sorcerers who spent years studying and organizing their findings. There is even a book that details a person's level of illusion magic. The content of the books did not fundamentally change Loki's views and understanding of illusion magic. However, they made him realize his foundational understanding of this field was not as robust as he believed. There were things he knew instinctively but did not understand, but not enough to teach to someone else. The first book made him realize that, and because it was easily digestible, with practice exercises and such, he was immediately enthralled. As such, he became a little confident after reading a few books, until he read one titled, A Roadmap to Illusion Magic. The book explained how illusion magic was divided into 5 skill levels: beginner, intermediary, advanced, expert, and mastery. The book contained a test to determine a person's skill level, and Loki was shocked to realize he was only at the intermediate level, not even advanced. Another shocker was the implications that some fields of magic had developed to the point that their levels above mastery. He did not believe this information and checked the requirements for higher skill levels, and they made sense to him, especially since the book contained a recording of someone using advanced illusion magic, and that person reminded him of his mother. Sadly, he could only watch recordings one level above his skills. You're correct about that, Edward acknowledged. He only dabbled in illusion magic, and the only time he spent studying was when building Skynet or the Empire's virtual reality world. What skill level are you? Loki immediately became embarrassed. Intermediate. That's about right, and you're probably still in the middle stages of that skill level, Edward nodded. Loki almost blushed, but he quickly asked, can you tell me what skill level is beyond mastery? There is the limit level and the conceptual afterward. However, I was the only conceptual level skills in my homeworld. I can kind of understand the idea of a skill that reaches the limit, but what are conceptual level skills? It's when you can control your field from their source or the very rules that make reality. Is that possible? Yes. Loki was silent momentarily before muttering, could I ever reach such a level? You can, and it's not as impossible as you think. If your knowledge and skill can reach mastery, you can jump to a conceptual level if you meet the willpower requirements. However, if you don't, you can only continue on your craft to reach the limit level since you cannot observe or control the laws of the universe. Well, unless you become a faith god, but I'll kill you myself if you choose this path. Wow, that's with this sudden hostility, Loki thought as he shivered. He quickly removed this sensation from his body. What do you mean by willpower? That's not something of your skill level to worry about. Now, follow me for the next part of your training. Chapter 607, Harsh Training, Finale. Loki looked at the sorcerer before him. What's the meaning of this? This is Sorcerer Baduk, a master of hand-to-hand combat, Edward explained calmly. He is your opponent. Do you think I'm so weak that a mortal sorcerer can defeat me? Loki felt truly insulted. Yes, he was nowhere near Edward's level, but compared to the rest of Midgard, he was a true god. The rules are no magic or spell. You can choose a weapon over there, Edward continued calmly, pointing at the weapon rack. Is that supposed to make a difference? The difference in the physiology between an Asgardian and a human was so vast that it did not matter what skill that sorcerer learned, it wouldn't make a difference. Begin. Baduk rushed toward his opponent with great speed, which surprised Loki. However, his battle instinct still kicked in, allowing him to evade the first punch. The fight officially started, but the Asgardian prince fell on the floor less than 3 minutes later due to a sweeping kick. Damn it, that doesn't count. I was caught off guard. Is that so? Then, prepare yourself for a second round, Edward replied calmly. Read, set, start. Loki was super focused and noticed a white aura floating around his opponent's body. His senses also noticed an unknown energy that resembled the utilization of life force to strengthen the body for combat. He was determined not to be humiliated again, so Loki decided to take this sight seriously. As such, he was prepared when his opponent rushed toward him. He responded, using all his skills and fighting experience. Sadly, he was defeated in about 10 minutes. Impossible. Loki was questioning his life. Did you help him? Are you secretly helping him? Don't use me as an excuse for your weakness, Edward responded calmly. Did he help? Yes, but only technically. A month was not enough for the most skilled sorcerers to catch up to an Asgardian, let alone someone from the royal family. So, during the 3 days Loki spent in the library, Edward found one of the most promising sorcerers in the Camartage and put him in a time acceleration room to train until he surpassed the trickster god's skill level. Do you want a third round? Yes, Loki replied with gritted teeth. And this time, I'll use a weapon. He walked to the rack and picked up 2 daggers. Baduk picked an Akrafina, a blade-type weapon from West Africa. The result was the same, even worse, he lost in less than 5 minutes. Loki lay on the floor, feeling more humiliated than ever. Pride is not necessarily a bad thing, but only a fool will let it get in their way, Edward taught patiently. Master Baduk will be your daily sparring partner. Now, follow me. Loki slowly stood up and quietly followed through the portal. He found himself in what felt like a volcano. The intense heat in the room made someone of his physique sweat, indicating the heat level they were dealing with. He looked at the instruments with puzzlement. Everything looked at a smithery he once visited in Nidavellir. Come, follow my lead. Edward changed clothes, leaving only pants and boots with no shirt on. He started to play around with a few oars, teaching Loki a basic hammer technique. After an hour of non-stop hammering, the Asgardian had enough and was about to ask questions. You should have acclimated to the heat by now, Edward suddenly said. Now, use this technique. A rune appeared before him, and Loki felt a vast amount of information interesting in his mind. He instinctively used the method, swallowing a swirl of red and yellow energy into his body. He immediately winced in pain as he felt his soul burning and thousands of knives cutting every part of his body. Loki fell to the ground as the pain was too much. What is this? He asked with a heavy breath. Mind, soul, and body are the three main elements to make a great sorcerer. Your mind is flawed, but that can be corrected with proper mental care. Your soul and body are inherently better than humans, but still not good enough. So, I gave you a special meditation technique to purify your soul with flame energy and temper your body with metal energy. Does the process need to be this difficult? As I said before, you have no respect for power despite your unquenchable thirst for it. So, I will ensure you work hard for every ounce of power you gain under my tutelage. Do you really think that will teach me respect? It should. And if it doesn't, I'll try a more extreme way. And if that doesn't work, I'll stop teaching you and return you home, Edward explained calmly. He needs people to stand with him, not people that will cause more trouble. So, if Loki disappoints him, he'll just choose another person. And if he turns on him and becomes a problem, he'll kill him, even if that means becoming Odin's foe. All right, enough rest. Continue training. Loki groaned, couldn't you make the pain lesser? At least give me some time to adapt. Loki was surprised he did not get an immediate no, so he was excited. He did not mind the harsh training as long as he could get power, but he did not want to start at such a high intensity. You have the highest affinity with the ice element, so that's why the flame technique has such a harsh effect on you. So, if you learn another ice meditation technique, you should be able to reduce the pain. I'm fine, Loki immediately said with gritted teeth. He closed his eyes to inhale this room's fire and metal energy. He held on despite the pain, but after 5 minutes, he had to stop. Don't lay on the floor. Use the hammer technique along with the breathing method I taught you. It will accelerate your body's natural healing. Loki followed the direction with great difficulty but was surprised after a few swings. He felt a cool feeling rushing from his toes to every part of his body. He felt invigorated and back to his prime in a very short period. Back to meditation. Loki's mouth twitched as he repeated the process of torturing his body and soul, recuperating before starting again. The entire process lasted 2 hours before stopping. The good news is by the end of this training session, he could meditate for 10 minutes straight without having to stop and recuperate. Try to condense your aura. Aura. It's in the information I sent you. Loki focused on his mind before a light blue aura condensed on his fist. He followed the knowledge to control this power before making a few punches, leaving air waves boom. How do you feel? Strong. That's it. I feel like I can better utilize my physical strength. It's now easier to condense and weaponize. That's one of the main aspects of aura. However, you have barely tapped into the potential of this power, Edward explained. From now on, your schedule will be meditation in the room for 2 hours in the morning, followed by a 1-hour break. Then, 2 hours of sparring with Master Baduk, another hour of break, and another 2 hours of meditation sessions. Then, 3-hour therapy sessions in the afternoon, and you'll be free the rest of the day. I'll check on your progress every 2 weeks. Wait, what about sorcery training? You didn't say anything about that. You can read the regular books in Kamartaj, but you won't have access to my library until 6 months later. If you meet my expectations, you can start taking missions to earn reading time. And what are these expectations? You don't need to know the exact details. However, no, I will fail you if you don't put all your efforts for the next 6 months. Chapter 608, Morgana Small Update. Edward calmly looked at the departing Loki, deep in thought. From what he knows, after Loki Season 2, Loki transitioned from the god of mischief to the god of stories, gaining the power to twist the infinite multiverse into a tree similar to Yggdrasil. Such a feat or power is a minimum perfect tier 11 and maybe even tier 12. The Loki variants are still independent, meaning Loki skipped tier 11, Edward thought. For now, his strength is not important. I'm more concerned about his plan and objective. If things proceeded smoothly, Loki would have freed the multiverse while the TVA dealt with Kang's variants to prevent another multiversal war. But now, things have become even more complicated. All timelines were fusing, meaning Loki's Yggdrasil tree will revert to a state of a single, sacred timeline, which would then compete with the sacred timeline of Marvel Comics, leaving one timeline that has experienced a brutal eliminating process. It seems this is how Marvel and DC universes have chosen to prepare for the upcoming war, Edward thought. Goes, God of stories, Loki should know this, so what is his plan? I don't believe for a moment he did not notice my existence, but he did nothing. There are many possible answers to this question. Goes Loki might not care since his strength guarantees he will survive the convergence. Many signs show that his new position is a prison as he cannot leave the core of Yggdrasil or intervene much in other timelines. Maybe this convergence is a way for him to escape, Edward analyzed. No, things will never be this simple. Goes Loki went from a small fry of less than tier 5 to tier 12 in one event. Such power cannot be granted without a price and is not something he should have been able to achieve on his own. The universe will likely grant him this position to ensure the multiverse proceeds smoothly. Then, the convergence happened, complicating the entire situation. Edward grunted as he was mildly annoyed for many reasons. He knew many people were more powerful than him in this universe, but knowing one was so close and powerful and might be secretly watching him, it was not a good feeling. It did not help that a being like Loki could not be observed through the time stone, time magic, or divination. Forget it, since I can do nothing except prepare for the worst-case scenario. He opened a portal outside of Wakanda and waited. He did not wait long as a delegate soon appeared outside to greet him. "We've been waiting for your arrival," King Chaka said. "By your words, I'm guessing it is good news." "Yes, we have agreed to exchange vibranium for your photonic crystals. This is the agreed-upon contract." Doral Malaj handed Edward a contract, and he read it instantly. There was nothing wrong with the contract, and it was not even magical. The only negative aspect was that vibranium was valued at least 20% higher than what he expected it to be worth. Of course, he hasn't studied vibranium, so his estimate might be off. Regardless, Edward did not care about the price, as his main target was to make allies, so he was willing to make a small loss in their first exchange. "I see nothing wrong," he said before signing it. Then, a box full of photonic crystals appeared before him. The Wakandan brought the vibranium, and both left. Although this was their first exchange, it was relatively peaceful, with the hope of further cooperation. Edward headed to his tower to start his research. He did not immediately analyze the vibranium but entered a special room and activated all the enchantments. The time and soul stones floated at the center, and after a few seconds of the time the stone utilized its power, dozens of soul stones appeared in the room, releasing an intense amount of energy. Most of the energy went to Edward's achievements of soul divinity, while the rest went to his chest, where he started building a second heart, the dragon heart. The heart was unique as the amount of cells it contained was astronomical. Then, Edward started storing mana in these trillions upon trillions of cells to increase his strength. "How is it looking?" "Everything is fine," Morgana replied after monitoring his vitals. "We can store mana in other cells in your body, meaning your body and aura will increase, so we don't have to worry about the body being unable to bear the new heart." "Excellent. Can we enter passive training mode?" "It will remove some of my process power, but it's not a major deal." "Then do it." Morgana took control of gathering mana in the heart while Edward focused on his to-do list. His first task was the Speed Force. He had all the data he needed from Barry Allen, so he delved into the project. Edward began to engrave runes and magic circles in the air, and he did not stop even after billions of them. Once in a while, he will add rare ores at specific occasions or inject unique energies into the enchantments. After an unknown amount of time, Edward was left with a red cube that released red lightning all over the room. "How is it?" "Everything is running fine," Morgana said, her eyes shining brightly. "In that case, let's begin the last step." "Good. Installing new server, success, beginning fusion process, transitioning, speed characteristics, into, speed of thought characteristics, transition complete." Her small elf's body released a golden light as soon as she finished these words. Once everything ended, her purple hair contained traces of red, making her more lively than ever. Was this necessary? Edward rolled his eyes. The true transformation won't occur until he fuses the Speed Force with her primary server back home. Yes. Whatever. Let's test what you can do. Analyze the vibranium we received. As you wish. She swiftly scans one sample. Wow, this thing is amazing. It is. Its main traits like energy absorption, nearly indestructible, and vibration manipulations are nothing special, but its greatest asset is its versatility. A screen appeared before Edward with all the data she had calculated with such a brief scan. So much, he thought. Its greatest asset is versatility and adaptation, Morgana explained. According to my calculation and simulations, vibranium will positively increase the properties of all ores and alloys once fused with it, including both magical and non-magical materials. Moreover, this is true for 97% of all recorded materials of the Empire. Really? Yes, and guess this, it's an even better material for the floating cities than magicium. You're serious? Edward created magicium especially to navigate the void energy in the void. Magicium can only resist the corroding of void energy, and with the void shield, we still have to use a lot of money to repair the floating city after every voyage. But if we add vibranium, magicium will gain the ability to adapt to void energy until it becomes resistant. That is good news, Edward nodded. There are more. Many projects deemed impossible due to material engineering can be completed with the addition of vibranium, including the creation of EA. Edward smiled as this was more good news. Can we artificially synthesize it? We have the technology, Morgana said with a frown. But it's a very complex metal, so the yield will not meet our needs. She can foresee how much this metal will be a fundamental part of the Empire's development. So, we need more mines. Edward muttered. There should be a few places in the universe where it's naturally occurring. Send golems to mine them. If it's not enough, send them to plunder the multiverse. I already scanned the following 50 galaxies and found a few places with large and small reserves. Morgana showed him a map as she ordered the golems to their destination. However, I recommend we be careful with large-scale interference of the multiverse in this place. You have a point, Edward nodded. Now, let's focus on more pressing issues. Chapter 609, 2008. See if you can now locate Netheril. Edward asked. Got it. Morgana took a moment while frowning. Found it. A screen appeared before Edward, and his eyes immediately squinted. Is that? I'm afraid so. Edward grunted. This is far from good news. What should we do now? I'll need a concrete plan to have a slight chance at capturing it back. By the way, would it be more cost-effective just to abandon it and build a new one? No, there are a few irreplaceable things we left inside, so we must recapture it no matter what, Morgana replied. Plus, can you really give it up? Of course not, Edward muttered. Netheril was what he considered his first masterpiece in the artificer field, and he would not abandon it so easily, given how much sentimental value it had. Retrieving Netheril will have to take a backseat for now for once I'm stronger and better prepared. Now, check on Albian. All right. Morgana did not take long this time and had an answer almost immediately. She then showed him an image of a chained dragon. He's captured. By who? And why? Hold on. Let me use a retrospective spell to check what happened to him. It took a moment to use that spell. Apparently, he landed on a nearby star system from Earth 125. After healing his injuries, he checked the surroundings for a planet with nearby life and found Earth. He fought with the Avengers and defeated or killed a few before trying to conquer the planet. Then, the Ancient One intervened and sealed him. I swear this dragon has the worst luck imaginable, Edward sighed. Could you detect whether his soul has been breached? The situation could aggravate if the Ancient One on Earth 125 found knowledge about the Empire or even his universe in general from Albian's mind. It doesn't appear to be so, but my calculations indicate that there was plenty of room for error. Edward pondered. He placed strict restrictions on the dragon's soul as part of their agreement to bring him on this voyage. However, some of these methods might not work or weaken in this universe, so he must consider this possibility. It seems that I must get him, he muttered. Edward did not immediately leave as he directed his senses to his second heart. He felt the powerful mana coursing through the dragon heart. How much energy have we gathered? You are currently on par with a middle demon god with energy on par with 27 universes. That's a tremendous improvement given only 150 years had passed. However, how did you know about demon gods? From the written records left behind. By Agamotto, I've calculated the strengths of the demon gods. 1 to 25 universes is lower tier, 26 to 50 is middle, 51 to 75 is upper, and beyond 76 are kings. This reminded me of the bloodline limits, Edward muttered softly. Anyway, if kings are 76 and above, the strength disparity with them could be vast. A king that has conquered or swallowed 200 universes will be vastly more powerful than one with just 76. So, depending on the demon god king, the strength disparity could be a nightmare. Do you think there is a specific amount of energy I have to amass before I can attempt to become tier 11? Edward asked. This question is worth exploring, Morgana responded. For example, if someone had enough power to destroy 1,000,000 universes, would such power still fall under the category of tier 10, or would they be considered tier 11 without the essence? What about tier 12? We know they can destroy a multiverse, but what differentiates them from tier 11? Let's find out. For this kind of information that would require a lot of time and resources to research, it's best to get the answer directly. So, Edward accessed the Akashic record to find his answer. His new strength increases his security level, giving him access to more valuable information. The minimum level before attempting to reach tier 11 is energy on par with 1,000 universes, Edward stated. Tier 11 multiversal entities' base power is 100,000 universes. They can access the energy of their variants across the multiverse and use it as they see pleased. What a vast difference, Morgana muttered. 100,000 is the bare minimum. Based on a person's soul levels or achievements and other factors, the number of variants tier 11 can take energy from will increase. Edward suddenly squinted. What is it? My theory was correct, there is such a thing as a perfect tier 11. The way the multiverse evolves makes it impossible for someone to exist in every timeline, as some timelines are so different from each other that one might think they were not even in the same concept of existence. According to them, perfect tier 11s are on par with the weakest tier 12, and it's way easier for them to enter the next tier. Did they say how to achieve tier 12? Or even any information about it? No, the information is still beyond my security level. That's a shame. At least, we now know a little more than before. Plus, I'm sure Merlin will show up after you reach tier 11. Edward nodded. Alright, what's next on the schedule? The wool tempering world is ready. Before we proceed to stage 2 of the experiment, you can use it now to reach a 10 willpower. That's great news. What else? 3 months ago, Dark Camartage was officially created. Oh. What year is it? 2008. So, 3 years passed outside. Show me. Edward looked at the result and nodded after seeing more than 150 sorcerers with the same eyes as Caecilius. Caecilius did an excellent job for such a short period. However, it's still not enough. Edward sent him a message to praise and tell him to speed up things. He also allowed Caecilius to see his family's soul once. What else? Mordo should be returning soon, and the new Sanctum Sanctorum was already building, thus boosting Earth's defensive system. More good news, Edward nodded with a smile. How is my apprentice doing? He only saw Loki after 6 months of notice and approval of the latter's progress, so he granted him a gate of truth and access to Camartage's mission system. He's been desperate the past 3 years, going on the hardest missions for his strength level. He can now be considered a peak tier 5 continental level by the sorcerer system. Edward nodded. It's impossible for Loki to reach tier 5 in 3 years using the arcane system without access to countless resources. However, his skill now allowed him to create illusions on a continental scale or trick a tier 5 arcanist from the Empire. Lastly, you should check on your clone since the main event is about to start. Alright. Edward closed his eyes to sink in with his clone. So, where is Tony Stark? Edward, now the Undersecretary of the World Security Council, a position once held by Alexander Pierce, asked. Fury furrowed his one eye. S.H.I.E.L.D. had just learned of Stark's disappearance and did not plan to report to the Council until the situation was resolved. Yet, somehow, they already knew. He did not like how this council member who recently rose through power at an alarming speed had so much control over his organization, despite the fact it was his job to oversee S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation is still developing, and we know very little. However, I promise you we will resolve it as soon as possible. I know you will, Edward responded. I'm not here to blame or pressure you. I just want a status update and whether you need anything to get things as quickly as possible. As of now, I don't need anything. Although Fury had his gripes about this new council member, he also had to admit the latter was the most agreeable, even compared to Alexander Pierce, who had given him the director position. Very well. Edward ended the communication. Chapter 610, True Hydra. Morgana, how is Thor doing? Edward asked his computer. Although he was only a clone, he still created his own artificial intelligence to make work and life easier. Although it was nothing compared to the genuine thing, this level of technology was still miles ahead of Earth in this time period. Morgana did her magic as the computer screen changed to show him pictures, videos, and countless written pieces about Thor. As you can see, he is a famous author named Donald Odinson. His innovative stories about Norse mythology have captured a wide range of readers from across the globe. That's quite ingenious, Edward chuckled. He guessed these stories were based on Thor's adventure, allowing him to add some authenticity to his writing. As the saying goes, write what you know. Do you think he's changed? Yes, I believe he's changed, learning a bit of humility. In that case, the final test should show up soon. According to the plan to train Thor, Odin will also send the Destroyer to teach Thor about sacrifice, along with his mother teaching him through dreams every night so as not to waste the 3 years he's on Earth. Once Thor proves he is again worthy, he will regain all his powers and memories from the training. Did he actually meet Jane? And it seems they are close friends. I guess some people are fated with one another, Edward commented as he saw a photo of these two. He closed the screen and relaxed his body on his chair, deep in thought. He will try to get the Avengers together in the next few years to prepare for the future. His relationship with Wakanda drastically increased when he brought Ulysses Klaus to them. It would be ideal to bring Namor and the people of Talokan on his side, but he felt it would be more difficult given Namor's personality. Once the battle officially starts and his people are affected, Namor will have no choice but to join. But before then, it's very unlikely, Edward pondered. So, my next target should be the Nor dimension or Ta Lo. Those special dimensions could be of great help, and he had already prepared for the alliance by sending Aisha home and saving Ingli, Shang-Chi's mother, a year earlier. Beep. Beep. We have an emergency, Morgana suddenly said as the screen started. What is it? Someone has stolen the Tesseract. What are you talking about? Countless of our systems have been invaded and made to look operational. Meanwhile, a group of men led by Brock Romlo has infiltrated our base and taken the Tesseract. Romlo. How is that possible? Edward had long taken full control of all Hydra members to use as his own. He hurriedly checked his computer, and Morgana said he saw Romlo and a group of men entering a military jeep and driving away. Follow him. Yes. Edward had launched a sorcerer eye, meaning he had the best satellite in the world. He tracked this group, and even when they traveled to an isolated area without cameras, he had eyes on them. They soon arrived at a base, but Edward did not recognize it as one of the Hydras under his control. Romlo and his men soon arrived at their destination, where a well-dressed middle-aged man was waiting for them. They bowed politely to him before handing him a suitcase with the tesseract. The man opened and checked the suitcase before frowning. You've been followed. What? How is that possible? We were extra careful. The man ignored Romlo and raised his head to look at the sky. Edward could feel his gaze directed toward him. Interesting, he muttered before standing up and opening a portal in their direction. Edward looked at these people and immediately frowned. The seal I placed in your souls, why is it gone? He ensured to have complete control of Hydra, and he had no mercy in the method he used to do so. That would be my work, replied the well-dressed gentleman. And who might you be? Now is not the time for introduction. Edward sniffed. I can smell that disgusting smell of sulfur and corruption. You're from hell. The gentleman paused before smiling. It seems I underestimated you. I thought my greatest threat was the Sorcerer Supreme. In that case, let me properly introduce myself. I am the 9th Hell Lord, Mephisto. Edward furrowed his brow. Mephisto is a famous comic character who never appeared in the MCU. In the comics, he is indeed a ruler of hell. As such, Edward theorized that he would be one of the 36 Hell Lords that the Ancient One mentioned. However, he never thought the ladder would be so high. According to records, the top 10 Hell Lords are all on par with the demon gods' kings. Luckily, they cannot descend into the material world with their own body, and it appears it's the same for this one. How did you weasel your way into Earth? You seem to know a lot, Mephisto replied. How would someone from Camartage not know about you? Edward replied. Is that so? The Hell Lord's eyes shone for a brief moment. To answer your question, it's thanks to you. Me. The 2 souls you summoned from hell. Caecilius' family. Exactly. You're lying. These souls should have been in either heaven or the underworld. What do they have to do with you? From what he knew of this world's afterlife, only sinners are judged in the hell dimension, while other souls are judged based on their religious beliefs. If they have none, their souls are sent to a neutral underworld to be judged. I take great offense to these words. I never lie. Said the devil. No, the Lord of Devils. Touché. So, are you going to answer my question? Why should I? Mephisto asked. Fair point, Edward nodded. Hand over the tesseract. Those are bold words, Mephisto said with a polite smile, but his eyes contained bottomless cruelty. Maybe if your real body was here, Edward countered. He had nothing to fear about this essentially meat puppet avatar. The two gazed at each other, the air breaking apart due to their clash of aura. A portal suddenly appeared, followed by a terrifying flame that burned everything in sight. Edward waved his hand to dissipate the flame, but Mephisto and Romlo were gone. Luckily, he saved the tesseract by burning one of Mephisto's hands. The cube case flew into his hands, and Edward checked the contents. Emergency, Morgana suddenly said from a watch he was wearing. What is it now? All the agents and Hydra bases we had controlled over disappeared. All of them. Yes, and they left a message for you. She showed him one of the bases with bold red paint. Cut one head, and another will grow back. So, we've lost control of Hydra. It seems so, Morgana replied. The last thing we wanted to happen, an uncontrollable variable, Edward grunted. We need to contact the main body so he can deal with this situation. I'm already watching, suddenly said a voice. Good. I'll leave it to you. Camartage. Edward was already doing his best to locate Mephisto or any of the Hydra branches but to no avail. He exhaled deeply. You should expect this since Mephisto is more powerful than you, Morgana said. Although he's only an avatar, his means will still be extraordinary. I know this, but we need to do something. Otherwise, many of our plans will be disrupted if Mephisto suddenly interferes. Do you have any ideas? We need to occupy him for a while, Edward suggested. And I may have a way. But first, let's find the connection between Caecilius and Mephisto. I don't want any more surprises. It was now apparent that this timeline had experienced greater changes than he anticipated, and things might start to get out of control. Chapter 611, R.A. Edward's eyes gazed at the past, and he saw the truth. Before Caecilius pursued Camartage and mysticism to save his wife, she did the same before him once their child was on the verge of dying. In fact, he had the idea once he was dealing with her belongings after her passing. One of Adria's attempts was a ceremony that connected her to Mephisto. From that day on, she and that child's soul secretly belonged to the Hell Lord, who has been planning how to descend into the material world. In fact, based on what Edward saw, Mephisto almost succeeded by tricking Adria, but she caught on and stopped at the last minute. Afterward, Mephisto started to lurk to find his opportunity, which arrived when Edward summoned these souls from the afterlife. There was no such thing in the information we had before, meaning our information was incomplete or. This timeline has been radically changed, Morgana finished. What other things are different than expected? Edward asked. His clone should have done this kind of work. Nothing unexpected yet, but we have confirmed that Defenders and the Shield people, like Sky, Gemma, and Leo, do not exist in this timeline. These are all talented people, and it would help us plenty if they were here, Edward commented. These people would have shown in the world had they had access to his training and knowledge. We need to move up the plan, Morgana suggested. Indeed, Edward nodded, preparing to move. Wait, we have another bad news. What is it? The twins are gone. What? He immediately checked, and as expected, Wanda and her brother were gone from the family he placed them in. Mephisto should have made a move. She's the Scarlet Witch. Of course, he would be interested, Morgana explained. So, what now? We'll do what we usually do, prepare for all possibilities, especially the worst-case scenario. Firstly, let's distract Mephisto, so he doesn't have much time to deal with us. With a single thought, he scanned the entire planet, finding all the people in this place with the highest sins or negative karma. He cursed those people to die rapidly over the course of the next 5 years before focusing on the ones who were about to die immediately. Soul corruption. Edward then places nasty corruption in their souls and even soul flame. As he watched these people die, he focused on the rest of the universe and did the same. Good move. Even these Hell Lords should have a headache dealing with all these corrupted souls, Morgana nodded. Once all these sinful and corrupted souls enter Hell, it will momentarily cause chaos, thus distracting Mephisto and the other Hell Lords. You should send a message that this was a gift to Mephisto, make the other Hell Lords know this trouble is because of him, she suggested. I doubt this is enough to create infighting, but who knows? Maybe someone may use this as an excuse to cause trouble for Mephisto. That's a great idea, Edward nodded before leaving a message in these people's souls saying, hope you like this gift, Mephisto. Edward wanted to peep at the chaos in Hell right now, but with how powerful these entities are, it's not wise to peep at them currently. Edward teleported to a secret facility under shields. This facility was so secret that even Fury, the director, did not know its existence. In fact, besides Edward, only 3 other people knew it existed, including the president, and he allowed them to know because he wanted this organization to be a governmental sanction to give them legitimacy. In fact, these 3 people did not even know exactly what this place was and did, and the information was protected in their minds and souls. Edward pondered about conquering Earth and establishing a new arcane empire. However, this world was weird and rejected tyrants or any form of absolute ruler. In all the possibilities he saw, he had to spend years quelling rebellions as people kept rejecting his reign. Even if he tried using means of mind or soul control, some entity would interfere and lead to chaos in the empire, which he has to quell. As such, after much analysis, he realized the best approach is to use the existing system while also doing things more from the shadows. Edward entered a room full of people in glass tubes and green liquid. Activate them. Under Morgana's control, the glasses opened, nanites turned into clothes for these people, and they flew into direct places, immediately getting into positions. The facility that was barely running was now completely operational. Welcome to the Time Protection Force, Morgana said with a childish smile, and Edward rolled his eyes. After knowing the convergence was approaching, he recreated his world's version of the Time Aura to overlook and protect this timeline from time travelers and detect any breach of this timeline. He even built Rick Sanchez's citadel and used it as the Time Force's headquarters, not to place a wall around this timeline but for better monitoring. Edward did not know what terrible effect would happen if a timeline tried to fuse with his own, but the thing hit the dimensional wall instead. Of course, he still left the citadel's protection ability, which, in an emergency, would link to Kamar Taj's defense. Where is R.A.? Edward asked. Still in incubation. Edward teleported to a special room where there was still a person in a tank. Morgana immediately displayed the data to Edward, and he frowned. Even after so much modification, his weakness to magic is still this high. We have eliminated his weakness to kryptonite, but this is the best we can do for magic. The Time Force needed people he could trust, and they needed to be powerful very fast. So, Edward used the Kryptonian DNA he acquired to build the Time Agents before providing them with enough sun energy to increase their strength. Because he modified their life code severely, especially to remove their magic weakness, most of these agents were between Tier 4 and 6. As such, he decided to create a more pure and powerful kryptonite as their leader and boss, R.A. R.A. was a semi-success as he achieved Tier 10 after absorbing countless suns, but he was still weak to magic. Of course, it was not any magic, but if he met an opponent like Edward or the Ancient One, this would be a problem. If we could get the life code of these Superman clones like Omni-Man and combine with the Kryptonian DNA, we might have perfected RA, Edward commented. However, this is good enough for now. Do you want to build an anti-magic armor for him? Morgana asked. You know my mind, Edward nodded before activating RA. My lord, said the newly elected leader of the Time Force. You know your job. Yes. I have all the memories necessary to serve you. Good. You're dismissed. After RA left, Edward condensed another clone and tasked him to build the armor for the Kryptonian. Where next? Morgana asked. Now that this thing is operational, let's test its ability. Don't you want to deal with Nick Fury? He should be going insane with losing so many bases and agents. Let the clone deal with him. After taking an hour to prepare, Edward opened a portal to another timeline. He went to get Albian. Chapter 612, Battle of the Sorcerer Supreme. Did Squad 3 find anything? Fury asked, looking at his best technical employers working to the fullest extent of their abilities. No, sir. Nothing at all. There must have been signs or traces left behind. He could not accept such a sudden change without a hint or detection. The door suddenly opened, and a woman walked into the room. Hills, tell me you found something. Sorry, sir, but all traces were wiped out, Maria Hill replied. The process was so clean that it's uncanny. That seems like an excuse to me. I'm sorry. I'll try harder. People, keep moving, Fury yelled. I need answers. Peep. He looked at his watch and frowned. Fury headed to his private quarters and activated the communication device. Secretary. Director, you need to calm down and stop sending agents everywhere. You're wasting resources. You already know. Shouldn't I? Nick Fury frowned. The situation is. I know of the situation and why it's happening. That's why I'm telling you to stop wasting your time, Edward said before sending him many files. Fury quickly read them, and with each passing second, his complexion became more severe. You've always known this. Yes. For how long? Since I took over. Fury clenched his fists. He just learned Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. at such a deep level, but that was not even the worst part. Why haven't I been told of this? There was an operation to control Hydra and use it for our benefit. Once that operation ended, you would have been notified. On then. What is the point of being the director if I cannot know such information? There are greater forces at play, Director, Edward explained calmly. And before the time is right, some information is above your pay grade. Nick Fury took a deep breath to calm down. Ever since this new director replaced Alexander Pierce, he had a feeling he was not in control for a long time. But today, he finally had the confirmation. So, what happened to the operation? It went haywire, Edward explained. An unknown force intervened, and now Hydra is free from my control. What now? Nick Fury. Although he wanted to make a snide comment, he knew this was not the time, especially since he could easily be blamed for allowing Hydra to infiltrate so deeply into S.H.I.E.L.D. Focus on finding Tony Stark. Him. Yes. Once he returns, the world will enter a new era, Edward said with squinted eyes. And S.H.I.E.L.D. will also be busier. The clone ended the call, leaving Fury to his thoughts. Earth, 125. With his knowledge from Kamar Taj, Edward entered Earth without any trouble. He floated above the sky while invisible. This place looked exactly like his Earth, which he named Earth 003, after his codename in the Bones Council. However, he knew this place was different because Black Widow, Hawkeye, Tony, and Captain America died during Albian's invasion. Edward slowly flew atop a building and said softly, "You have something that belongs to me." A space crack appeared next to him, and the Ancient One walked out. You're the dragon's owner. That is correct. Your friend has caused a major disaster on this planet. I'm aware, and I don't mind paying reparation for his actions. The Ancient One was quiet for a few seconds. How did you bypass Earth's defense? Edward glanced at her. It seems a peaceful solution is impossible. You're a security risk. All right, let's fight in the mirror dimension, Edward declared as he opened a space crack himself to his destination. The Ancient One did not waste time or mess around and immediately accessed the power from the dark dimension. Her senses told him this man was compared to a demon god and not the low-level kind. The Ancient One pointed her hands above the sky to open a dark portal, which then fired a terrifying dark beam capable of annihilating this entire mirror universe. It truly is weird, Morgana said. Her body is as weak as Tier 3, which is still in the human category. Her soul is only Tier 6, but her attack is as high as Tier 10. I don't think I'll ever like these worlds with a non-linear power system. Edward calmly raised his hand to open a portal that teleported the beam behind the Ancient One. However, her body turned translucent, and the beam passed through her, heading toward Edward, who was standing in the front. So, he opened a portal to the dark dimension to send the attack to its source. Meanwhile, the Ancient One continued her offense using the time stone attached to her neck. She was not a stubborn person. In such a situation, she and the entire Earth will be in serious trouble if she has to worry about breaking the rules of nature. She summoned 2 mirror dimension shards and sent them toward Edward. However, they disappeared after a green light swallowed them before traveling less than 2 meters. Directly attacking my timeline. Sadly for you, I'm also a master of time, Edward thought as he raised his hand to manifest a small magic circle above his palms. Then, the 2-dimensional shards appeared on his palm. Hundreds of thousands of black bands rushed from the sky to capture Edward. This spell looked like the crimson bands of Sidorak, however, they were dark and contained the aura of the dark dimension. Edward generated a shield around it, but the bands were rapidly corroding. The Ancient One was about to continue her offense when her face changed. Myriad magic circles appeared above her head and started firing these purple orbs. Her danger senses warned her, so she turned into a black mist to teleport. The building they were standing on instantly disappeared as soon as the first orb touched it. Then, the others followed the Ancient One, and with each passing second, their speed started to increase. In the end, the Ancient One realized she could not evade and created countless black mandalas as a shield around. This shield only lasted a few seconds, and once the attack ended, she was nowhere to be seen. Interesting. She jumped a few seconds into the future, Edward thought. As expected, the Ancient One appeared. Dark Wind of Watum. The Ancient One pushed her hand forward to create a truly terrifying tornado. In less than a second, the thing grew to the size of a galaxy cluster, and it continued growing and shredding everything in its path until there was nothing in the mirror universe, except for the 2 of them. The Ancient One was not surprised the latter survived this attack. Her main objection was to buy time. She held a black orb between her palms as she floated in the void. She perfectly combined the darkness from the dark dimension and the energy from the time stone, Edward commented. You need to hurry since you cannot block this attack, Morgana said. How strong is it? Upper demon god level. So powerful. Yes, but her soul will probably collapse afterward, she added. Do you think our Ancient One is this powerful? Probably not. This one seems to have tapped deeper into the power of the dark dimension in order to deal with you. So, she has the potential, Edward remarked. Alright, let's end this fight. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, the sphere in the Ancient One's hands disappeared, followed by the dark dimension mark on her forehead. How could someone like him not plan how to deal with the Ancient One in case their relationship sour? And the answer to that question was easy, cut off her connection to the dark dimension to weaken her. Chapter 613, Allegiance. Hurry up. With the backlash, her soul flame will collapse soon, Morgana warned, and Edward swiftly acted. He activated his domain to isolate her from the universe before quickly scanning her soul, body, memory, and life code. Once that was done, he took her time gem and calmly watched her soul dissipate before leaving. He summoned his gem before casting a spell that manifested in the form of 2 magic circles, one above and one below. The 2 gems rotated around each other before fusing into one. It worked, Edward commented. The time energy it can produce increases by at least 3 times. More importantly, its connection with the time laws of this world has drastically increased, Morgana added. Should we add hunting the Infinity Stones to our to-do list? Yes. These stones were currently the most powerful source of energy they had access to, so Edward planned to make good use of them. Alright, let's save that stupid dragon. He knew where the Ancient One imprisoned Albian and directly teleported there, bypassing all the other security measures. How many times do I have to tell you, said the dragon in a weak voice, slowly opening his eyes. You're wasting your time. Plus, it won't be long for my master to come to save me. So, you finally admit I'm your master. Edward, is that you? Thank the dragon father. I've never been so happy to see you, proclaimed the proud dragon. Yes, you're not looking too good. Albian sighed deeply, ever since the Great Dragon Civil War, my luck has been the worst. Edward wanted to know more, but now was not the time for such conversation. Let me free you first. He destroyed the chain binding the dragon before casting a healing spell on him, returning him to his peak state. Oh, freedom and power, said the former Thunder Dragon King. As his strength returned, including his enhanced senses, he looked at Edward incredibly. Your strength, you're already tier 10. This was the strength back in his prime, so he swiftly recognized Edward's power. Moreover, your strength seemed to have surpassed 20 realms. Realms. It's a way to distinguish how powerful a tier 10 god is. So, based on the number of tier 10 planes they've conquered or created. Correct. Quite direct but also efficient, Edward nodded. Alright, let's leave. He opened a portal outside. You haven't told me how you became so strong and so fast. What do you think? Yes. With access to other universes, it's indeed possible for your growth to be this exponential. I thought you would say I was tricking, and this place was just another plane in our universe. I am not that incapable, Albian explained. I can sense my connection to the bloodline source completely severed. Furthermore, the thunder authorities of this world are completely different, and not the small difference in other planes. It's to the point I cannot use my thunder character at all. So, I know you were not lying. Edward looked at him. What's with this expression? I sometimes forget your race is known for their wisdom despite all their flaws. What a rude bastard. What now? Edward asked. What do you mean? You know what I'm asking. Oh, that. Of course, you're now my boss. That was easy. Albian sighed. Even at my peak, I was only in the middle level amongst the Dragon Kings. Now, I have an opportunity to be the most powerful. Better yet, I have a chance at achieving tier 11 and beyond. I only ask you for two things. I'm listening. Firstly, free me from the control of the bloodline source. That's a given. I wouldn't want someone to have any influence over you besides me, Edward nodded. Secondly, whenever we meet one of my kind, give me the chance first to convince them to join our sides. And even if they refuse, if it's in your power, imprison them instead of killing them. That's fine and all, but you should understand that depending on the situation or how things evolve, killing them might be the only choice. I know. I just want you to do your best. I can do that, Edward nodded. In the worst-case scenario, we will clone or transfer their bloodline. Albian's mouth twitched after hearing this. And when we return to our timeline, I'll give you all the energy you need to return to your peak. Really? The situation in this world is complicated, and I'll need all the help I can. The situation is that bad. Albian had never seen this man so seriously. Although the latter rarely showed his emotions during their conversation, for him to take things so solemnly. We'll talk later. While the two were having this conversation in the air, out in public, alerting the heroes of this earth. Rhodey/War Machine, Wanda, Vision, Hulk, Sam/New Captain America, Black Panther, and Thor arrived. They looked at Albian, the hatred palpable in their eyes. Damn dragon, you'll pay for what you did to my friend, Roddy roared as countless new weapons appeared on his armor's shoulders and bodies. The other also took a fighting stance. Sadly, before they could act, Edward raised his hand to fire a light beam that incinerated everyone except Wanda, Vision, Black Panther's armor, Thor's hammer, and the Captain America shield. With a thought, he put the hammer, shield, and Black Panther's suit away. He would not waste any amount of vibranium, and he was also interested in the metal from Thor's hammer. He summoned chains that appeared out of nowhere and captured Vision, even sealing his mind stone. No, roared Wanda as she blasted red energy beams at Edward, but they were easily dealt with by a shield that appeared before him. Analysis completed, Morgana said in his mind. I have found the energy source of chaos magic. Edward's senses immediately found a dimension with chaos energy. In that case, let's continue gathering data. The chains around Vision tightened, cracking his vibranium body. No, no, repeated Wanda as the intensity of her energy blasts increased. This is not enough, Edward stated as he slowly led Vision before him, and like Thanos, he ripped the stone from his forehead, killing him before her. No, screamed Wanda, her voice full of anger and despair. She gathered an even more intense amount of red energy before firing like a beam. Edward calmly raised his hand to block it. Her anger allowed her to reach tier 8 level of strength, he calmly commented. On top of that, this attack resonated with the Destruction Authority, all because she wished to annihilate me. Wanda looked at him in shock. She did not expect her attack, powered by all emotions, to be dealt with so easily. Got all the data? Yes, but it could help to get more, replied the little elf. Fine, Edward nodded before waving his hands to stun and put her in his hyperspace as a test subject. What a weird world, Albian commented. He had noticed the non-linear power system of this world before, but it was still weird seeing how this tiny human that could probably be killed by a rock created such a powerful attack. Edward ignored him before continuing his rampage. Now that he was here, the fact that this universe would eventually be his enemy removed all his moral restraint. So, he plundered Wakanda and Talokan's vibranium, Asgard's library, resources, and life code samples, this universe's infinity stones, the lost library of Cagliostro, and certain technology, including the ones from forces in the universe. The only thing of value he did not touch was the Darkhold, which he planned to deal with the one in his timeline once he was prepared. The thing was too dangerous for him to get in contact with without sufficient preparations. Finally, Edward returned home. Chapter 614, Testing and Information Gathering. After returning home, Edward headed directly to the Time Force headquarters. His trip into the multiverse was not simply to save the dragon but to test something. One of the consequences of Doctor Strange using dreamwalking was creating an incursion, which is similar to the convergence that Edward was preparing for. Incursions are random and disorganized and can result in one or both universes being destroyed in the process. Meanwhile, convergence wishes for the universes to fuse or for one to remain. Any kind of multiverse travel could cause an incursion, and the chances are higher by using dreamwalking, which was a technique from the Darkhold. Edward needed to know what would happen after his trip. What is the situation? Sir, the data is still coming in, R.A. responded, and Edward nodded. He took this time to send Albian to the magic tower and set him up with the energy he needed to return to his peak. Sir, we have the result. I'm guessing by your tone that it's bad news. Yes. Our Earth and Earth 125 are starting to converge. I guess I now have to limit my travel in the multiverse, Edward commented. Sir, how do you want us to prepare? What would happen if we destroyed that universe before it collided with ours? There is no data to answer such a question. I know, Edward nodded before sitting cross-legged in the air and gazing into the future with the eye of Agamotto. He frowned because he could not see clearly after the destruction. He stopped this pointless action before walking to a secluded room. He used a communication spell, creating 3 screens before him, which showed the Ancient One, Frigga, and Odin. Did something happen? The Ancient One asked. The first world convergence is about to happen. So soon? I thought we still had a few more decades to prepare, Odin asked. Edward explained his trip to them. I understand why you did it, but weren't you a little reckless? Frigga asked. Maybe, but we need information and resources, and the multiverse is the best place to gather them, Edward stated. Odin grunted. There is no point in focusing on that since it's already done. Is this the only reason you called us? No. I want to know what will happen if the other universe is destroyed before it can fuse with ours. The meeting was quiet for a few seconds before the Ancient One spoke. What do you want us to do? Odin, can you use the power of the destroyer? There should be no problem if it's for a short battle. Excellent, Edward nodded. How long do you need to prepare? Give me 30 minutes. As you wish. I would also like to introduce everyone to our new ally, R.A. He's the leader of the Time Force, Edward continued by adding a projection of R.A. and explaining its function. Everyone looked at R.A., guessing how strong or influential he must be if he were attending this meeting. After R.A. introduced himself, the meeting ended, and Edward teleported to Kamartaj. You need something? I have something for you, Edward stated as he handed her another Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One slowly took it. She didn't want to negotiate and talk peacefully. I figured, she nodded. But why are you giving this to me? I don't want something to happen to you in this battle. So, you can borrow either the soul, space, or mind stone. I'll take the space stone. Edward waved his hand to summon the space stone inside the tesseract. I'll get you a time stone on my next trip. All right. The Ancient One placed the stone in the amulet before sending Edward away. She looked at this new Eye of Agamotto. What's this? A warning. She shook her head. It's truly sad living a life full of suspicion and paranoia. 30 minutes passed, and Edward took the group, minus Frigga and Odin, who only sent the destroyer, to the blank realm, the space between universes/dimensions/timelines. While floating in the void, the group saw it. Behind them was their Earth surrounded by a shield, and in the distance, another Earth was rapidly moving toward them. In fact, their Earth was also moving upon closer observation. Give me a moment, Edward said before activating a few spells: Danger Awareness Cancellation Spell, Anti-Divination Spell, Cosmic Awareness Nullification Spell, and Anti-Future Sight Spell. Now, let's start. Ra's eyes suddenly turned red before firing a terrifying beam. The destroyer also fired a beam, but it was golden. The Ancient One's spell was Dimension of Darkness, in which she used the power of the Space Stone to create a vast dimension before filling it with the corruptive power of the Darkness dimension. Meanwhile, Edward used a destruction spell by sending an ever-expanding purple orb of destruction that would annihilate all matter, energy, and concepts in its path. To the naked and untrained eyes, these attacks entered the shield around the Earth before it exploded. However, to these people, inside the shield was an entire universe, and they saw the devastation their attack did. Ra's beam would incinerate galaxies and everything it touches with its intense beam. The Ancient One's attack enveloped the world in darkness before corrupting and killing them. Edward's orb expands, disintegrating everything in its path. Finally, the destroyer was the most devastating. A few dimensions had the strength to survive this attack. However, the sudden attack and the power of the destroyer did not give them this chance. The golden orb evaporated all its dimensions and some people inside. However, to no one's surprise, a few people survived this terrible attack. A few of the demon gods and hell lords, Eternity, who were at the center of the universe, Erisham, the Prime Celestial, and a few other people. They glanced at Edward's group with great intensity, some not hiding their hatred. Prepare for. Edward did not finish his words when an unknown power descended from the void and annihilated all the survivors of Earth 125. Then, they turned into a mass of golden energy that fused with Edward's Earth. What's going on? Odin asked through the destroyer. I don't know. Could it be that this is the consequence if our world is destroyed before the convergence? Become nourishment for the victor. The Ancient One analyzed. What a cruel game. It might be even more cruel if this is our fate as long as any universe is destroyed. The others squinted. Yes, what if one universe is destroyed before the final fusion? Logically speaking, with their strength, they should be able to carve a small place for themselves in the other universe as long as they protect themselves. But if there is a mechanism that will eradicate them as long as their world is destroyed, then the group has lost one escape route in this great catastrophe. Your action was too reckless, Odin said. This plan had too many ways it could have gone wrong. On the contrary, it was not bold enough, Edward rebutted. We need more information. Otherwise, could you imagine the consequences if we had to learn of this mechanism after our timelines were destroyed? Edward sighed, too. If only Luna were here. I wouldn't have to worry about gathering information in these reckless ways. Wait, your tone indicates you want to try again. Yes. We were lucky that our sneak attack worked, but what if it failed? I'm going to be more sneaky this time. How? Reincarnation, Edward said. I'll send a piece of my soul to reincarnate on another Earth, thus acquiring the identity of that universe. Then, he'll create a convergence with another universe and gather more data and information. Odin grunted. What if your reincarnation spells immediately create a convergence with our world instead? Then, we will know how sensitive the convergence mechanism is. Chapter 615, Valhalla Expansion. Odin did not like this risky plan but understood that such decisiveness was needed in these dire circumstances. I'm getting old, he sighed. His younger self had this kind of boldness and ruthlessness. However, in his old age, he prioritized caution above everything. I understand how you feel, added the Ancient One. That's why I chose him. Edward gave her a strange look. Although he looked young, he was older than the Ancient One since she was only 700 years old and was already in his 2000s. However, their demeanor was vastly different. He kept his young mindset, while she felt like an old, tired, and wise elder. Let's get this done as soon as possible since Odin can't last long, Edward said, leading them to another universe he designated Earth 232. The Empire had long mastered the technology of navigating the blank realm to find other timelines, so this was not an issue. At his destination, Edward immediately started working. He extended his hand to cast the best reincarnation spell he had created, which was not as simple as sending a piece of his soul and taking over a body. No, this spell would use a brief connection to the universe will to get a proper identity and thus become a citizen of whatever places they were reincarnated into. Wait, Morgana suddenly said in his mind. What is it? Give me a moment. I found a way to make the process safer. Is something the matter? The Ancient One asked after seeing him standing with his arm extended, but nothing occurred. Huh? Oh, no. I just thought of a way to make this experiment safer. Give me a moment. Edward closed his eyes to contact Morgana. What happened? It's done, she said a few seconds later. I've developed a way to determine the relative strength of a universe/timeline. What way? I'm basically reading the universe's aura, Morgana explained. Powerful entities have their own natural aura, by that logic, so do different universes. I have theorized that based on how many tier 10 or above a timeline contains, they will have different auras, and by reading this energy, I can determine their relative strength. Brilliant, Edward praised. It seems your new update was beyond what I thought. It also came at the right time, otherwise, I might have been useless once you reach tier 10, Morgana replied with an arrogant look. All right. Lead us to the weakest universes you can detect. No problem. Let's go, Edward announced to the others. What happened? Odin asked. I've developed a way to detect the relative strength of a timeline. We will experiment with a weak universe in case something goes wrong, and we can immediately destroy it. You never cease to amaze me, praised the Ancient One with a gentle smile. Indeed, nodded Odin. Meanwhile, the Silent RA thought this was a normal thing. Otherwise, how could his master create him? Edward led them to Earth 777 before casting the spell. Of course, he did not use his own soul for the reincarnation. He would never use his own soul in case something occurred, and he lost it. As paranoid as he was, he knew the terrible consequences of some unknown entity getting hold of a piece of his soul. After successfully casting the spell, the group waited, but nothing occurred. Did it work? Odin asked. It did. Are you sure? I have accelerated the reincarnation process and can feel the soul already born. So, yes, it did work. In other words, traversing the multiverse through reincarnation does not create an early convergence. The Ancient One suggested. Let's repeat the experiment before we make any decisions, Edward said. Following Morgana's new ability, they rested on relatively weak timelines, and a few were close to their own, and the result was the same. That is crucial information, Odin said. We can send spies to infiltrate these timelines, gather information, and weaken them internally. We can do even more, Edward said with a glint in his eyes. What do you have in mind? I call it Project Speedster, he replied before vaguely explaining his plan. Cruel but effective, the Ancient One commented, and Odin was briefly quiet. Can you teach my wife the spell? If you want, I can pay for it. I don't mind, but can you tell me what you plan to do with it? I want to send my people to try and take control of other timelines, Valhalla, Odin stated. If we want warriors for the upcoming war, the warriors from Valhalla will be useful, so I thought of extending its power. That's a good idea. Although he guessed Odin was not telling the entire truth, that did not matter for now. What do you want in exchange? Asked the Allfather. 5 captured middle demon gods, he replied after thinking. Without his floating city, it would have taken too much time and effort for him to capture these creatures. So, he gave the task to Odin, who had overwhelming strength from the destroyer's power. That's not much of an issue except for the time it will take to track them down. However, do you think dealing with these things is a good idea? They might be useful for the upcoming battle. You're wrong, said the Ancient One. These creatures are beings of chaos. They would turn their fangs against us before helping. They are, in fact, unstable variables, and we should deal with them before the true convergence starts. If you say so, Odin replied. He felt she was biased since these creatures lusted after Earth for some reason, and she had a negative opinion of them after fighting them for so long. However, he also realized his views might have been also screwed since he did not have to deal with them as much as hers. Can you help him track the demon gods? Edward asked. No problem, the Ancient One nodded. She had finished her task of helping build the new Sanctum Sanctoriums, and she was more than happy to help. Is there anything else? Odin asked. He was getting tired after using the destroyer for so long. How is Thor's training going? Why are you asking this? Something came up, and we may need to accelerate all our plans, Edward stated before explaining the situation with Hydra. This is a problem, the Ancient One said. Mephisto might only rank 9th amongst the Hell Lords, but according to records, he's the hardest to deal with due to his scheming nature. That snake has reared its ugly head. Odin snorted him. You know him. He has tried to take over Valhalla many times, including once when I was young. I almost died due to that bastard. I guess Mephisto has been busy, Edward commented. You can call me if you need any help to deal with that Hell Lord, Odin stated. You can also contact me to accelerate the plan since Thor is indeed ready. After 3 years of being humbled and training in his dream, Odin was more than satisfied with his son's progress. All right. It's time for me to leave. The destroyer turned into a rainbow before disappearing. Interesting. It seems I underestimate the Bifrost Bridge's capabilities, Edward thought. I'll immediately start hunting down the demon gods, the Ancient One stated, and with the space gem, she opened a portal home. I should also return to the agency, stated R.A., so, Master, please give me a ride. Edward waved his hand to open a portal for him. We have much work to do, so let's start with Project Speedster, Edward declared once he was alone. Chapter 616, Project Speedster, I. Edward looked at his baby hands. I seem to be human. However, this doesn't appear to be Earth. His eyes could see the writing in whatever nursery it was in, and he did not recognize the language. It's good I'm not on Earth since it might cause trouble to act under the Sorcerer Supreme's eyes, he thought before acting. He closed his eyes to detect his genetic information. Damn, that was harder than it needed to be, he thought as he felt tired. This soul is too weak, and its talent is mediocre. I need to do something about that. Even though he had his main body's memories, he did not inherit its talent, and the soul used for reincarnation had to be mediocre to prevent detection, especially since this one came with a vast quantity of memories. Edward focused on gathering any energy in his surroundings to rapidly accelerate the development of his genes and body. Although this body was primarily human at its core, it had many differences from the humans on Earth, so he needed to study them beforehand to ensure no problems. Then, in the span of a minute, this newborn baby turned into a grown man. Afterward, Edward used the vast knowledge of his mind to grow his soul to the limit of his body to prevent any imbalance. The limit of Tier 1. Enough for now, he thought, sensing the power he could use with his current soul without backlash. He glanced at the 3 nurses in charge of this nursery who were looking at him, too shocked to speak. With a glance, he entered their minds to get a basic knowledge of this place before erasing all memories of what they just experienced. Edward then looked at the camera in the nursing room. He wanted to teleport to his destination, but he was unable to. He had no mana, and sensing any kind of spatial energy would take a while. Lastly, he could not use Kamar-Taj's method without a sling ring. He had no choice but to use a different tactic. Edward sent his astral projection through the walls into the security room and occupied the security guard watching the baby's room before removing the footage. He erased the latter's memories before returning to his body. He transfigured new clothes before walking out of the hospital. This planet was similar to Earth technology-wise, except with a much smaller population. That's because Thanos once came to this place when it was on the verge of destroying itself due to overpopulation. The Mad Titan killed half of the population randomly before taking over. If I want Project Speedster to work, the first thing on the agenda is increasing my soul and talent, then creating Morgana's replacement. The first one is not too difficult, but how do I proceed with the second? Start with a quantum computer. Or a powerful soul as a container. Maybe both. His next destination was the house of the wealthiest individual in this Creil city. He influenced the guards and everyone he came into contact with, thus gaining complete control of Sir Louis's estate and his money. Edward spent the next 24 hours through the web, learning about the resources of this planet. Once he had a decent idea of the current state of this planet, he ordered Louis to procure a few things for him, which he used on 2 large magic circles in the largest room in the estate, one on the ground and one floating in the air. The magic circle resembled 3 circles that met a fourth at the center. Edward then sat at the center. Let's start. The circle was activated by lightning, and a few seconds afterward, 3 demon creatures appeared in the 3 outside circles. However, before these demons could react or process their environment, they screamed before turning into 2 orbs, blue and bright red. The orbs turned into streams of light that entered Edward's body. He repeated the process more than a dozen times before stopping. A purified Tier 6 soul and a new energy-sensitive body, Edward said as he clenched his hands. Although the soul flame is now unstable due to the sudden increase of the soul, this body is not meant to live long anyway, so we can fix the problem later if need be. He proceeded to the next step, which involved summoning at least Tier 7 and above demons before activating the magic circle in the air, transforming these creatures into materials for a new gate of truth. The process took him a week, but he finally created a new gate, which meant his talent no longer limited his actions. Although it was only 30% of the original body, that was still in the realm of super genius, considering how much of an anomaly he truly is. On to the next step, Edward muttered before gathering cosmic energy for his use. Although he could transform other energy into mana, he was not satisfied with how long this body would need to do such a thing unless he engraved an enchantment in his soul. It was better to use other sources, and cosmic energy was potent and readily available scattered in the universe. Edward used a detection spell to find the closest technologically advanced civilization to this planet. Building a miniaturized quantum computer on this planet would take too much effort. Although Thanos had conquered this place, he did not help these people advance, he only left one of his ships stationed here to watch over them. He found a planet under the Nova Empire's rule about 26,000 light-years away, and it appeared that place was a laboratory for the Empire. He opened a portal to the laboratory and immediately took over the minds of every individual working there. With state-of-the-art technology and control over some of the best scientists and engineers of the Nova Empire, he created his quantum computer in 3 days. He then erased all traces of his appearance before teleporting to planet Morag, where he procured one of the Infinity Stones, the Power Orb. The orb's purpose was still a way for him to recreate Morgana so that Project Speedster could be accomplished as soon as possible. So, after getting his hands on it, he built a powerful Tier 10 soul with no emotions by converting the energy in the stone into soul energy. He combined the soul with the miniaturized quantum computer to further boost its processing power before finally fusing it with his own soul. "Welcome, Master," said a soothing voice. "Do you want to give me a name?" "Nara," Edward said randomly. He chose an approach similar to Jarvis for this mission to save time, so Nara did not have a shape or personality like Morgana. "What a wonderful name," Nara praised. "What is your first order?" "Let's start by building your database." He immediately installed all the knowledge he brought with him, including the ones he took from the Nova Empire. "Done," said Nara after a few minutes. It took way longer than Morgana, even the old one, but that was to be expected. "In that case, let's run some basic tests before proceeding to the next stage of the plan. This arc is only 3 chapters. Chapter 617, Project Speedster, 2. The test revealed that Nara was not up to the standard he would love, but Edward expected this, and the final outcome was the best he could make in the current situation. The next step is to build a speed force in this universe, he talked to himself before immediately starting. He needed to optimize the creation process since he did not have access to all the resources of the main body. The best method would be to utilize all 6 gems, Edward commented as he looked at a screen before him. "I can also have the dwarves help me." He had stolen the dwarves' knowledge from Earth 125, so he knew how capable they were. With a concrete next step, Edward acted. He first retrieved the soul gem using the same method his original body did by tricking another poor bastard. Then, he headed to nowhere to get the reality stone from the collector. His information stated that the events of Thor 2 had just ended, and the stone was in the collector's hands. Edward opened a portal to the closest star system to the solar system before flying to his destination. Midway through his flight, a rainbow descended from the sky, revealing an Asgardian army. "You guys must be here because of what happened to the collector," Edward stated calmly. "What you have stolen is the property of Asgard and the Allfather. Hand it over, and do not resist, we will ensure your safety," a man in armor boldly declared. Edward ignored him and soon focused on a crow trying to hide itself. "I might have been wary of you in your prime, but you're old and dying now. Stay out of my business, and Asgard might survive a bit longer," Edward announced before releasing the power from the Power Stone. A purple beam emanated from his hand, wiping out the small platoon. He flew into Earth, heading directly to Hydra's base to get the Mind Stone and to shield for the Space Stone. All 5 were placed on a gold bracelet on his wrist. Now, for the last one. He went to Camartage, and, as expected, the Ancient One awaited his arrival. Edward calmly looked at her and the surroundings. "I see. You know you can't stop, but you want to sacrifice yourself to die with me or seal me. It won't work." The Ancient One secretly sighed, "Nothing is absolute." "True," Edward replied calmly. "If Odin had loaned you the destroyer, you would have had a chance. Anyway, let's not talk about something so pointless. Answer my question, and I promise to spare all your sorcerers." The Ancient One thought briefly. She did not know whether this man would keep his word, but she was willing to take the risks if there was a slight chance. "Ask away. Were there any major events that resulted in the death of some of the most powerful entities of this universe?" The Ancient One frowned. "It doesn't have to be recent. It could be ancient history." "Are you referring to Agamotto's corruption?" "Oh. Agamotto suddenly went crazy and killed countless creatures in the universe. Including the demon gods." "Yes, they were the first victims." "Then, how was he stopped?" Edward asked. "Someone reached the center of the universe and made a wish to eternity, finally ending his madness." "I see." Edward finally understood why Morgana detected this universe as one of the weak ones. "I will keep my word." The battle did not last long, and Edward acquired the last stone. A green glow emanated from his bracelet, and he felt a terrifying power coursing through his veins. "This power, it's indeed on the level of a demon god king. More importantly, I can bend all the laws of this universe to my will," Edward commented. This feeling was intoxicating. Sadly, it did not belong to him. Edward's final destination on Earth was Wakanda and Talokan to take all their vibranium before opening a portal to Nidavellir to control the dwarves and take them away. He expected Asgard to come again, but no one was in sight. With the stones and the dwarves, Edward quickly built a new speed force that could expand throughout the multiverse, not just a regular one. "Sir, there is a problem," Nara stated. "What is it?" "The Speedster clones are a failure." "What do you mean?" Nara projected a holographic screen of a bunch of clones running on a cosmic treadmill, except no one had super speed. "You used Barry's DNA as a template, correct?" "Yes." "Is it because we combine the reality, soul, and mind stones to make the clone? Try a regularly produced clone. With these single orders, countless golems and machines build the infrastructure for a pure technology-based clone." In an hour, Edward had created a new batch of clones that should have high affinity with the speed force. "The results are the same," Nara stated. Explanation. Calculating. The speed force was changed after adapting to this world's rules, preventing clones from acquiring its power, Edward stated. "Our analysis concluded that your answer is 83% the likely cause." "Fine, we'll do this the old-fashioned way," Edward grunted. "Scan the universe for anyone with the slightest affinity with the speed force, and send golems to bring them to this planet." Edward pointed to a map before him. "Build a, let's call it a Red Guardian Temple. We are an organization as old as time itself. Our mission is to protect the multiverse from a dark and powerful force called Azeroth, the dark god of speed. Azeroth has resurrected, meaning it's time for our temple to take action. Also, refine a speed force affinity potion with Barry's DNA to use as an initiation ceremony." "Do you want me to add anything else to the potion?" Nara asked. "No. I'm going to brainwash these people to prevent anyone from revealing the truth by canceling whatever I put in their mind." "As you wish." Nara executed his orders, and 3 days later, more than 20 million people were brought back to planet Red Sun. These people were gathered together on a large platform with no one in sight. Then, a streak of red lightning arrived from the distance before descending on the podium. Edward, surrounded by the Speedster lightning, looked at them. "I am the Red Temple Priest. I know all of you are scared, being forcefully taken away from your homes and families," he announced, his voice audible and understandable to everyone. "But we have no choice. A great enemy has woken up, threatening the mystery of this universe and every other world in existence. But you have the power to stop them. I know most of you don't understand what I'm talking about, so let me show. He used the reality stone to create a vivid illusion for these people of a power struggle between the guardian god of speed and its red temple and the dark god of speed and its dark temple. The illusion showed the birth of the multiverse to explain to these people in simple terms before introducing how the dark god wishes to swallow every universe to increase his speed and power, but the guardian god safeguards all sentient beings. It was a beautiful and vivid experience for everyone present. As you can see, time is not on our side, Edward announced. This war is coming, and we must prepare. Now, you can choose whether to stay, participate, or leave and return to your regular life. Don't worry. There will be no penalty for choosing to leave, and the temple will even compensate you for today's inconvenience. The crowd was quiet for a moment before a humanoid lizard alien spoke. What happens if we stay? Will we have powers like the Red Warriors in that story? Yes, you will have powers and become speedsters, Edward answered with a reassuring smile despite being the one who placed that alien in the crowd to ask that question. However, with great power comes great responsibility. You will have to confront the dark speedsters and put your life in danger for the sake of the multiverse. The crowd became rowdy as people discussed what choices to make, and after half an hour, Edward asked them to choose. Chapter 618, Project Speedster, Finale. The majority of people bought his tale and chose to accept his proposal. Although many of these decisions were probably very impulsive and spur of the moment, he did not care. The rest wanted more time to mull it over, while the rest refused, wishing to return to their ordinary life. Edward placed the indecisive people on the refusal list, stating that their mindset was too weak for this upcoming battle. 13 million accepted the offer, it's almost balanced, he thought. The golems tallied the remaining 7 million candidates, leading them to 5 ships that would return them home. Boom. The sky suddenly turned black before a portal manifested. A man dressed in an all-black robe and a white mask that resembled bones walked in the air. Dark Priest. Edward yelled. How could you enter our timeline? You've underestimated our power. Edward gritted his teeth before running into the sky to confront the priest. They turned into a dark red streak of light that clashed everywhere in the sky. Meanwhile, more dark speedsters rushed from the portal, heading directly to the newly chosen red speedsters. No, Edward yelled, distracting himself to activate a shield around the people. The dark priest took this opportunity to plunge his hands into his chest. He punched the dark priest, who evaded, and Edward took this chance to enter the shield. How long do you think your god can protect you? The dark priest sneered. He was lucky to win the last war, and now, he's weaker than ever. The guardian god has stopped that mad god countless times, and he will do it again. What a pointless struggle. Anyway, I've got what I came for. The dark priest glanced at the group that was leaving and not protected. His dark speedster started running around that group before everyone turned into a dark light that flew into the portal in the sky. No, stop, Edward said, but his sudden actions aggravated his injury, so he fell to the ground while holding his chest. Priest, yelled countless survivors. I couldn't protect them, Edward said, not hiding his sadness. Priest, don't worry about them. You should really take care of your injury, said a humanoid creature with 2 horns. You don't understand. Their fate will be worse than death as they are corrupted and turned into dark speedsters, Edward sighed. I failed them. Maybe we can save them later. Yes, so take care of your injuries. Maybe you're right, he exhaled. Let's finish the initiation. Sir. Don't worry. I've survived worse. Plus, I'm not afraid of death since it only means returning to the embrace of the Speed Force and the Guardian God. He waved his hand, and a red lightning ball manifested in the sky. It released an enormous bolt of lightning that hit the crowd. The people screamed, thinking they were about to die. However, they were perfectly fine. Someone was excited and ran, but his body was surrounded by lightning, and his speed reached a level faster than most motor transportation. More bold individuals started to try, realizing they all had super speed. I know you're excited, but calm down, Edward said with his pale expression. The ceremony is not finished. A bowl with a red liquid appeared in everyone's palm. This is the blood of the Guardian God. Drink it, and your talent or affinity with him and the Speed Force will drastically increase, Edward declared. Normally, this is a gift to his bravest and most loyal speedster, but an exception was made for all of you because we have just returned and need more talents. Edward coughed. Now, enjoy. The power of peer pressure or herd mentality was indeed scary. After a few people drank the potion, the others followed. The process was accelerated when people started bragging about the effect. Excellent. Next will be your training, and I promise you it will be brutal. The people shuddered, but Edward ignored them. He had already surrounded this planet in a time bubble. 20 years inside is 1 week outside, and he will use all this time to train and brainwash these people using psychology and religion. While the golems started the training, Edward headed inside the temple, and as soon as he was out of sight, he returned to normal. Sir, there is a problem. What is it now? The speed force is crashing. Pardon me. Edward immediately looked at the data. It appeared it was not designed to have so many people tapping into its power, Nara stated, and Edward grunted. The DC Universe's speed force never had more than 1 million users. Adding the fact their version was not a Tier 11 entity, it made sense for that to happen. With this news, things will have to change a little, Edward muttered. Borrow energy from the stones to stabilize it. We must also modify it to absorb dimensional energy to sustain itself. Edward was soon busy. He modified the speed force while training the speedsters. The training involved many things, including how to deal with people in other timelines. He even took them to universes that had been destroyed by the Dark God. He even conducted a rescue mission for the people who were abducted, raising his number of speedsters to 18 million. At the 20-year mark, it was finally graduation time for these new speedsters. You are now ready to protect the multiverse, Edward declared. For the speed force, for the guardian god. All 18 million people chanted in unison. The speedsters then stepped on their cosmic treadmill and ran with unparalleled speed. When a portal to another timeline appeared before them, they rushed inside. Earth 278. A speedster named Ro rushed into that timeline. He followed his training to find a deserted planet to build a temple. According to his guidelines, he could find one of the Infinity Stones to sacrifice to the guardian god to ensure his revival, but since it was not mandatory, Ro decided to take things slow on his first trip. Ro was satisfied that his first trip had no issue with the universe's local or dark speedsters. So, he rushed to the next timeline after building the temple to the exact specifications of his training. Earth 304. How is the situation? Edward asked. Project Speedster is a success, Nara stated. As we spoke, more than 18 million timelines are rushing toward this place. Excellent, Edward nodded. This plan was simple, use these speedsters to create convergence forcefully and eliminate as many timelines as possible before the final, convergence. 18 million is not enough, so I must recruit more people from these new timelines, he commented. Eliminating 18 million timelines all at once would be considered great success to most people, but nothing in the grand scheme of the multiverse. What about the data? Edward's plan rarely had only one objective, which was the same as this one. The expansion of the speed force was crucial data for him to achieve Tier 11. They are coming in, Nara replied. More good news. The next thing is delivering the information to the main body as secretly as possible. Edward did not want any link associated with Project Speedster between him and his Earth. He feared some powerful entity would enact its revenge after knowing what he had done. However, he still lusts after the data of this experiment. The main body already had a plan, so he only needed to execute it. Once everything was finished, Edward of Earth 304 headed to another timeline to recruit and train more speedsters. He cloned himself so he did not have to repeat himself, and after creating a sustainable process of training and recruitment that did not rely on him alone, he hid in the shadows to record more data and wait for his eventual death. Chapter 619, Timeline Ranks. Yggdrasil Center, god of story Loki, calmly watched the multiverse, focusing on Edward and his actions. A ruthless, succinct, and effective move. He watched as the millions of speedsters rushed into other timelines, forcing them to converge and destroy one another until only one remained. This move was more interesting because it was just the beginning. As long as someone does not catch on, these speedsters could cause billions of timelines to be destroyed. All this work for nothing, Loki sighed. He made the ultimate sacrifice by imprisoning himself in this tree and molding the multiverse into a stable form, preventing the likelihood of the Council of Kangs from creating a multiversal war. But all of this was in vain. Powers behind his comprehension suddenly appeared and unraveled his multiverse, causing an event worse than the multiverse war. Now, Loki has to figure out his next goal in life. What should I do? Revive my family? Play happy life with Sylvie? Try to protect people again? Loki frowned. By watching the multiverse, he saw all the possibilities of his life. In some ways, he had experienced all those lives by living vicariously through all his variants. He could predict how quickly things would become boring if he had to relive them. His gaze focused on Edward. No, I need new ideas, new possibilities, new stories. And he's shown me the way. He was one of the few people who immediately noticed when Edward arrived in this universe. As such, he had an inkling of the latter's origin. Beyond the multiverse, Loki muttered, his eyes shining brightly. He looked at the tree and touched it. It won't be long before I'm free. Let's be patient until then. Blank realm. Edward opened his eyes, everything is done. Prepare to receive the encrypted data. I'm on it, Morgana replied, and in a few seconds, she latched onto the information scattered in the blank. This method was safe because the message was everywhere in the blank realm, meaning it could not be traced to any world or any single individual, at least, not by any means Edward is aware of. However, the downside is that anyone with sufficient technology or power can intercept the message. Luckily, Edward was very confident in his encrypted capabilities, as he used the combination of primordial runes from different universes. In other words, even if someone could use divination to interpret the data, they would only unconsciously mumble jumble or nonsense. How is it? Edward asked. The encryption itself has no problem, Morgana explained. As for the data, they are even better than the one we've gathered due to the speed at which the speed force is expanding. So far, Edward has set up 2 experiments to gather data on how to achieve Tier 11. The first one is the universes he created, which made Morgana the will of a newly created small multiverse. This experiment encountered some problems in the early stages because Morgana could not bear controlling so many universes. However, it was different now after her update. Show it to me, Edward asked, and a screen appeared before him. Although these 2 experiments looked identical, their essence was not. Morgana's experiment focused on how complex the mind of a Tier 11 entity is. How can their mind access all their variants' knowledge, memories, emotions, and experiences across the multiverse? It also focuses on how to control the power from all those variants. Meanwhile, the Speed Force experiment focuses on how a Tier 11 entity's energy is connected across the multiverse. Things are proceeding smoothly, he muttered. He has prepared a few more experiments for his Tier 11 path but is still satisfied with the current result. I think our work here is done. He only needs to send someone from Time Force to gather the encrypted message at regular intervals, and that will continue until the clone he sent is discovered and dies. Wait, there is one last thing, Morgana added. I've created a system to classify the universes into ranks based on their overall strength I've detected. Oh, show me. Edward received the news, and his brow immediately furrowed. We're only rank 3. And what's with the B? Correct. Rank 0 is for the worlds without a single Tier 10 foe. Rank 1 means at least one Tier 10 entity. Rank 2 means at least one person on par with an upper demon god, and rank 3 means there is at least one king-level powerhouse. And, refresher, a king can destroy at least 76 universes with one attack. I understand the general gist of this system, but isn't the difference between these ranks too vast? They are, that's why we have the numbers. For example, the lowest rank 3 universe with only one king is classified as 3F. We are 3B because we have dozens of kings. What about above B? Edward asked. 3A means at least 50 kings. Merlin's beards, does home even have so many gods? Edward complained. 3S means hundreds of kings. 3Z means an unclassified king. Unclassified? Are you referring to a king with the strength of hundreds, maybe thousands of universes? Basically, pseudo-tier 11. Correct. That makes sense, Edward nodded, feeling a headache, especially when thinking Merlin's war is probably even worse. Is rank 3 the highest? No, Morgana destroyed his dream. Rank 4 means at least one Tier 11. Rank 5 is classified for beings above Tier 11. However, this rank is basically empty since I have no data to back up its existence. Is that so? Edward grunted. Wait, does that mean you have the data to back up the existence of a rank 4 world? Yes. I've detected a timeline that I labeled Earth 666. The aura released by that timeline is unlike anything I've felt before. My instincts warned me that I might be detected, so I stayed away during the data-gathering stage of this classification. Edward sighed, we need to get things rolling if we want to have a chance to survive this world. He no longer hesitated and returned home, heading directly for the Time Force. He wanted to give them Morgana's new classification while tasking them to collect the data from the blank realm. Sir, you're here at the right time, R.A. said. Did something happen? We detect an anomaly in this location, R.A. showed him a map. We believed it was the result of convergence and the destruction of that universe. I'll go check it out, Edward agreed before giving them orders and teleporting to the map's location. It did not take him to find the source of that anomaly. Jessica Jones, he muttered, and with a quick scan of the planet, he discovered the other members of the Defenders, Luke Cage and Matt Murdock. These people did not exist in the timeline before, but now they do. Is this what happens when a world is destroyed before a fusion? But why? It could be a reward, Morgana suggested. Give the universe more fighting power and increase their survival chances. Did you deduce that from the golden energies fused with our timeline? Yes. That's probably the best explanation we'll receive currently, Edward nodded, once again feeling how much harder things are because he does not have the support of his empire or his family, which is full of talented individuals. So, what are you going to do with them? Chapter 620, Technology Exchange. There are many possibilities, Edward uttered. We can pursue an extreme path for Luke Cage and Daredevil. You want to develop Luke Cage's impenetrable skin and Daredevil's extreme senses. We can model Luke Cage's skin after the fair race. It would be excellent if he could develop defensive capabilities that are on par with Tier 10. Daredevil can develop cosmic awareness, Jessica Jones' super strength should fit perfectly with Kryptonian DNA, and Iron Fist's chi is another form of magic/energy in this world. All of those are doable, Morgana agreed. How about we turn them into a reconnaissance team? Once our world experiences a convergence, we send them inside to gather information and disturb the situation. That's actually a great idea, Edward nodded. The issue is how to convince them. These guys' personalities mean they care more about their small neighborhood than the larger cosmic things, that's why they are street-level heroes. They might indeed choose to save the lives of the people in their cities rather than try to help the entire universe, Morgana nodded. So, what now? I'll leave a clone that will be intertwined in their lives. Hopefully, I can use it to convince them later down the line, Edward stated before leaving the clone and leaving. He had a lot of work to do as things were unraveling faster than he anticipated. His next destination was Wakanda. After sending a reminder, the king personally received it, and this time, he was not wearing armor, albeit the Dora Milaje still accompanied him. In the past 3 years, after many exchanges, including the location of Ulysses' Claw, the relationship with Wakanda can now be classified as friendly. Your message made it seem this was an official visit instead of a friendly one. King Chaka asked after a brief salutation. It is, Edward replied seriously. In that case, follow me to the throne room. We will convene with the advisors. Edward followed the king to the discussion room where the queen and other advisors, including Master Makana, the chief scientist of Wakanda. He sat in a chair facing the crowd, and the meeting immediately started. So, friend, what happened to make you so somber? The king asked. Time is running out, and I can no longer take things slowly, Edward replied, confusing everyone. However, he did not explain, not yet. Before we start, I would like to call the goddess Bast as a witness to this meeting. As his words finished, and to the crowd's shock, a white mist manifested in the room before a 5-meter-tall path with glowing blue eyes appeared. It looked around before slowly condensing into a humanoid form. Are you the one who summoned me? She asked, looking at Edward. However, before he could answer, the Wakandians quickly saluted their goddess, and Bast nodded to them. My name is Edward Bones, the new Sorcerer Supreme, and yes, I'm the one who summoned you. Sorcerer Supreme. I think I've heard that term before. Oh, right, the Guardians of Earth from mystical threats. That's us. Many of your predecessors were powerful and accomplished sorcerers. I hope you can live up to their legacy. I do, too, Edward replied politely. So, why did you summon me to this realm? I'm going to discuss something very serious with the Wakandan, and I believe your presence would give my words more weight. Just for that. I believe this information will also be crucial to you as well. Oh. Yes, and it's to the point I must request you make the highest oath not to release the information. Do you understand what you're asking me? I do, and if you wish, I can contact the Allfather to vouch for me. Even the Asgardians are involved. Now, I'm intrigued, Bast muttered with a frown. She pondered for a few seconds. Very well. I swear on my godhood that I, Bast, the goddess of panther, felines, protection, and fertility, will not release any information discussed in this meeting. A golden chain appeared before and directly entered her forehead. I hope you're not wasting my time. I'm thankful for your cooperation, Edward said. Immediately get a chair for the goddess, Chaka said to his son, standing on his left. No, she can take my seat. He stood up, and his wife followed him. No need, said Bast as she walked between the two groups and created a chair on the far right, leaving some distance in the middle. Edward does not care about her position, instead, he focuses on the young Chala. What I'm about to say or show might be too much for his young mind. Don't worry. As our next king, Kala's mind was trained as a warrior. He will be fine, said Chaka. If you say so, Edward shrugged. In the worst-case scenario, he'll just erase the boy's mind. He first isolates this room to prevent any prying eyes. As you may know, our sorcerer's duty is to protect the world from magical threats. One of the ways we've been so successful at a task was due to our ability to peek at the future. However, we recently detected a dire future. Let me show you a portion. He waved his hand to show them an illusion of the future. He did not show everything now, but enough for them to understand the general situation. The room was immediately quiet for more than 5 minutes. My boy, are you all right? The queen suddenly asked as she remembered her son being here. I'm fine, replied Kala, his body trembling uncontrollably. The boy's willpower is better than I thought, Edward commented. This can't be true, announced one of the advisors. These images must be created with very advanced holographic technology or magic. Many people agreed with this thought, to be precise, they had to believe it. Goddess Bast, Edward said. I must say, I'm also having a hard time believing this, she announced. I've heard of convergence, but that is an extremely rare phenomenon. Now, you're telling me it's happening on such a grand scale. Your Highness, pardon me if I'm too bold, but I would like to ask a question, Makana asked. Go ahead. Are you saying that convergences or universes crashing into each other are real? Makana could not describe the flurry of emotions his old heart was experiencing. He had first learned that the multiverse was real, which is groundbreaking news for any scientist. But that good news did not last long. That is correct, Bast nodded. My father, R.A., once told me about this after noticing the event with his all-seeing eye. Sun God R.A. All-seeing eye. Maybe these gods may be more useful than I anticipated, Edward thought. So, logically speaking, such an event could happen. Makana continued. Yes, but who could have such power, she replied. Even the Celestials with the Infinity Stones do not have such power. Celestial. Infinity Stone. Don't worry about it. As you wish. Makana stopped asking questions. King Chaka had regained his bearing. He looked at Edward. Why are you telling us this? My job as Sorcerer Supreme is to protect this timeline. So, after learning this news, I already started planning how to survive. Is that why you contacted us 3 years ago? Correct. I'm guessing there are others. Yes, but the main one is the Asgardians. And they are. You've heard of Norse mythology? You're talking about Thor and Odin. Are they real? Well, I guess that makes sense. Many people think Bast is also just a myth, King Chaka nodded. I understand your purpose. But what can we do in such an event? Their technology might be the most advanced on Earth, but they were powerless before such a catastrophic event. That's why I'm here, Edward stated. I will provide you with technology that will make you a real threat in the upcoming catastrophe, and you only need to digest it as soon as possible. And what do you want in exchange? King Chaka did not believe the men would share such knowledge for free. First is vibranium. Everyone expected this. Secondly, all the new technology you develop from now on will be shared with me. Chapter 621, Unstable Factor. Excuse me for being blunt, the Queen interjected. Do you have technology of that level? I don't mean to doubt you, but you're a sorcerer, and... I understand your concern, Edward nodded. I'm not just a sorcerer but a pursuer of knowledge. I've traveled to many dimensions and worlds, including ones with very advanced technological civilizations. He waved his hand to use illusion to create a holographic rendering of the technology he would grant them. Chaka motioned for Chief Makana to check, and the scientist immediately started reading the information. After less than 5 minutes, he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. Is something wrong? The king asked. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but this knowledge is beyond my understanding. What are you saying? They appear to be true, but it's beyond what I can comprehend. Apologies, Edward stated, remembering that not everyone was Tony Stark. In fact, even Tony Stark might not be able to digest such advanced technology without years of study or a sufficient knowledge foundation. Edward raised his hand to summon a helmet. This contains lessons for you to be able to understand the technology one will provide. Edward thought of something, so he summoned a second helmet. It's my understanding that the princess is also very talented. This is for her. Makana took the helmet, and before the king could warn him, he put it on and stood in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. Everyone waited for him for more than 10 minutes before he woke up. Is there really such an advanced civilization? Makana muttered. Master Makana. My apologies, Your Majesty, he swiftly said as he realized he got carried away. What's the result? There are no issues. And what level of technology are we talking about? How do I put it plainly? Makana muttered. Enough for us to wield energy on a universal scale. King Chaka squinted his eyes as he finally understood everything. This man wanted Wakanda to be one of the main fighters in this upcoming war, so he chose to elevate our technology so we could compete on these creatures' level. The vibranium and knowledge are only his secondary goals. King Chaka's first instinct was to reject this proposal. Although their nations would indeed benefit immensely, there is also great danger that came with it. However, he soon understood that doing so would be a grave mistake. No matter what choice he makes, this catastrophe is coming, and Edward's proposal is an opportunity for them to be the main players, an opportunity to have the power to determine their fate instead of relying on others for protection. I accept your proposal, King Chaka decided. A few of his council members did not agree with this decision, but they would not contradict their king's decision before an outsider, let alone before Goddess Bast. Excellent, Edward nodded. In the comics, Black Panther, T'Challa, is the Marvel's version of Batman. Not only was his intelligence on par with his sister, but he also created technology that could be considered Tier 10 and added it to his suit. Black Panther had contingency plans for Hulk, not the weak one in the MCU, but the monster in the comics. He had weapons that could kill Galactus and the Celestials, could naturally control Mjolnir, had magic-based weapons, and a list of other powers and accomplishments, for example, invited shadow physics, which combined alchemy and quantum physics, allowing him unlimited teleportation, including access to anywhere in the multiverse. I'm glad you can come to an agreement, but what will I do? Bast said. How am I supposed to prepare for this catastrophe? Goddess Bast, you have been our guardian since antiquity. We will protect you as long as a single Wakandian is still breathing, Queen Ramonda stated. This may be the only way, Bast muttered before raising her hand to condense a mark in the shape of a panther. This mark will allow the king to converse with all your ancestors from the ancestral plane and gain all their wisdom, knowledge, and experience. Edward squinted his eyes. In the comics, Chala became the king of the dead and had the same ability. Thank you, Chaka immediately said. Lastly, I recommend you make the heart-shaped herb something universal for all Wakandians. After saying these words, Blast hurried left. Although she needed to rely on Wakanda for safety, she also wanted to prepare. Meanwhile, Edward thought deeply, but not about the heart-shaped herb. He had already analyzed the thing and realized it was a natural way to optimize a human's gene. He classified the herb as an excellent magical herb, and many potions have been optimized by Morgana after being used as a main or secondary material. Edward continued his meeting, discussing the nitty-gritty. Once they agree on a detailed contract, both sides sign. Edward then handed over the technology, especially the one about technomancers. He hoped the Wakandians would build a Black Panther suit capable of destroying universes. His next stop was to Loki to meet Namor. He had previously tried to make contact, but the latter was not friendly. Despite Edward's best efforts, the first mutant did not want to listen. Once teleported underwater, he talked to Namor one last time, even revealing the upcoming catastrophe. Why are you being so stubborn? Edward asked. The affairs of the surface world do not matter to us, Namor replied. Do you think you can remain unscathed? Do you think you can hide underwater while we're forced to deal with the people? Edward asked, not hiding his frustration. We will be fine on our own, Namor continued. And, who knows if you're even telling the truth? Edward stared into his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he said calmly, you're officially an unstable variable. It's a shame. Talokan is such a beautiful and unique civilization. Namor's sense of danger suddenly went on like an alarm. He wanted to immediately attack his opponent despite knowing the vast differences in their power. Unfortunately, his eyes turned white, and his body started floating on the water. While he only fainted, this was not the same for all his other citizens. Edward ruthlessly wiped out their souls, killing everyone. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put away all of Talokan to take away their vibranium. Do you think this was a little rash? Morgana asked. What do you think was the probability of him changing his mind? 3.2%. What about the probability that someone would free him from my mind control if I tried to force him to work for me? Let me see. With beings like Mephisto, your current luck backlash, and how this world seems to operate differently than home, as high as 72.64%. That's why they needed to die, Edward added, making Morgana sigh. I've already recorded his life code. Did you find the X gene? I did. What about his soul? Did you record all the data? Yes. The other Talokan. Their life code should also be interesting. It's done. Good. Edward wiped out Namor's soul and body before disappearing. His next destination was the Nova Empire. After so long, he had finally thought of a way to make them useful in this upcoming catastrophe. Chapter 622, New Corp. Before his 3-year retreat, Edward had yet to have a concrete plan for what to do with the Nova Empire. So, he controlled a few people of the Nova Empire, including a struggling, talented scientist, and had the latter rapidly rise through the ranks. Now that he had a plan, he began using these pawns. During an experiment involving the development of external dimensions and exploring the multiverse, the scientist known as Carol discovered an unknown green lamp. The thing was soon labeled as the highest secret of the Nova Empire, despite no one knowing that the lamp was. However, the origin of the lamp and the massive energy they detected once they first discovered it was more than enough to pay attention to it. Then, a few days later, when Carol repeated the experiment, he recorded a terrifying saw, the destruction of a universe. To be precise, the crashing of 2 universes/timelines. At first, Carol and the rulers of the Empire thought this was a rare cosmic phenomenon that they were lucky to encounter. However, the experiments kept showing more timelines crashing together before destroying. Everyone started panicking, wondering why these timelines were being destroyed and whether theirs would be next. More importantly, they asked how to prevent it or protect themselves in a worst-case scenario. No one had an answer since Dr. Carol had only recently developed the technology to observe and interact with dimensions. The upper echelons debated their next step. Some thought they should find ways to escape this timeline, others believed they should continue fighting, and many considered telling other factions so they could prepare. Sadly, no decision could be made as everyone bickered incessantly. Luckily, before the dispute escalated to a severe level, Dr. Kirol had unrivaled the effect of that lamp. After a meeting with the ruling class, an order was given to gather people from across the empire. They had to have a clean background, noble or decent character, and a person of high willpower. The empire accelerated the recruitment of these individuals, almost alerting their enemies or allies. Special location. Kirol was a humanoid alien with slightly purple skin and two small horns as small as 3 centimeters. He had a stoic demeanor, especially when focusing on the tablet. After a few seconds of tapping on the tablet, he finally raised his head to look at the group of 15 individuals before him. This should be Group 2. But why is there only so few? The others have still not passed basic training, replied his assistant, a green-skinned alien of the opposite gender. I could ask them to accelerate the speed. No need. We want quality, not quantity, Kirol replied before focusing on the group. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corporation. Stay quiet and follow me. He led the group through an enormous door, and everyone gasped as they looked at that towering green lamp. Hyros, ID, 3A765FE. Step up to the lamp and recite the activation code. Hyros was a lizard alien with 4 arms. He hesitated briefly before following orders. In brightest day, in darkest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power, Green Lantern's light. The giant lantern released a green light immediately after Hyros finished his words. Then, a green ring floated before him, and he put it on with a smile. Basic information about the ring entered his mind, so he only focused before creating a sword projection. You'll have plenty of time to use your power after training. So, stand to the side so the others can proceed, Kirol stated, waking Hyros from his excitement. Kirol called someone else, and the ceremony proceeded. Edward, who was invisible and the mastermind behind everything, calmly watched this ceremony. This Green Lantern Corp should serve as the middle-level powerhouse for the convergence. This timeline needed powerful Tier 10 and above powerhouses to survive, but they also required middle-tier fighters, Tier 4 to Tier 9. He chose the Nova Empire to fill this role, and by using such a method, he managed to select individuals willing to fight for this timeline's survival without the need to force, mind control, or trick them. These people knew the objective of the Green Lantern Corps and what they were fighting for. That's why Edward chose people with good morality and a sense of duty. It's also why he used the Green Lantern's oath. Words have powers, and a group's motto or philosophy can significantly influence cohesion. The oath's ideas and philosophies will bind the Green Lantern Corps members. What about the other corps? Edward asked. We've built the Yellow, Fear, and Red, Rage, Corps and even recruited demons as members, Morgana replied before showing him an image of the newly established corps. Clones and golems were responsible for everything, including controlling the souls of these demons. The Orange Corp, Avarice. We should have the technology to make it. We do, but according to my calculations, these demons become more difficult to control because of the ring and augmented greed. There is a chance of troubles coming our way if we make the Orange Corporation. Do you still want to do it? No need. I trust your judgment. Edward was delighted with Morgana's new upgrade as she could finally keep up with him and anticipate his actions. The Death Corp? He asked. A prototype is being built, she replied, showing him the current construction. However, you'll need to add the final touch once you've regained control of your death law. Excellent. In that case, our work here is done. Let's return home. He opened a portal to return to Earth. What do you think our next move should be? The Eternals, Morgana responded without hesitation. However, you should know that your clone is about to meet Tony Stark. Oh. What's the current time? A week after the Iron Man event. So, the world already knows he's Iron Man. Let's see how things are going over there. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion. Edward was conversing with Pepper Potts, and the TV sound was in the background. Something covered was next to him, but no one cared about that as the two laughed and conversed as if they were old friends. A door slid open, and Tony, wearing pants and an undershirt, walked inside while washing away his sweat with a towel. Pepper frowned as soon as she saw him. She sighed internally as she had messaged him that they were having an important guest. Tony, this is Secretary Bones from S.H.I.E.L.D. He's here to meet you. Edward slowly stood up. Mr. Stark. However, he did not offer a handshake. Can we do this another time? I'm in the middle of something really important. Tony had come up to get something to eat before returning to his lab. It won't take long. You say that because you don't know how valuable my time is, Tony responded before walking to the fridge. Are we changing him hourly? Tony, yelled Pepper. I'm just saying, he uttered before taking a sandwich and a drink from the fridge. He took a bit and returned to the living room. You have 3 minutes, he said to Edward with food in his mouth. Fine by me, Edward replied calmly before pushing a button on his watch to display a hologram. Tony's eyes immediately squinted. Chapter 623, The Eternals. Tony looked at this perfect rendering of his Iron Man armor and was immediately speechless. He could not understand how the government had his technology. Did he have a mole? However, only Jarvis had access to this technology. Even if they could salvage something from Obadiah's suit, it should not be so fast or detailed. Purely talking about robotics, the suit is nothing special, Edward stated before Tony could wake up from his shock and start talking. However, these words did hit him with another shock. However, the arc reactor is worth looking at, Edward continued as he thrashed the blueprint for the armor, leaving only the information about the reactor. A miniaturized fusion reactor built in a cave and under duress. Now, that is praiseworthy. How did you get that? Tony asked, trying to control his anger. Someone had basically stolen his invention, and the worst part was that it was the US government. You can think we've reverse-engineered your armor, Edward stated calmly. But that's not why I'm here, nor is it important. I think it is. Tony could not imagine the horror of the world if the US government could create his suit, that would be truly catastrophic. I'm here for 3 main reasons, Edward continued. Are you listening to me? Firstly, it is to speed up things. Time is running out, and some things cannot be dragged out. Secondly, are you deaf? Tony held him by his collar. Tony, stop. Pepper rushed over to pry him over. The palladium you use for the reactor is poisonous and should be slowly killing you, Edward finished. Wait, is that true, Tony? Pepper asked, but Tony did not answer. He only found out 2 days ago and hadn't processed the news. Edward walked a few steps to unveil what was covered on the couch. Your father discovered a new element. However, he could not create as he was limited by the technology of his time, so he left it to you to finish his work. That element can perfectly replace palladium, and it will kill you. Tony stared at him, but Edward continued talking. The third reason is for the Avengers Initiative project. He handed a document to Pepper. Read it and think about it. Now, Miss Potts, it was a pleasure meeting you. As for you, Mr. Stark, have a nice evening. Edward walked toward the exit, and Pepper wanted to lead him. No need. I'll see myself out. He left the mansion and entered the back of his vehicle. While his driver led him home, he was deep in thought. Dealing with Tony Stark will be a bigger headache than I anticipated. Most geniuses have a few things in common: opinionated, headstrong, arrogant, and finally prideful. Edward suffered from a similar affliction, but he's learned to control himself, especially since dealing with the other geniuses of the Empire was required. Unfortunately, it seems Tony was the kind of genius whose ego had to be the largest in the room. At least, it was hard for him to deal with the current Tony Stark. Edward's watch suddenly rang, so he pressed a button to manifest a screen before him. Secretary. What is it? How did the meeting with Stark go? Fury asked. Not as good as I would want to, but not the worst-case scenario, he replied calmly. Is he fit for the Avenger Initiative? As he is currently? That would be a no. Fury frowned. We still have time to observe and evaluate him, Edward continued. What is Hulk's current situation? Banner is hiding out, and we are secretly monitoring him. I've also led him to the scroll you wanted to give him. That's good. May I ask what's on the scroll? A meditation method that will allow him complete control over the Hulk, Edward replied. Such a thing exists. The world is more vast and complex than you know or can imagine, Edward replied. Fury gave him a side-eye glance with that one eye. It appeared he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The two talked more about the upcoming Avengers and information about locating Hydra. Camartage. Where is Loki? Edward asked after watching over the clone. He's out on a mission, Morgan answered. Leave him a message to come see me once he returns, Edward ordered before opening a portal elsewhere. Who are you? Asked a beautiful woman in a weary tone. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Edward Bones, and it's a pleasure. The woman stared at him, indicating this status meant nothing to her. I believe this is the part where you introduce yourself. I don't know who you are and what you want, but leave this place immediately. I guess I need to be more direct. I came here specifically for you, Prime Eternal, a Jack. How do you know about me? The human world has advanced a lot. You should have paid more attention, Edward replied. And what exactly do you want? My title indicates that I'm Earth's protector. But the existence of the Eternals has ruined this safety. Nonsense. We have protected this planet since the dawn of civilization, a Jack argued. Yes, but you forgot to mention the part about raising us like cattle before annihilating us during the emergence. How do you know this? A Jack asked, and before Edward could answer, she rushed toward him. She punched him with her superhuman strength. Before succeeding, chains appeared out of nowhere to tie her. Edward was not surprised by her reaction. Jack changed her mind about her mission after being influenced by the Avengers' actions. Currently, she is absolutely loyal to Arishem and her mission. The celestial communication sphere flew out of her body into Edward's hand. He summoned a few more chains that opened a portal to an unknown destination. After a few seconds, all the Eternals appeared before him in chains. Does anyone know what's going on? King Go asked. Jack. Cersei added. Druig. Is that you? Don't do anything stupid, Edward said, looking at the mind-controlling Eternal. I already don't appreciate your actions of mind-controlling humans. Don't make me put you down. Druig suddenly groaned as blood dripped from his nose. Are you all right? Asked Cersei, but Druig did not answer. What do you want with us? Jack asked. With you? Nothing. But I do have business with your boss, Edward replied as a magic circle that covered the entire planet manifested above him. Luckily, this thing was invisible, or the whole planet would enter a state of mass hysteria. The circle released a spatial fluctuation, and a few seconds later, the celestial living at the planet's core was teleported. The magic circle then turned into a sphere. The other Eternals were confused, except for Jack, who knew what had happened. Do you understand the severity of your actions? More than you can imagine, Edward replied before using the communication sphere to contact Arishem, the judge. Jack, is there a new situation developing? You're not Jack. Very astute, aren't we? Edward teased. I'm Edward Bones, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Guardian of Earth. We need to talk about how your actions have endangered the lives of my people. Arishem glanced at him before directly disconnecting the communication. Less than a second later, a black hole appeared outside Earth's atmosphere, and the Celestial walked out. I guess it's easier to communicate face to face, Edward muttered before teleporting before Arishem with the other Eternals with him. Chapter 624, The World Forge. Who are you? Arishem asked, no, demanded in an aggressive tone. Edward squinted his eyes as soon as he saw him in person. As I said, I'm the Sorcerer Supreme and Guardian of Earth. Guardian. By whose authority? Arishem has lived for trillions of years, so the guardian status of one planet will not deter him or his actions. However, he also wanted to know if this man had someone backing him so that he would be this bold. Whose authority? This one, Edward replied before pointing his finger northwest. A beam of light rushed to a distant and barren galaxy, wiping it out instantly. He then snapped his finger to rebuild it atom by atom. Arishem's cosmic senses allowed him to experience the entire process. I'm sure you're now willing to talk, Edward muttered. What do you want? You should have recognized that thing. Edward pointed to the magic circle, which was not far away. Human, what have you done? Arishem immediately noticed one of his kind. Calm down. He's still alive and can still hatch properly. What do you want? Now, we're talking, Edward sneered. I only want one thing, all your knowledge about cosmic energy, including how to build a world forge. In return, I'll hand over the egg to you and help you hatch it. You can do that. How about I show you? Edward pointed at his magic circle, and it started absorbing a strange energy similar to faith. The Celestials require energy from intelligent lives, but it was not faith since no humans knew of their existence or worshipped them. Due to the similarity, it did not take Edward long to analyze and replicate that energy. Arishem sensed the rapid complication of its kind, proving that the human was telling the truth. After a few minutes, time at the communicator was born. Now, it's your turn. Arishem looked at the magic circle, and after thinking it over briefly, he raised his enormous palm to condense a crystal. Morgana, Edward called. I'm on it, swiftly replied the little elf. No problem. Pleasure doing business with you, Edward declared, removing his magic circle to reveal Tiamat in its complete form. Thank you, human, for your help, Tiamat stated after his emergence. This is just a deal, Edward nodded calmly. Here, you can take your people. He moved the Eternals before him. No need, said Arishem. They can stay on Earth as diplomats to facilitate communication between us. Communication. You want to have another deal with me? We are not cruel, stated Tiamat. If there is a way for our kind's emergence not to affect the planet, we would not mind using it. That's not a bad idea. I can even build machines capable of achieving what I did, Edward replied. However, I live by the creed of equivalent exchange. If you want my help, you must pay something of value. We will communicate with the others before coming to a decision, said Arishem. So, be prepared for our next meeting. The two opened a black hole to teleport away. The celestial race is born with tier 6 strength and can grow to tier 9, tier 10 for the ones like Arishem, so they will make excellent allies, Morgana commented. But are you sure about this? I know you noticed it from him. The power of law/authority, Edward muttered. Arishem was the first person in this universe with an authority, as even the Panther goddess did not have one despite her body being enveloped by faith. Moreover, Arishem was not a faith god, and his authority was powered entirely by cosmic energy. The Celestials' origin and purpose is unknown, but as of now, we can categorize them as allies. He teleported everyone back to Earth. Well, you heard what the men said, Edward stated before handing the celestial communication sphere back to a Jack. Can someone please explain what's going on? Spite asked. Edward glanced at a Jack, and she sighed deeply before explaining their true mission and the emergence. That can't be, muttered Sprite. Are you saying we've been raising humans to be slaughtered like pigs? Cersei asked. Things are not so simple, a Jack replied. But they are, aren't they, sneered Druig. Why didn't you tell us? I'm sure she had her reason, Icarus butted in. Of course, you would defend her. What does that mean? Icarus asked with a frown. What else are you hiding? Phastos asked, trying to prevent an argument between those two. I'm not hiding anything else, a Jack replied. She's lying, Edward said. She didn't tell you about the memories or Thena's mod WIRE. A Jack wanted to curse as she did not expect him to know so much. A Jack, Cersei asked. She grunted before telling the entire truth, mainly that this was not their first mission. The group was quiet as they tried to process all this information. For a moment, many of them did not know what to do. Can you cure her? Gilgamesh suddenly asked, looking directly at Edward. You're talking about Thena? Yes. Sure, but why should I? If you do, I will forever be in your debt, Gilgamesh bowed. There is no need to go so far for my sake, Thena said. No, it's worth it. You were always my favorite, Edward said. Good, I'll help you, but remember your words. I will. Edward approached Thena and raised his hand to her head. What are you doing? She asked. Erasing the memories from your previous mission. You're suffering because there was an issue with the process. Couldn't you make me remember instead of erasing them? I could if I had access to the place Arishem stored them. Since I don't, this is the best solution. Edward was not telling the truth since he could help her recreate her memories. But it was faster and safer to erase them. I see. Edward placed his hand on her head and erased the residual memories. He ensured he did a thorough job, unlike Arishem. Well, it was a pleasure to meet all of you. Edward opened a gate, preparing to return home. Wait, yelled a Jack. I must go with you. Why? Arishem said we would be the communication link between you two, so I think it would be best for me to remain close. You have a point. Fine, you can come with me. What about us? Cersei asked. Shouldn't we know how to contact you? I live in Kamartaj in Nepal. You can visit if you wish. The portal closed, and the two disappeared. The Eternals looked at each other before walking away for a reunion after thousands of years. Edward found a room for a Jack. I don't think you care about living a modern lifestyle, do you? I'm fine as long as I have a roof over my head. That's good. You can ask any of the sorcerers if you need anything. Edward returned to his magic tower and started his work. Morgana, how is it? The information we've received is enough to push our understanding and application of cosmic energy to Tier 10. That's good news, Edward nodded. Send all the information and your analysis into my mind. No problem, sir. In minutes, Edward absorbed billions of years of the celestial race's study of cosmic energy. Did you find how to build the World Forge? He asked while absorbing the knowledge. Here is the blueprint, and I've already optimized it. Edward nodded, not surprised. The forge obviously had plenty of flaws. For example, Arishem created the deviants to help hatch the celestial seeds, but the deviants evolved beyond his control and rebelled. He made the Eternal synthetic life and inhibited their ability to improve and evolve, but Cersei did so in the movie. Edward would never have used something with so many flaws. Edward found a few small ways Morgana's blueprint could be further upgraded, and once he modified it, they immediately started building the forge. Being able to manufacture Eternals will be very useful for the convergence, Edward nodded. Besides the Nova Empire, they had an additional method to create middle-level troops. Chapter 625, Scarlet Wizard. What do you want to do now? Morgana asked while showing her a list. Edward's lips twitched, and he sighed. He glanced at it, and something soon caught his eye, chaos magic. That should be interesting. He teleported to Wanda's body from Earth 125. Her body floated at the center of a room surrounded by countless magic circles. Edward first summoned the data gathered from her body and immediately started testing. A red hue appeared in his hands, and with thought, he created a jet of flame. Edward waved his hand to change the room into a zoo, and with another thought, he changed it into a desert. A very potent form of magic, Morgana commented. I don't like it. Seriously? Morgana looked at him in shock. I didn't think I would live until the day there was a magic you didn't like. There is divine magic. That doesn't count, Morgana rebutted. So, why don't you like it? Is there something wrong? Just like its name, this magic has no rules and regulations. If you can tap deep enough into the chaos dimension and draw enough chaos energy, you can mold reality to your will. This is not magic, and more like reality warping masked as magic. Your argument is flawed since magic can be described as a form of reality manipulation, Morgana stated. I prefer to define it as the act of creating miracles. Morgana rolled his eyes since he was just being pedantic. So, what are you going to do? Will you not use it because of your preference? That would be stupid, Edward replied. In fact, I just thought of a plan that will provide us with the greatest data about the capabilities of Tier 11. Oh, I'm now intrigued. Do you remember in the Multiverse of Madness, Wanda from Earth 616 was way more powerful than her variants? I do. Why do you think that is? Many reasons could explain it, Morgana replied. She had the Darkhold, and combining that with her intense grief, it's normal for her to be way more powerful. Additionally, Earth 616 was once the sacred timeline, meaning there is a chance that this brought her some advantage. A fair analysis, Edward nodded. You think I'm right? So, what's your explanation? My theory is that the title of Scarlet Witch can only belong to one variant. Wanda 616 is so powerful because of that title. Morgana's eyes immediately lit up as she figured out his plan. You want to take the title from her? Correct. Wanda 616 was able to destroy all the Darkhold that exists in the multiverse, and that's a Tier 11 feat if you succeed. However, this plan is not as easy to pull off as you say. All signs indicate that only Wanda can be the Scarlet Witch, meaning no outsiders who can use chaos magic can take that position. We can bypass this restriction by creating a clone based on Wanda's life code. However, the most challenging aspects of this plan are how to get the title, how to get the Darkhold, and how to control such a powerful clone. Edward nodded. Getting the title is relatively easy. The source of chaos magic is the chaos dimension, so we only need to elevate our affinity to that dimension to a sufficient level, just like Barry was to the Speed Force. This might work, but don't forget that there is a chance that once Wanda 616 is revived in the sacred timeline, she might take the position back. I don't doubt that for a minute, Edward agreed. So, should we try to kill her before she revives? Do you think that's a good idea? Probably not, Morgana replied. It seems that beings like Thon, the creator of the Darkhold, lust after her power and maybe even soul. We also have to consider whether the god of story, Loki, will allow us to intervene in the affairs of Earth 616. Edward nodded. Thon was a Tier 11 demon, and GOS Loki was Tier 12, meaning they were all entities he could not handle currently. Alright, so our plan is to use this clone to gather data on Tier 11 strength, Morgana concluded. Next is how to get the Darkhold. Wanda destroyed all copies, and our previous attempts in the past 3 years to get a copy failed. The answer to both our remaining problems is the same, the power of law, Edward responded. We can give the clone some of my mastery of magic and access to my time law. Then, it can summon a copy of the Darkhold from the River of Time. Edward previously tried this method but failed. However, he was now confident in this method since the clone would have the backing of the entire chaos dimension. As for how we can control the clone, the answer is the same, soul law. Wanda could pull off these Tier 11 feats, but all other aspects of her being, soul, body, and mind, could be classified as ordinary. So, what we have to do is ensure the clone does not follow the arcane path, follow the same path as Wanda, and put a kill switch on its divine flame. We will be fine if we don't tell it about it. In that case, we cannot give the clone your memory since that would create a suspicious personality. It can have your knowledge but not your personality. No need to say it like that, Edward complained. You also need to achieve a 10 willpower and regain control over your law before this plan starts, Morgana organized. Alright. Let's immediately get started. You create the clone, and I'll start increasing my willpower, Edward replied before suddenly thinking of something. Make the clone a man, give him a similar background of grief as Wanda, and call this project the Scarlet Wizard. Why? Once he loses the title, eliminating him would be a waste. So, let's send him to Earth 616 and see if he can Wanda. Maybe we can secretly manipulate her through him. Aren't you worried about playing with fire? I am, but in this current mess, we need to make more bold moves if we want a chance at winning and surviving, Edward replied. This world was a training ground for him for the upcoming war, so he needed to evolve and adapt. Otherwise, once he genuinely gets involved in Merlin's war, he might suffer terribly with his usual conservative and safe approaches. Alright. Morgana started her work while Edward walked toward the room with the experimental multiverse to increase his willpower. Oh, don't forget about Loki. Edward needed to cast the shadow clone jutsu, leaving it to talk to Loki once he returned. Edward started to experience the lives of trillions of people with different races, ethnicities, and even species. He even lived the life of unicellular organisms and the process of evolving into multicellular organisms and complex organisms. All these memories should have overwhelmed his mind, but the process of this training method was for him to resist being assimilated or losing his sense of self while experiencing all these lives. The process started easily since his soul was so powerful. However, it became more challenging after a few trillions or more lives. He was already struggling once he had experienced the life of every single being in one universe. But, he continued with other universes in that small multiverse. Luckily, the process worked. Edward could feel his willpower increasing every minute, and he was so close to passing that last threshold. Chapter 626, Playing the Villain. A few weeks later, Loki returned to Camartage, and he received a summon from Edward. He was surprised since it was not a time for a checkup, so the trickster wondered the purpose of this summon. "You called for me. I have a special mission for you," Edward said directly. "Do you remember the Avengers?" "I do." Loki remembered these guys' importance in his original destiny. "I need you to help them assemble." "You want me to pretend to be the villain and force them to become a team?" "That's correct." Loki frowned. "I'm assuming this invasion will be fake." "Yes. But wouldn't that have an adverse effect once they discovered the truth?" "That's possible," Edward nodded. "The Avengers became a team after the New York invasion, but there is a chance that the team broke apart after knowing it was all false." "It's a risk worth taking," Edward explained. "Additionally, my purpose is not only to gather them. The invasion will open Earth to cosmic threats, and I use this opportunity to manipulate things in the scene politically to prepare Earth for the upcoming convergence." "With how weak humans are, can they be useful without sorcery?" Loki asked. "With the right technology, they will make excellent foot soldiers." "I guess that makes sense," Loki nodded. "How far do you want me to go?" "Push them to the limit, but don't go too far and make them feel despair. We don't want to destroy their confidence." "I can do that," Loki smirked. "Do you want me to use illusion for the entire battle?" "No, I want you to follow the script and get Thanos' Mind Stone and control of the Chitauri. No one can die in this battle, but there is no problem with property destruction. The human race needs an awakening, and the Battle of New York is perfect." "I think I can do this," Loki smiled. "How many points for this mission?" "Based on your performance, you're guaranteed a minimum of 3,000. "That's the minimum amount of a B-level mission," Loki commented. "Very well." Loki returned to his room to gather a few things before immediately leaving. Meanwhile, Edward's clone was about to disappear when he noticed a Jack in the distance, so he approached her. "Settling in okay?" he asked. "Everything is okay," she replied. "Thank you for asking." "That's good to hear, but you look bored. You can try attending a few lessons to pass the time." "What is the point?" "We, Eternals, cannot become stronger. We can improve our skills but cannot learn new things." "You're wrong," Edward stated. "Despite being synthetic organisms, you have souls, meaning you can grow and evolve." He raised his hand to condense a USB. This thing contained countless books on the soul and the utilization of cosmic energy. "Read them, and you may break the shackles binding you." The clone disappeared, leaving a Jack alone. She hesitated briefly before returning to her room to use the USB. Meanwhile, Loki had already started his plan. He returned home to create a believable background for approaching the Mad Titan. Loki chose the Exile Prince after failing a rebellion background, and after leaving Asgard, he accidentally contacted Thanos. It took him a while to earn Thanos' trust, and just as he succeeded and was about to start the invasion, he received an update on his mission from Edward, who was, in fact, Morgana acting on his behalf. His new task was to delay the invasion and use this time to control all of Thanos' forces secretly. The trickster god was elated by this news and accepted this new mission. He was especially satisfied with the fact that he would receive more points and that he could request any aid necessary to succeed. The delay was 2 years. During this period, Loki successfully controlled all of Thanos' military. He used his charm and strength to turn people on his side while strategically killing anyone who was fiercely loyal. When Thanos starts to suspect something, Loki changes his tactic by replacing the Titan's men with perfect copies that he has mind-controlled. Everything was readied for the invasion and the next step afterward. Edward opened his eyes. He raised his hand, and a black chain of dots flashed on his palm, releasing an intense power of time. "Time Authority," he muttered before checking the others: space, death, soul, curse, element, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, and destruction. "Morgana, calculate my current strength." Your energy level increased from 27 universes to 35. However, with your magic domain and the power of law, your strength is on par with 40 universes. What about the arcane spark? There is good news, Morgana stated. With the karma of destroying so many universes, you can cast a spell on par with 60 universes or an upper demon god. And, quick reminder. Arcane Spark uses a person's karma for empowerment, increasing their strength or spells. That is good news, Edward nodded. However, I feel like the Arcane Spark could be optimized. That's not currently possible, Morgana replied. We have limited research on karma, and if we want to make any rapid development, we would need to buy the knowledge from the Akashic records or travel to a world with sufficient data. A cultivation world. Probably the best option, Morgana nodded. Edward took this time to check the price that the Akashic record was selling but immediately closed the screen. He had never been called poor so intensely. There should be planes similar to cultivation back home, Edward commented. However, our best option is to use the clone that will infiltrate the purple Taoist Samsara Hall. Speaking of, any more news? Not since we learned the clone was successfully planted, Morgana replied. The time difference between our two universes might be quite significant. Edward nodded. Since the clone already had an established identity, the next update should be that he was invited to join the Samsara Hall. Once that happens, he can try to share memories or take control. Alright. Let's do a few tests before sending the signal for Loki to start. After receiving the signal, Loki swiftly met with Thanos for a discussion. The Titan did not need much convincing to make this invasion. He wanted to test Odin's response, and what better way to do so than to send his son as the invader. Additionally, he had suspicions about this Asgardian, and this invasion was the perfect way to observe him. Thus, after granting him his scepter, Loki headed to Earth. Edward and his government clone calmly observed the situation. This invasion was a significant event in his plans, and he needed to ensure nothing went wrong. Chapter 627, Battle of New York, I. After arriving at Midgard, Loki first attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base to take control of the Tesseract. Edward had already removed the space gem from the Tesseract, but it kept the object intact with spatial energy and let the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. study it to see if something would come of it. Unlike the movie, he did not enslave Hawkeye's mind but just beat him up. Immediately afterward, Nick Fury contacted Tony and Steve to help, and they tracked Loki's location somewhere in Berlin, where he was recruiting scientists for help. Loki noticed their arrival and led the group to an isolated field. I've been waiting for you, he declared before summoning two daggers. I don't know who you are, but you better surrender without resistance, Tony said. This is not the 15th century, and this is not a duel. We have guns now. Oh, a loudmouth, Loki commented. My least favorite type. He threw his daggers with great speed and accuracy. Steve deflected the weapon with his shield while Tony flew in the sky to evade. With one smooth motion, Steve threw his shield, and to his surprise, Loki caught it with a smile before throwing it back. Steve could not react in time, so the shield hit him in the stomach and flew with him a few meters away. Meanwhile, Tony used this opportunity to fire a weapon that released intense electrical pulses that neutralized his opponent. However, the weapon passed through Loki's body as if he were intangible. What the hell, commented the playboy, billionaire, and philanthropist. Peekaboo. I believe that's how the saying goes, right, Loki said behind him. Before Tony could react, Loki stabbed his legs to destroy the thrusters, resulting in Iron Man falling from the sky. The Loki in the air dissipated, and a new one appeared on the ground. Well, that was easy, commented the trickster god. He turned around to leave, but the sky suddenly changed. Although it was the middle of the night, the sky turned bright, and a rainbow light descended from the clouds. Brother, you're here. I guess it's really fate, Loki said. Loki, Thor grunted. What are you doing here in Midgard? What I do is no longer your concern. It is when it is affecting the innocent lives of Midgardian. Oh, brother, it's almost cute how ignorant you are, Loki shook his head. Anyway, it's time for me to leave. No, you won't. You're coming with me. Make me. Thor stomped his foot, releasing a stream of lightning that traveled through the earth with great speed. His purpose was similar to Tony's. However, Loki just smiled at him before disappearing. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked around. He frowned briefly before helping Steve and Tony. The helicarrier's main room. Thank you for coming, Fury stated, standing before a circular table with two people beside him. Let me introduce everyone, Agent Natasha Romanoff, codename Black Widow, Agent Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye, Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk, and lastly, Thor, the god of thunder and an emissary from Asgard. Wait, are you saying he's Thor? As in the one from the myth? Tony asked. The one and only, answered Thor. You don't look so godly. Do you want to test my might? All right, Fury cut things off. He pointed to the man and woman beside him and said, these two are Agent Coulson and Maria Hill. Are those people part of the little club you wanted to create? Tony stated. I thought I rejected that proposal. I also have no intention to be part of a group. You promised me I could leave after I help, added Bruce Banner. You're not here for the Avengers initiative, Fury explained. Our perpetrator, Loki, stole something precious. I need your expertise to locate it before he does something irreparable. A hologram manifested from the middle of the table with information on what they needed to locate. You can ask Coulson and Hill for technical support and Romanoff and Hawkeye for field support. He turned his focus to Thor. What is Asgard's official stand on this matter? A little over 2 years ago, a hammer landed in New Mexico, which then led to events that almost destroyed a town. Afterward, Fury came into contact with Thor and Asgard from the Secretary. My brother was deposed more than 2 years ago, so we support your right to stop him. We only ask that you give us the right to take him home. I'll have to report to the council, but I don't think they'll have any issue with this request, Fury nodded before leaving the room. We'll be in the next room if you need something, Maria Hill announced before leaving with Coulson. Soon afterward, the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also left. This man is hiding something, Tony commented. He's a spy. Isn't that his nature? Banner commented. Well, I'm not too fond of secrets, Tony said as he approached Banner. How did you do it? Do what? Control the other guy. Meditation. No, I'm serious. So am I, Banner replied. How about we focus on finding this thing and getting this over with? Tony looked at him but did not continue the topic. Meanwhile, the quiet Captain America, who was listening, left the room. A few hours passed, and Tony suddenly stopped his work to check his phone. Sir, we have failed to bypass S.H.I.E.L.D. security, said Jarvis. Are you serious? I'm afraid so. Show me what went wrong. Tony looked at his phone for a minute before creating a new algorithm to help Jarvis break through their security. The process was about to work, but something changed at the last minute, and Jarvis failed again. Since when was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cybersecurity so advanced, he thought before remembering an unpleasant encounter 2 years ago. Now, I'm even more curious. In the past 2 years, he tried everything to find out how the government reverse-engineered his suit and what they planned to do with it. Sadly, nothing was successful, no matter what he did or how much money he threw at that problem. It's done, Banner exclaimed. You're finished. Tony checked, and they indeed succeeded. A few minutes later, everyone was in the room except for Steve. Have you found the location? Fury asked. Yes. Whatever you want us to locate is releasing an unnatural amount of radiation, and we can locate its energy source here, Stark Tower. Excellent, Fury nodded. Your work is done. I'll send a team to extract the item. What exactly is this mysterious item? I can explain. The door opened, and Steve entered with a weapon he had dropped before everyone. It's the Tesseract, a potent source of energy that Hydra and the Germans used to make weapons. They almost took over the world with it. Where did you get this? Fury asked. Does it matter? Steve rebutted. You don't understand. Earth is facing many threats beyond the capabilities of our civilization. I've seen what this kind of power does to a man's mind, Steve replied. How do you know that won't happen to you? Just because you start with noble intentions does not mean it will remain the same. We have no other choice, Nick said. We always have a choice, Banner added. And powerful weapons of mass destruction are never it. I'm with the green monster on this, Tony added. So much chaos. I love it. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and immediately became somber when they saw Loki looking at them with a smirk. Hello, friends. Aren't you happy to see me? Chapter 628, Battle of New York, 2. How did you bypass our defense? Fury asked. You called that defense? Loki taunted. Why are you here? Thor asked. However, before Loki could answer, Natasha fired. She emptied her clip on him. Sadly, this did nothing as the bullets passed through Loki's body. That wasn't very nice, he smiled before looking at his brother. To answer your question, I'm here to offer a gift. Watch out, Thor yelled to a confused Banner. However, it was already too late. Another Loki appeared behind him, holding the scepter with the Mind Stone pointing at the back of his head. What a strong spirit. Sadly, it's futile, Loki commented. Banner rapidly transformed into the Hulk, roaring like a wild animal. Thor turned into a lightning bolt to rush toward his brother. However, as soon as he touched him, he was encased in a green sphere. I hope you enjoy this present, Loki's voice echoed. Hulk started to smash everything in sight. He flew upward, smashing his way up more than 3 floors. Damn it, Fury yelled as he rushed to the main deck. He needed to take control to ensure the helicarrier did not fall from the sky. The others went to suit up. After getting his shield, Steve went after Hulk to see if he could calm him down. Tony followed after him. You need to slow down the carrier's fall, Steve ordered. Who are you speaking like that to? This is not the time for this. You're the only one who can fly. Tony stared at him before flying away. His first thought was to fix the propelling system, and he did so. However, a few minutes later, Hulk destroyed them. I thought the old man in red and blue would stop him, Tony complained. With the propellers busted, the only thing he could do was hold this thing on his own. However, he did not know whether his armor could do such a feat after what happened 2 years ago. His pride was hurt, so he accelerated the development of his suit. But he was not prepared for such a situation. This is not the time to be overthinking. Tony rushed underneath the helicarrier, holding it all its weight. Sir. What is Jarvis? At this rate, we will lose all power in 35 minutes. It's fine since our objective is not to hold this thing for as long as possible. We only need to lower its altitude to reduce the damage caused by it crashing, Tony said, and that's precisely what he did. After 10 minutes of holding up, his armor had many problems due to bearing too much load. Lightning suddenly rushed out of the helicarrier, shocking Tony and everyone else. Thor. Thor had broken through the illusion world his brother had placed him in. Loki, he roared. He flew out of his room toward Hulk. He smashed the hammer in the green giant's head, knocking him out with one hit. The battered Steve Rogers looked at him in shock. However, Thor ignored him as he flew outside and slowly carried the helicarrier to the ground. You're really the god of thunder? Tony asked. Thor effortlessly took the carrier from him. Let's go check on the people, Thor answered. It took a while to settle everything, and the result was 12 people dead, including Agent Phil Coulson. The group looked at Coulson's body, covered by a white cloth, and silence and sadness overwhelmed the room. Almost everyone had met this kind and geeky secret agent, and if there was one thing Coulson had going for him, it was his likability. Loki must pay. Everyone turned to look at Banner, who had awakened. His face was pale, but his anger and hatred were almost palpable. Whatever he's planning cannot be good, so we must stop him at all costs, Steve stated, and the others agreed. A loud boom resonated outside as they were about to discuss their next state. They rushed to check and saw a crack in the sky, followed by countless alien creatures rushing into New York. That was his plan from the beginning, an invasion, Steve analyzed. The Tesseract was the key to opening the portal. We must stop him. Before finishing his words, Thor raised his hammer, releasing a massive electrical storm that killed most of the Chitauri from the crack. However, he soon realized that the next batch was harder to kill. It was as if someone had blessed them with immunity to lightning. The Avengers scattered to deal with the situation. Tony, Thor, and Hulk focus on the enemy in the air, while Cap, Natasha, and Clint concentrate on the energy on the ground. They also took charge of evacuating the citizens. Fury spoke with the council to ask for additional aid, which they provided. After dealing with all the Chitoro, the crack opened again for a second wave, and this time, the Avengers were more efficient. Thor tried to find his brother on the Stark's tower to stop this madness, but there was no one. They had to fight 4 waves before Thor sensed a powerful energy wave on top of the building. He and Tony rushed up there while Hulk jumped. The others took one of the Chitauri's gliders to reach up there. It's time for the grand finale, Loki said with a smile, looking at this group. Is this a game to you? Natasha asked. It is. What happened to you, brother? Loki looked at Thor. This will be our 457th battle. If I remember correctly, I've only won 56. Wait, I thought your record was 205. I no longer feel the need to count those dishonest victories. It seems you've changed. More than you can imagine. This is not the time for a family reunion, Tony said. That's right. You've gone too far this time, brother, Thor said. But you're wrong. This is child play compared to what you will face, Loki smiled. First, let's remove nuisances. Natasha and Clint suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. They were conscious, but their bodies could not move. Steve immediately went to check on them. Their pulse is okay, he announced. Damn God, roared Hulk as he jumped next to Loki, swinging his enormous fists downward. Loki calmly evaded him before punching his stomach and making Hulk flinch. However, the green monster became even more enraged and swung with even more fever. You have the strength but no technique, Loki calmly stated as he evaded and hit Hulk with an elbow. He followed this act by hitting his knee, forcing him to his level before uppercutting the creature in his jaw, knocking him out with relative ease. Haha, it was so easy, Loki laughed, thinking about how Hulk had treated him in his original timeline. The group was quiet. Everyone, besides Thor, experienced significant heart palpitations. They knew of this rampaging monster's strength, but he was taken down so quickly. Stand aside, I'll deal with him, Thor declared. He calmly walked forward. It seems you've become stronger. I can say the same to you, Loki replied. Why not use this strength to help Asgard? Why do this? Defeat me, and you'll know the answer, Loki sneered. Chapter 629, The Truth. Boom. Loki caught the hammer with his 2 hands, dragging him backward. You can now detect my clones. You're not the only one who has improved, Thor declared as a unique battle aura coursed through his veins, elevating his already terrifying battle prowess. I guess this will be fun. Loki created more clones, and Thor started to look for the real body. In the process, he ignored the actions of the illusions, a crucial mistake. One hit him on his face, and Thor flew to the ceiling before crashing down. His illusion can affect reality. Thor stood up and started twirling his hammer, releasing a potent wind that blew all the clones away. Then, in one swoop motion, he turned his left hand to the right to release a lightning blast. Loki appeared with a cracked green shield. He summoned a pair of daggers and started a close combat duel with Thor. Usually, he is easily overwhelmed by this way of fighting, but this time, they were evenly matched, at least physically. Loki was slightly better in skill, but it was evident that Thor had more experience in close combat. A clone appeared behind Thor, but his body released a lightning bolt to destroy it, and he did not even have to turn around. His senses are sharper than I expected, Loki thought, wondering how his brother could see through his illusions. Loki observed closely as they clashed but could not find an immediate answer, so he used Edward's lesson, basic divination. Loki turned his life force into mana to cast the spell, and he had his answer. Thor could detect the electrical impulses of his clones and judge their nature. Oh, brother, how clever. This was definitely not your idea, Loki mentally sneered. As their weapons clashed, another Loki suddenly appeared beside Thor and plunged his dagger into his ribs. The original Loki then kicked him more than 2 meters away. Thor landed on his feet but on his knee. He grunted as he removed the dagger. His body released an electrical light that closed the injury. Loki once again created hundreds of illusion clones, but Thor could not find the original this time. He raised his hammer in the sky, summoning the wrath of heaven. Lightning and thunder descended from the sky, and Thor perfectly controlled them to the point that not a single one of the shocked Avengers in the room was harmed. Sadly for him, Loki was also unharmed. He turned his illusion clones into an intangible state, including his original body. Once the attack ended, the clones became real and started beating Thor. The Thunder God tried to fight back, but he could not tell which were real, tangible, and faking an attack. So, he was soon overwhelmed. Thor decided to use a skill that he had recently learned, thunder teleportation. He accessed a dimension full of thunder energy and used its space to teleport. Although he currently can only teleport a short 5-meter distance, it was an excellent mobility skill for battle. Thor's approach should have been an excellent tactic. Unfortunately for him, Loki's original body can teleport by exchanging places with his illusion clones. Lastly, one of the first lessons he learned when dealing with mages is how to limit their mobility. So, he immediately used a dimensional blockage spell to stop Thor, returning him to his original position. Ultimately, Loki won the battle by impaling his brother in all 4 limbs to render him immobile. Victory is mine, Loki declared as he looked at his brother on his knees, his arms extended like he was on a cross, 2 spears impaling them as their tips pointed upward. I admit you've won this battle, Thor declared. However, I won the war. His body suddenly released a massive amount of thunder energy. Loki realized he was too cocky. Now that he was so close, it was too late for him to react. As the potent lightning rushed to him, he used the only spell that could help, Ice Coffin. He surrendered himself in a giant block of ice to block Thor's last struggle attack. That was very close, Loki said as the ice melted. And thank you for the lesson. Thor looked tired and listless. His body even appeared a few % smaller. Brother, it's not too late to stop this. Loki was about to say something when he detected something. He turned around to see Steve and Tony preparing to fight him. After all of this, you still want to fight? You're a threat to this planet, and we won't stop defending until our last breath, Steve declared while holding his shield. He rushed toward Loki while Tony started his weapons. The two fought Loki for over 30 minutes before Tony ran away out of energy, and Steve was tired. Loki ended his illusion, revealing they were fighting each other the whole time. Do you see how pointless your struggle is? Tony's suit could not move, but Steve was a man of intense willpower. So, he stood up, ready for another round. Loki rolled his eyes, and with a finger snap, the shield rushed out of his hands, and green shackles captured Steve. Ultron was right. Such a unique metal and you people made a frisbee out of it, Loki shook his head. He threw the shield away before looking at these people. Now, what to do with you? What to do with this planet now that their guardians are no more? Just enslave them. No, this could be the start of my empire, an empire even more grandeur than Asgard. Having a little too much fun, aren't we? Teacher, Loki said, a little embarrassed. I had to sell it, just like you told me to. Edward wanted to roll his eyes. This man was simply a drama queen. He looked at the shocked Avengers. Aren't you that sorcerer from Midgard? Thor asked. Secretary. Natasha asked. Come, we have much to talk about, Edward declared. He waved his hand to heal or free everyone before opening a portal to the helicarrier. He used the Reparo charm, returning to its pre-destroy state. He followed up with another portal inside, where an on-guard Fury awaited. He watched everything from a satellite, and his mind was on the highest alert. Edward walked to the room where they kept all the dead agents, and everyone quietly followed him for some reason. Wake up, he said, and those agents suddenly moved. What's going on? Coulson asked. Don't ask any questions since I'll answer everything together. As for the rest of you, return to your station. Alas, the group returned to the main room. You can be at ease, Edward stated, offering them a seat, but no one took his offer. Can you explain what's going on? Fury asked. He had a feeling he was about to peep at the truth of the world. Where to start? Edward stated. I guess from the beginning. He looked to his side, and another portal appeared, revealing his main body, which was dressed in his magical robe. Secretary Edward stood up to give his spot to Sorcerer Supreme Edward. Such an act made things even more complicated. For those unaware, Earth has a magical community based on Camartage, Edward started. These sorcerers have protected the planet from magical and dimensional threats for countless millennia. The leader of that community holds the title of Sorcerer Supreme, which is my current position. Edward paused to give them time to process. Camartage usually does not interfere in the world's affairs unless we recruit people or some threats bypass our defenses, and we need to venture into the world to deal with it. However, something changed that forced us to intervene. My predecessors peered into the future and predicted a cataclysmic event on a cosmic scale, unlike anything in the universe's history. To ensure Earth and this universe's survival, she chose a radical person like me as her successor. Edward summoned a pot of tea and sipped it. I've done many things to prepare for this event, including forming a deeper alliance with Asgard and sending a clone to intervene in the world's affairs. His job was to unite the Earth's government and pool their resources to prepare for the upcoming catastrophe. I sent my apprentice, Loki, to set up this invasion as the first lesson for you, the Avengers, and a wake-up call to the Earth citizens. The world is about to change rapidly, and the people need to be prepared. Chapter 630, Reaction. You think? Steve asked. Dozens, if not hundreds, of people died, and it's all because you wanted to play God. You're wrong about that, Edward replied. Not a single person died. Of course, the news will report dozens of casualties, but all these people were false identities that I've created for this event. That doesn't make what you did any better, Maria Hill added. New York is in shambles, and it will cost billions of dollars to repair. Money, huh? Sometimes, I forget the way I think, which is now completely different from normal humans, Edward stated. He raised his hand above his hand to open a portal that showed somewhere in the solar system. He pointed at one of the asteroids. Asteroid L-876A, this thing contained natural resources estimated to be worth $3.6 trillion. As he finished these words, the asteroid shrunk and passed through the portal before closing. Money will never be an issue. The room was quiet, and everyone was speechless. Then, Natasha broke the silence. I think the point no one likes is that you're controlling the lives of this planet for arbitrary reasons. Ah, so you feel used, like puppets, Edward nodded. Unfortunately, your fate was long decided, even before I became a factor. Let me show you what would have happened if I had not interfered. Edward snapped his finger to show the group's future from the events of the first Iron Man movie to the end games. Of course, he hid certain facts, such as Bucky's existence and the fact that he killed Tony's parents. He used a spell to accelerate their perception so they could experience everything quickly. So, I'm dead? Natasha asked. Join the club, Tony added. However, he soon focused on his life with Pepper and his daughter, Morgan Stark. How can this be Asgard's fate? Thor muttered. He could not believe his powerful country would be reduced to such a state. Hela. He muttered, his eyes containing a certain level of ferocity. If time were allowed to flow naturally, this would be your fate, Edward explained. But my presence in the cataclysm has shifted things. What exactly is this cataclysm you speak of? Fury asked. Yes, let's get back on topic, Edward nodded. You should know or have heard the term multiverse. Everyone nodded. Some of them may not have been too familiar with the concept previously, but after seeing their future, they had some understanding of it. Someone or something, for an unknown reason, forced all the universes to clash and fuse until only one remains in an event called the convergence. I know you cannot envision how terrible such an event is, so I'll show you some snippets of the futures my predecessor and I saw. Numerous terrifying images appeared in the room, showing the group sight of terrifying creatures invading this reality and slaughtering the universe. They saw how they fought pointlessly against these invaders and how some of the invaders were variants of themselves. One of the images shown was a variant of Hulk that treated people like food and ate countless galaxies worth of individuals. "Stop it," said Banner, and Edward did so. "This is just the tip of the iceberg," Edward added. "Infinite dimensions with infinite possibilities. Even with my abilities, I can only see a small percentage." The silence in the room became deafening. After what felt like an eternity, Edward spoke again. "Do you understand now? I didn't do what I did because of power or something stupid like wanting to play God," Edward said. "The future is bleak, and it's my job to ensure our reality survives this ordeal, and I will do anything for success. However, I cannot do everything alone, so I need your help. What can we do in such a situation?" Hawkeye asked, his voice full of hopelessness and despair. The fight with Loki already showed him his limit as an average human, let alone dealing with these ungodly creatures that treat galaxies and universes as their plaything. "No need to despair. Our world has plenty of powerful protectors, and we have experienced 2 convergences and dealt with the issue with no problem." "Deal with? How?" Fury asked. "We annihilated their universes before fusing with ours," Edward replied calmly, shocking everyone. They knew this man was powerful and that the scale of things he dealt with was incomprehensible, but it was something else to have him directly stating he annihilated a universe. Edward waved his hand to show the team the proof. He showed them not only their group attacking but also the effect or process of that universe being annihilated. He also showed them what happens if their universes are destroyed. "So cruel," Steve commented. He was a soldier and saw the cruelty of war. However, his experience paled compared to an event of such a cosmic scale. "Indeed. Unfortunately, this is a situation of either them or us," Edward nodded. "Any question?" "I have one," Fury said before taking a deep breath. He knew he was facing a gold-like being but decided to ask. So, he looked Edward in the eyes. "Does the US government know about this?" Edward smiled. "Are you wondering whether I used magic to get the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. secretary?" The answer is no. After showing these leaders the future and promise of technology beyond anything they could imagine, including immortality through genetic manipulation, most did not hesitate to sell their country and give me the political and military power I wanted. Fury granted silently. He knew these people and how they operated, so he believed Edward's words. "Anything else? What exactly do you plan to do with us?" Banner asked. "That's a good question," Edward smiled. "All of you are talented individuals, so I've prepared training plans to ensure you become people capable of turning the tide in this event." "Training? Are you going to teach us magic?" Hawkeye asked. "Not necessarily," Edward shook his head. "Magic may not be the best path for you. Luckily, I've traveled to many dimensions and know countless power systems that can grant you strength." "And when does this training begin?" Hawkeye continued. "I still have some unfinished business, and my clone needs to clean up the aftermath of this invasion, so it will take 2 to 4 weeks, Edward replied with a smile. "That seems a little long," Hawkeye muttered, and Edward's smile grew brighter. "I hate to pop your bubbles, but I have not agreed to join your little club," Tony declared. "Tony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must check on Pepper." He walked out of the room and summoned his suit to fly away. Everyone looked at Edward, but he was calm. "It's fine." He knows Tony will have no choice but to turn to him if he wants to protect Pepper or his friend, Roddy. And even if he doesn't, it won't matter since some people can replace him, for example, Hank Pym, Riri Williams, and Shuri, and if needed, he can even revive Tony's father, Howard Stark. "I must take my leave," Thor declared. He had many questions he needed to ask his father and mother. "Brother, are you coming with me?" "I'm going home but still have unfinished business here." "That's fine." Thor flew outside and called for Heimdall to teleport home. He did not even go to see Jane. "I guess I'll see you in a few weeks," Edward said to the rest before teleporting away with his clone. Chapter 631, A Genius Pride. He exhaled to calm down. "What do you want me to do with Thanos?" "Kill him and take over his forces," Edward ordered. He had gathered 5 Infinity Stones, only missing the Reality Stone. Thanos was an uncontrollable variable, so it was time to remove him. "My pleasure," Loki replied. Ever since he knew Thanos killed him in his original future, he's been waiting for an opportunity to avenge himself. Now, the time has arrived. "Well, you can go." Edward had a lot of work to do, so he dismissed Loki. "Before I leave, can I ask for a favor?" "Favor? What is it?" "Could you make a weapon for me?" "Why all of the sudden?" "I struggled so much against Thor because I lack a personalized weapon," Loki explained. "With today's accomplishments, you can ask your father to request a weapon from the dwarves," Edward said. "I know, but I want one from you." Edward muttered. "Fine. I'll give you 2 options. The first is to pick from my treasury, where I hold my best work. The second option is I will make one personally for you, but you may have to wait a few years. I choose the second one, Loki answered without hesitation. Are you sure? I am. All right, Edward nodded. Anything specific? I want something multipurpose, Loki explained. Something that can boost my sorcery and close combat abilities. That's fine. Anything else? Maybe portable. It would be good if I could easily carry it with me at all times. Doable. What else? That's it. All right, but like I said, you may have to wait a while. That's fine by me. Edward finally dismissed Loki before starting his work. What's the result? They didn't take the bait, Morgana answered. I've been scanning all activities on the planet and even surrounding galaxies and dimensions, but I found no signs of Hydra. It seems Mephisto is more patient and calculating than I gave him credit for, Edward groaned softly. He was not a fan of this kind of enemy. Forget about him. Let's finish the Death Corp and Project Scarlet Wizard. Edward's first stop was to finish the Death Lantern and create the Death Rings. After regaining control over his Death Law, he completed the finishing step. However, he encountered a second problem, finding the right people to wield the Death Rings. It takes a unique kind of talent to wield the Death Rings, and even after scanning the entire universe, he only found 12 people with the talent. I think we may have to recruit undead for this corp, Morgana suggested. I know, and that's their original purpose in the first place, Edward added. Convert the enemy's dead into soldiers on our side. Edward created a clone to recruit these 12 individuals and trained them. Once they are proper members, they can start making and recruiting undead for this corp. His next focus was on Project Scarlet Wizard. He cared deeply about this project because it would help him achieve soul divinity and amass even more data on Tier 11. While Edward was deep at work, someone else was in a similar state. After flying away from the helicarrier, Tony checked on Pepper to ensure she was okay. Once that was done, he returned to his home in Malibu. He opened the TV, and a reporter talked about the invasion and its effect on the planet, including casualties. Jarvis, do a deep background check on the victims, Tony ordered. As you wish. Tony knew it would take Jarvis a few minutes, so he prepared himself a drink. Sir, it appeared the secretary was telling the truth. What did you find out? All the victims did not exist before 2 years ago, Jarvis stated. Their birth certificate, social security number, and ID only appeared in the system 2 years ago. However, they have a well-created digital footprint that goes decades. So, whoever created their identity was thorough, Tony summarized. What about their bodies? Jarvis showed him a picture of a woman crying over her dead boyfriend. I cannot tell whether the body is real or just another illusion. The woman? Tony asked. All signs indicate she's an agent. Indeed, very thorough, Tony commented. He stood up to fix himself a second drink before walking to his lab. Jarvis, we're starting a new project. Edward looked at his clone with a red aura circling his head like a crown. He's now worthy of the name Scarlet Wizard. The clone had a deep enough connection to the chaos dimension to use an unparalleled amount of energy. The next step is to weave the perfect memory and build a one-time use time law artifact, Edward commented. Boss, you were right to have me keep an eye on Tony, Morgana suddenly said. Oh, what is he doing? He has invented multiversal travel technology. Seriously? How long has it been outside? 2 weeks. Edward frowned. Even if he is Tony Stark, it's a stretch for him to develop such technology so quickly. Especially with no foundation or knowledge to stand on. But he did have something to stand on, Morgana added. He used the data captured by Stark satellites when Loki used the Tesseract. I guess that makes sense, Edward nodded while lamenting the world's unfairness. The civilizations in his homeworld spent billions of years trying to open the door to the multiverse, but Tony Stark did it in 2 weeks, a time even shorter than himself. He's about to test it out, Morgana said, showing him a screen. Tony stood before a towering metal gate with a portal at the center. What do you want to do? Stop him. No, this is an excellent opportunity to beat up his pride, Edward said. Secretly take control of his gate and ensure he enters a rank 0, no, rank 1 timeline. While Morgana was doing this, Edward contacted the Time Force so they wouldn't suddenly rush into Tony's house and arrest him. Once everything was ready, Edward patiently watched as Tony ran countless tests before entering the gate himself. He returned an hour later, still excited about whatever he had just experienced. Edward secretly smiled before teleporting to his room. What have you done? Edward asked with a severe tone. Just inventing multiversal travel, Tony answered casually with some hidden smugness. You just created a convergence, forcing our 2 universes to clash. I did no such thing. That's what happens when you open the door to another parallel dimension. No way, Tony said in shock. He only wanted to verify whether this man was telling the truth. RA suddenly appeared in the room, and a slight surprise flashed on his face. "Sir, we have detected a dimensional anomaly originating from this place." "Was that you?" "No. It's this idiot, he created a convergence." RA looked at Tony with red glowing eyes. "Should I arrest him?" "Arrest me? I didn't do anything wrong," Tony argued. "And where is the proof that I created this so-called convergence?" "Show him the data," Edward ordered, and RA handed Tony a small tablet. He swiftly scanned the information on it. "No way." Tony rushed to his computer and used his gate to double-check this information. His face turned pale. The data was authentic. The dimensional walls between this universe and the one he had just visited were now gone, and from the residual energy he could detect, they were headed to each other. "This can't be," Tony said, feeling his mind blank. Chapter 632, Stabilizer. "Stark," Edward said calmly, and Tony sighed. "I may have caused a convergence." "You did what?" Natasha asked. "I didn't know this would happen," Tony explained. "I wanted to verify his story, so I built an interdimensional portal to check the other parallel dimensions. I did not expect this to be the outcome." "You build what?" Fury asked. "Never mind." "So, opening a portal to other timelines caused the convergence." "That's right. To reiterate, there is another universe that will clash with ours, correct?" Natasha asked. "That's what I said," Tony replied. "Don't snap at me after causing such an accident," Tony grunted, and the room became quiet momentarily. "So, what do we do?" Steve asked. "Do we wipe them out again?" "Yes," Edward replied directly. "Is there another way?" Steve asked. "Tony, why don't you tell them what will most likely happen during the universe fusion? Upon first contact, a massive fluctuation of spacetime will affect gravity on a cosmic scale. Planets will lose orbit from their stars. Moons will crash into their planets, countless wormholes will open across the universe, black holes will swallow everything in their paths or implode, leading to trillions of deaths." The people's faces turned pale. "And he only mentioned the surface level," Edward added. "Every timeline has their own dimensional sea or other dimensions rotating around them. With the fusion, these dimensions will open simultaneously, releasing countless powers/energy into our timeline. The devastation caused by just opening these dimensions will be catastrophic, but then there are the terrifying creatures lurking in these dimensions. Creatures that even I have to fear." "There are things that even you fear?" Hawkeye asked. "I'm powerful, but I'm far from reaching the power ceiling in this expansive universe. Otherwise, why do you think I'm so stressed trying to save our timeline?" Edward sighed. "Maybe Steve is right," Tony said. "We can build a dimensional stabilizer to block the spacetime fluctuation of the fusion. Then, we will only need to deal with those terrifying creatures you mention and allow for a normal fusion without killing everyone." "Is that possible?" Steve asked, looking at Edward with hope, and the other followed. "How long will it take you to build something like this?" Edward asked. Tony was silent, 20 to 30 years at the minimum. "But maybe we can reduce the time to 10 years if we use your magic. You saw the data. If you had to guess how long we have until the fusion starts, what would be your best educated approximation?" "Less than 3 months," Tony replied while caressing his temple with one hand. With his answer, the hope in the room vanished. "All right, no need for despair," Edward said. "The dimensional stabilizer is an excellent idea, so I'll build it myself. It's good to know whether a peaceful fusion is possible." "You said we didn't have enough time?" Fury asked. "I'm not Tony," Edward replied directly, making the latter roll his eyes. Edward ignored him and continued. "I called all of you to this meeting not only to reprimand Tony but also to better understand the scope of things you're going to deal with, to get used to making harsh decisions on a cosmic scale. Today, we were lucky that we could brainstorm a peaceful solution, but that will not always be the case. So, always be in the mindset to sacrifice the other universes for our survival. Understand?" Edward nodded in satisfaction after realizing his message had gotten through. "I must warn the others of this change." "Others? I thought it was only Asgard. I cannot protect this world alone, so there are other powerful allies." "You'll meet them in due time," Edward explained. "If you need to reach me, find my clone." He teleported to Kamartaj, and 4 scenes appeared before him. Then, the Ancient One, Odin, R.A., and King Chaka appeared. "All-Father, you're looking good," Edward praised. "I've recuperated, thanks to you," Odin nodded. "Now, I'm rapidly returning to my prime and will soon surpass it." "That's good to hear," Edward nodded. "What about you, King Chaka? How are things going?" "Excellent," replied the Wakandian king. "Based on the tier systems you used, we have built the first Tier 6 Black Panther suit. That's great progress given such a short period, but we do not have long, so you may need to accelerate things," Edward said. I'll send you a vat of brain-developing potions. Dilute it, and you can use it over a long period. We are grateful. Is there a reason you called this meeting? The Ancient One asked, and Edward explained the situation. Can you build that stabilizer? Odin asked. No problem. I'm glad there is a more peaceful solution to this problem. I concur, King Chaka added. He saw the images of these people destroying an entire universe, and after that, he could not sleep for a month. Luckily, his wife supported each other and came to peace with the cruelty of their current situation. I also agree, the Ancient One smiled. She knew she had chosen the right person because Edward was not about using cruelty to win but making the best decision for different situations. You can contact us when you need to act, Odin added. Very well. After ending this conversation, Edward immediately started his work, putting his other projects aside. What did you come up with? He asked Morgana. I've already built the perfect enchantment to serve as a stabilizer, Morgana declared, showing him what she created. The Earth Protection Shield protects from foreign dimensional threats, so I only needed to upscale it and modify the spell to stabilize instead of blocking. I even built a power source for the enchantment. Edward nodded as he observed. Then, he started modifying her work at an alarming speed. Wait, you want to absorb a small percentage of energy from every dimension surrounding our timeline? Morgana asked. Don't you realize how dangerous that is? Those creatures. Wait, this is not for us, but for the universe will. You were a little slow on this one, Edward commented while continuing his work. The convergence is not only a battle of all sentient beings, but also of the universe wills of each timeline. So, we don't need to do all the work and can pass on some of the responsibility to it. That's a brilliant idea, Morgana praised before helping to modify the enchantment. Once that ended, Edward modified the spell he had created to contact Chronai before casting it. He found himself in a white space with an entity before him. Eternity? He asked. The entity looked exactly like Eternity from the fourth Thor movie. He and I are the same, yet different, replied the entity, its voice cold and indifferent. You can call me Eternal Consciousness. I see. Edward understood its meaning. Eternity represents all time in the universe and can control space, time, matter, and energy. Meanwhile, infinity represents all space in the universe. Together, these cosmic beings are responsible for creating life in the universe, while their sister, death, does the opposite. Eternal consciousness represents the universe's soul/spirit/mind, hence why it is the universe will. Chapter 633, Cruel Reality. I'm here for a few reasons, Edward explained. Do you know about the convergence? Can you tell me any information? The higher truths of the universe cannot be revealed. Even to someone trying to protect you and your existence. Yes, nodded the eternal consciousness. Can't you be a little more flexible? Edward suddenly missed Chronai. Although she was also rigid, she was definitely more flexible than this one. Rules and regulations bind me, so I cannot, no, I must not, utter certain truths. Fine, Edward said, slightly exasperated. Can you at least help me in protecting this timeline? He explained the dimension stabilizer enchantments, and how he wished for the latter to help him set them up. The eternal consciousness did not immediately reply and seemed to be pondering. Then, in its usual cold and mechanical demeanor, it stated, your actions are within the authorized rules. Show me the enchantment. Edward displayed a complicated rune, and immediately afterward, he activated his cosmic awareness. He sensed a slight tremor throughout the universe, followed by an invisible magic circle surrounding it. As he designed it, the enchantment drew a tremendous amount of energy from all dimensions. Do you have any other business with me? No, Edward replied. He had already deduced that this universe would not be as cooperative as Chronai, so there was nothing more to discuss. Farewell, then. Edward opened his eyes and sighed. Did you get any data? Yes, but nothing too extraordinary, Morgana responded. But it's better than nothing. The world fusion is the best opportunity to observe and gather data on universe will, so it's fine if we don't get anything now. So, let's prepare. Edward sent the good news to everyone involved before quickly building a special device to better observe the fusion process on both a micro and macro level. A few days later, he received news from Loki that Thanos was eliminated, and the Mind Stone came into his possession. Edward did not care for Thanos' disappearance. If Loki had not dealt with him, he would have done it himself. Additionally, he knew this would not be the last time he dealt with Thanos. When it came to the multiverse, no one knew what kind of Thanos variant he'd have to deal with one day. Once everything was prepared, Edward decided to accelerate the process. So, he contacted the Ancient One, Odin, and Ra to descend on the new timeline and eliminate all the powerhouses from Tier 7 to Tier 10. Then, the group dragged that universe closer to theirs and waited for the result. Stark Tower. Edward, the Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. sat in a room with multiple screens showing places all over the universe. Everyone watched intensely for the result, as this event could determine how they operate from now on once the convergence truly starts. "It's starting," Edward said with his eyes closed, and everyone became even more focused. However, nothing was happening on the screen. Of course, only someone with cosmic awareness like Edward could sense and observe such a change on a cosmic scale. He saw how the two universes attracted each other, like two magnets very close to each other. The process should have released a spacetime curvature gravitational wave with disastrous effects, but the stabilizer did its job, preventing any accidents. "The first step is completed," Edward stated as he opened his eyes. What's going to happen next? He did not have to wait long to find out what the next step was. On the screen, everyone saw brilliant lights appearing everywhere in the universe, bringing with them people. "So, the residents of the universe were teleported to ours," Edward commented. "Why not the other way around? Is it because we previously weakened them?" He observed every detail while also deducing as much information as possible. After the teleportation, the Avengers felt some relief, believing that this was the extent of the changes. Although it will be troublesome after the universe's population suddenly doubles, it should be manageable. However, they were quickly proven wrong. The teleportation of these people was not random but purposely chosen. Every individual with a variant was directly teleported next to their counterparts, no matter where they were in the universe. Then, after these variants gazed upon each other, their eyes turned red, and they immediately started killing each other. Edward stood up from his chair, observing this universal battle of variants. He saw one human stabbing a variant of herself, and the dead body turned into a golden light that entered her body. The red dissipated from her eyes, and the realization of her actions dawned on her, making her appalled. She staggered backward and held onto her table for support, but she fell on the ground as she accidentally broke the table. Her strength suddenly increased, and she cannot properly control it, Edward analyzed before looking at all the screens. The same thing was happening everywhere in the universe, including Asgard. However, the Allfather quickly acted by using his powers to bind all the variants from the other universes and allowing his people to kill them. Edward immediately followed him by casting a universal spell to help the people of his universe. With his action, the mindless slaughter and fighting ended. "This is horrifying," Steve commented. "Why did they suddenly turn mad?" Tony asked before turning to Edward. "Well." Edward hesitated to speak. "If you know something, this is not the time to hide it," Fury added, making Edward sigh. "I've suspected that the convergence was an extreme training method using the entire multiverse." "Training? For what?" Natasha asked. "Something terrible. More terrible than what you have shown us." Hawkeye asked. "What do you think? What could possibly require using the multiverse as a cruel training method?" Tony asked, his face slightly pale. "I don't know exactly, but we're dealing with things on an incomprehensible scale," Edward replied. The room became dreadfully silent. "Let's not discuss this. I need to leave." "Where are you going?" Fury asked. "I must wipe out most of these people's memories and seal their newfound power. Otherwise, the situation will become even more complicated." Fury immediately realized his intentions. If so many people on Earth suddenly acquired superhuman strength and had to deal with the psychological repercussions of killing someone, the planet would immediately descend into chaos and anarchy. But this situation was even worse since it was on a universal scale. Edward quickly left. He could have erased the universe's memories on his own or even sealed these people's strength. However, he had to worry about the reaction of the Hell Lords and Demon Gods. He can't do anything about these people, this event has alerted them. Once they start to mess things up, the situation will become more complicated than he would ever want to. So, he needed Odin's and the others' help to ensure that the memory wiping and strength sealing was potent enough that these bastards could not break it and cause problems. It would be best if the eternal consciousness could help, but he had a feeling that the bastard would not intervene in the internal affairs of the universe. Edward contacted them and told them of his plans. They agreed, and he then tried to convince the eternal consciousness with no result. Then, with the help of the others, he cleaned up the mess. Chapter 634, Aftermath and the Scarlet Clone. "This is more than a disaster, this is the disaster," Odin complained. "The world is really trying to force us to kill each other," Frigga sighed. "Now is not the time to lament our situation," the Ancient One stated. "Sealing these people's strength may not be the best plan. What do you suggest we do?" King Chaka asked. "We teach them how to control this strength so they can be prepared for the real event." "And how do you suggest we do such a thing?" As soon as Chaka asked, he and everyone else had an answer. They turned to look at the tired Edward, who was caressing his temple. He groaned softly. "I'll build a dream world that takes these people's spirit into a battle training world. When the time comes, we can remove the seal, and they'll remember their training and know how to control their strength." As reliable as ever, the Ancient One praised. "If you need anything, don't be afraid to ask," Odin stated. Although Wakanda cannot provide much help, we're willing to offer our services as well. I will ask if I need it, Edward responded. The meeting ended soon afterward, and Edward exhaled, I'm going to need a vacation soon. I agree. I don't think I've seen you this stressed out, Morgana stated. The worst part is this is just the beginning, Edward complained. Once he survives this world, he has to deal with the time game, and after that, he might be directly jumped into Merlin's omniversal war. His future looks bleak from an objective point of view. We'll talk about the vacation later, but for now, let's focus on the tasks at hand, Morgana said. You don't have to worry too much about the dream world. I can build that myself, you only need to review the blueprint and maybe put some final touches on it. Your current priority should be increasing your strength in Project Scarlet Wizard. I know. So, Edward stopped himself as he received a communication call from the Time Force. R.A. Did something happen? We detected another dimensional anomaly similar to the ones from New York. Edward squinted his eyes, where? The moon, R.A. replied, and Morgana immediately took action, showing a screen of the moon. A hidden civilization lived peacefully on the moon, they looked as if they had always been there. The Inhumans, Edward muttered. After the first convergence he tested, the Defenders appeared in this timeline, but this time, it was another group, the Inhumans. In some ways, surviving these convergences seems to strengthen this timeline. What should we do? Morgana asked. We'll deal with them later, Edward said. He went to his magic tower and continued working on the Scarlet Wizard. After weaving the clone's memory, he left a time crystal with his time law for him before dropping the clone close to the temple where the Darkhold was located. Where am I? The Scarlet Wizard asked himself. He looked at his injured body, but his mind was groggy, preventing him from knowing how he got here and why he was so severely injured. I remember. I'm a sorcerer trying to revive my family. I learned of the Darkhold and wanted to use its power, but it was destroyed. I needed a time crystal to summon it from the River of Time and had to steal it from a sorcerer in another dimension. The Scarlet Wizard quickly checked his neck and found the crystal hanging on a necklace. What a relief. It's still here. He had to open a portal home, and something went wrong in the process, hence his injury. He opened a portal and took out something. Good. The Soul Stone is still there. The Scarlet Wizard then took a potion from the portal and drank it, alleviating his injuries. It seems I'm close to Mount Wundagore. Excellent. He soon reached his destination, and as expected, the Darkhold engraved in the walls was gone. He did not hesitate to use the time crystal. A red hue emanated from his fingers to enter the green crystal. Then, under his control, the engravings in the temple rapidly reverted to their original state. However, it did not take long before the murals quickly reverted to their destroyed state. Whoever cast the spell that erased the Darkhold is truly powerful, the Scarlet Wizard thought. I must enclave this temple in a time bubble to isolate the power's influence. He accessed even more power from the Chaos Dimension using the power of the time crystal. This approach worked, as he successfully recreated the Darkhold. The Scarlet Wizard did not hesitate to engrave the magic in the murals into a new book, a new Darkhold. Then, he lost himself in the knowledge contained inside. Of course, Edward, who was behind the scene, also received all the knowledge of the Darkhold. A few weeks passed, and the Scarlet Wizard successfully mastered all the knowledge in the Darkhold. He looked at his fingers, which were now dark. He sighed. Despite his early preparations, he was still corrupted by the Darkhold. However, this was not enough to stop him. Whoever destroyed this thing erased all copies of this book from the multiverse, he thought. Now, if I want to revive my family, I must gather soul energy from the Soul Stone from the entire multiverse. The Scarlet Wizard summoned the Soul Stone before starting to cast the same spell that Wanda from Earth 616 used to eliminate the Darkhold, but he modified it to suit his purpose. A bright golden crystal of soul energy rapidly formed before the Scarlet Wizard as he drew energy from soul stones across the multiverse. The process took him more than 10 minutes, and he almost passed out by the end. However, the result was more than satisfactory as he looked at the golden crystal. Excellent. The first step is completed. The Scarlet Wizard raised his hand to put these things away, but something happened before he succeeded. A portal appeared beside him, showing an angry-faced sorcerer with a long beard. You. The Scarlet Wizard was shocked. You think you can steal from me and get away with it, said the bearded sorcerer before pulling him into the portal. No, screamed the Scarlet Wizard, trying to take away the crystal and soul stone as he was dragged into another dimension. Sadly, he was too weak in his current state to resist, so he was captured, and the dimension portal disappeared. Less than 5 seconds later, Edward teleported to this temple and took the crystal and soul stone. With this thing, we should be able to achieve soul divinity, he commented. Are you sure it was a good thing to get rid of him? He's technically a tier 11 clone, Morgana asked. The creator of the Darkhold, Thon, will definitely notice someone reviving his knowledge. Furthermore, I still believe he's after the Scarlet Witch, meaning he'll become interested in the clone. Now, he's a liability, and he's lucky I allowed him to reincarnate into another timeline instead of eliminating him, Edward calmly explained. Chapter 635, Soul Divinity and Void Rune. Still felt it was a waste, Morgana complained. We could have taken the risk and used his ability for a while. We've gathered the best data on Tier 11 from him, and that's good enough, Edward replied. Plus, we can make as many Scarlet Wizards as we need until Wanda from Earth 616 is revived and retakes her title. Edward teleported back to his magic tower. How was the analysis of the Darkhold? Morgana had been in charge of the Scarlet Wizard's work for the past few weeks while he was preparing to train the Avengers. This thing can be described as a masterclass on dark magic. Additionally, there are a few spells that we can classify as Tier 11. I'm guessing there is a but, and it has to do with its power of corruption. You're right. The book is a scam, Morgana explained. Anyone who used any of the spells will be secretly linked to a dark and ominous entity, which I'm guessing is Thon, the first demon. Can we remove the flaw? We can, but it's a slow process. Then, let's take our time. Edward's next step was to absorb the soul energy from the crystal and complete his soul divinity. The process was smooth, and his soul flame turned dark gold. How do you feel? Morgana asked. Excellent, Edward replied. My mana control and utilization of my laws are much easier. I can feel that absorbing energy from my surroundings is also faster and easier. My cosmic awareness seems to have improved, and my soul has drastically increased in potency and defensive and offensive capabilities. Come, let me skin you, Morgana suggested, and with her taking action, they gathered even more detailed data on Edward's transformation. This is an overall transformation, Morgana commented. Your willpower would have improved had you not already reached level 10. Your mana was purified in the process, and your physical attributes have also drastically improved. The little elf smiled. This development has allowed them to delve deeper into the mystery of the soul. All right. Let's test out the internal law project. Edward once theorized that the evolutionary path of a legendary arcanist is to no longer rely on their willpower to control the laws of a universe but create their own internal law/authority. By then, it won't matter what world they are or what willpower requirement the world has, they can wield their laws as they pleased. And the first step to achieving this is soul divinity. Edward closed his eyes and accessed the fourth layer of his soul dimension. He had pondered for a long time how to condense his own internal law, and the answer he came up with was designing his own primordial rune based on his understanding of law. So, that's what he did. He slowly engraved the rune above his soul flame using the power it was releasing. Time law was his most advanced, so Edward engraved a time rune. As soon as he finished, his body released a unique aura that he recognized before the rune dissipated. What happened? Morgana asked. I sensed the power of law from your body, but it immediately vanished. That's exactly what happened, Edward explained. Let's test it out again. He re-engraved the time rune, but the result was the same. So, he tried the other laws he had mastered, but nothing changed. It seems we are missing a significant piece of the puzzle, Morgana suggested. Could it be that we need to achieve Tier 11 first? That could be, Edward nodded. The girl is right, suddenly said a voice. Merlin. Congratulations on early achieving soul divinity, but you're skipping many steps, Merlin's voice continued. If you want to have an internal authority, you must study the laws of dozens, maybe, hundreds of universes before condensing a law rune, which will then evolve into a void rune. But even these steps are amongst the last ones. So, what should I do? Focus on achieving Tier 11 and take your time to understand the laws of the universe, it should give you a head start, Merlin explained. I understand. Good. Keep up the good work. The voice disappeared. It's always so mysterious, Edward shook his head. Well, at least we know a little bit more about void runes. Merlin confirmed that his plan of combining many primordial runes into a void rune was possible, and that was good news to him. What should we do now? Morgana asked. You heard the old man's advice. Edward already had a few clones working on the laws of the Fate universe, the DC universe, and the current Marvel universe. Now, he was thinking of sending clones to other universes to accelerate the progress. Leaving this world now might not be a good idea, not to mention the price I'll need to pay to get the world coordinate from the Akashic record, Edward complained. If only the clone I sent to infiltrate the purple Taoist Samsara Hall had made any progress. He knew he could not rush this kind of thing, so he exercised his patience. Edward finally left his magic tower, already overdue for the time he had promised to train the Avengers. His clone has already apologized and delayed the session. However, even after this exit, he did not immediately see them since he had work to do at Kamar Taj. After the recent events, he had to update the missions for the sorcerers since many events drastically altered this timeline. So, he used the time stone to peep into the future before updating the mission halls. Once that was done, he checked on his guest, a Jack. So far, Erisham hasn't contacted him, so he kept waiting. Meanwhile, this Eternals had broken through the restraint of her mind by realizing she could improve her abilities despite being a synthetic life form. She used the knowledge Edward gave her about cosmic energy, and she even learned about sorcery from the Camartage library to supplement her training. Maybe the Eternals have the potential to be Tier 10 powerhouses, Morgana suggested. Maybe, Edward nodded. He wanted to wait and observe since a Jack's improvement, while impressive, was not enough for him to invest in their personal training. However, he suggested that she bring Cersei to this place and train him. According to Edward, Cersei has been the one to show the most potential, so her training result will determine how much he will invest in these Eternals. Once he finished entertaining his guests, Edward opened a portal to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters to meet with the Avengers and begin their training. He had a feeling something magical was about to happen in this training session. Chapter 636, Avengers Training, Hawkeye. It's hard to sleep with everything that's been going on, Tony replied. By the way, did you have to wipe Pepper and Happy's memory, too? You made an exception for us, why not them? I assume you wanted them to stay out of this, but if you want, I can return their memories, Edward replied. Maybe that's for the best, Tony grunted. What is the current situation? Fury asked. You saw the result. I wiped out these people's memories and temporarily sealed their newfound strength. Temporarily. No one can escape what's coming, so having power is not necessarily a bad thing, Edward explained. Fury frowned. I'm guessing the military is trying to use these powers. You're right. They haven't figured out we are in a situation of us versus everyone else. So, what are you going to do? My clone is working on a diplomatic compromise. Every military in the world can have access to their supernatural strength and begin training in preparation for the convergence. However, NATO, Russia, and China want their country to have it first and everyone else to wait at least a year. Well, at least you've convinced them that everyone should have access to super soldiers. That feat in itself is extraordinary, Fury commented, but Edward grunted. His clone was already complaining about how tedious his work was, asking if it would not be best to just conquer this planet. In fact, Edward considered his suggestions. However, the futures he saw still indicate that playing the game will have fewer consequences than becoming a direct tyrant. Let's talk about something important, Edward stated. I said I was going to train all of you, and it's time to start. I volunteer to be the first, Hawkeye immediately stated. That's fine. The group discussed a training order before Edward took Clint back to his magic tower. He arrived in a unique location with a large room with a large white ball floating in the middle. What's this? The potential orb, Edward replied. It's a magical artifact that uses the power of fate and time to find a person's talent or potential. It can basically tell what you're good at, no matter how odd or inconceivable your talent is. How odd are we talking about? Clint asked. It once discovered someone whose DNA was mutated to create a unique saliva with healing properties. The saliva would only change once he ate avocados, but he was allergic. Meaning he would have never discovered his uniqueness since he would stay away from avocados. Exactly, Edward. Of course, even if he did not, it was hard to detect. After all, who would try to use this man's saliva to heal people? True, Clint replied before immediately quieting down. Is something wrong? Edward asked. What if I don't have any talent? You're probably this planet's best archer, so you have talent. The test is more to determine whether you have hidden talents and to what extent your archery talents are. I see, Clint nodded. So, what do I do? Just stay here and let it skin you. The orb might instruct you to do certain things. If it does, just follow its direction. I understand. A screen appeared before Edward, and he distanced himself from Clint. A few minutes later, a bow and arrow appeared next to Clint, and a voice asked him to hit the targets. Afterward, Clint had to undergo an eye test similar to that of a patient going to the ophthalmologist. The entire test took over an hour, and Edward immediately received the result. Why are the results so abnormal? Is something wrong with the machine? Edward asked. He would expect such a result from someone like Tony, Thor, or Wanda, but not Hawkeye. I just checked, and there was nothing wrong, Morgana replied. Then, let's do it again. Is something wrong? Clint asked, sensing Edward's weird behavior. The test is not finished. We need to do this a few more times. Oh, okay. Edward tried 3 more times, and the result was the same. Okay. Something is definitely wrong, Clint stated. I'll be honest, your test results are simply off the chart. What do you mean? Where to start, Edward uttered. Your hand-to-eye coordination, spatial awareness, and control over your body are impressive, but they are nothing compared to the other talents. Your eyes can be called prototypes of divine eyes, meaning with the right detecting magic, you can turn them into something truly impressive. You have a high affinity for wind, thunder, sound, space, and light magic, which is all the magic needed to be a superior magic archer. It's already an anomaly for someone to have such a high affinity with one of those attributes, but you score high on all of them, especially wind magic, which is off the chart. I guess I'm talented, Clint said while blushing. Yes, Edward nodded with a frown. But it's to the point where you're an anomaly. I can't rest peacefully without having an explanation. Hey, now, I feel insulted. This is nothing against you, Edward explained. Only a magical civilization that has a deep enough understanding of bloodline or genetic modifications and reached the level of utilizing concepts like luck, destiny, and blessing can give birth to someone of your talent. Earth does not meet the requirements. I don't much get what you said, but it does sound like something is wrong, Clint commented. I think I know what's happening, but I must test it out. Follow me, Edward said. Then, he ordered Morgana to have a few other sorcerers from Carmitage tested. He led Clint to a room with a time acceleration. The first step of your training is to get your body and mana to tier 4 as soon as possible. It would have been best if it were tier 6, but the Kairos poison might affect your potential, so we'll settle for tier 4. Edward left a clone to train Clint while he went into his forge. We should have a tier 10 bow and eye artifact, right? Yes. You once built the Hoey bow and Hanuman's eyes. Any quivers? There is a tier 6 one. I know I built a tier 9 quiver artifact. It's on the floating city, Morgan reminded. That's right, Edward nodded. He took the blueprint for the bow and eyes and modified them to fit with Hawkeye. You're in charge of upgrading these two while I build a new quiver. The two quickly got to work to finish their tasks immediately. Then, Edward put the finishing touch on his quiver, which involved placing the power stone into it. He then headed to Hawkeye's training. Excellent, he commented. Hawkeye was already tier 4 despite only a week passing outside and 5 years in this room. Upon closer observation, it was obvious he left no hidden danger. Oh, you're here, Clint said. I need to leave here as soon as possible. Missing your wife and children. It's been 5 years. I miss so much of their lives. Clint was on the verge of crying. No need to fuss. Only 2 weeks passed outside. Clint suddenly paused before yelling, "Why didn't you tell me?" The stress and pressure was very motivational. You. All right. Let's start the second phase of your training, Edward cut him off before summoning the 3 artifacts he made for him.